Alright, chat, we're back. We are back. We're gonna be supporting Akka in the stream, as well as the Elestrals watch party. Especially in between rounds. We just get to be Twitch chat. We love stream reception, right? But yeah, real quick chat. I did also just want to talk about some of the stuff we've already seen out of Frostfall, or not Frostfall, Firestorm. All of these cards where we have like the titles, these are genuinely very strong cards. You can return 2 Earth from your Underworld to your Spirit deck if your Demeter is enchanted. Like we just get an Earth heal. Well, I really want to talk about some of the fire cards. The new fire cards are unbelievable. Like Torchin, when you cast this Torchin, search your deck for a Hestia or a Torch of Hestia. You can add it to your hand, and then you can fire you can Nexus a fire. So unbelievably good. Like the added addition of heal for fire has been so unbelievably necessary for all of these different kinds of cards, and the ability to cast out of the Underworld is so unbelievably important for validating the artifacts that are coming. Like all of these cards are going to be so unbelievably important. Like having like the ability for Torch of Hestia, Hammer of Hephaestus, Volcanic Forge, the Foley Forest card. Where I don't even know where the other one is. Reforge is unbelievable. Where's the other fire? Where's the anvil? Is anvil back here? Oh no, there it is. I'm blind. Like anvil is so good. These cards are so unbelievably good. Yeah, between base or like having the stuff in between rounds, we got plenty of time to do everything we want to do. I just don't have, you know, all the stuff prepared. Like I wasn't ready to do all of the game shows and birthdays and things. Like, bro, time has not been kind. Time has not been kind to us. But yeah, I'm very excited for all the new stuff coming in Firestorm. Super excited. So chat, also I've also ordered all of my stuff for sleeves and camera and everything to do our Elestrals pack openings when all of that stuff gets here. I think next week my camera should be here so we can do more hand cam stuff. So we'll have all of that to do, and that'll be a lot of fun. I'm very excited for that. Very excited for that. But yeah, there's even just like these ones, right? All of the other artifacts from other pantheons, like the empowered Elestrals attack and defense are swapped. Your champions of Apollo get +2/+2. Like, so good. Actually, who was the first one? Was it Coder? Or no, Jack? Right? I think Coder was second. Such vibes. And the Elestrals music is so good. Oh, we're back. Maybe? Or is it just the same? Okay, song change. Let's go. Oh, actually, let me turn off my one. We can just rock out with the Elestrals stuff. Hell yeah. We'd love to hear it. Nexus up to 2 fire, target and destroy an opponent's Elestral. Bing bong. I be learning. You know, there is a funny thing about some of these games. I really do wish, like, I don't know what it is, but I've never been the like big party game enjoyer. I really wish I was, right? Like, I've never been able to, like, I don't know. It's tough. So that's actually also part of the reason why I'm not trying to do all these. Like, I could, right? Like, I could just go get those games, but like, I don't know. I don't want to bring down a vibe, especially when I know a lot of people actually prefer playing those kinds of games, and when I just, you know, don't. Chat, I've been trying to open this, there it is. I've been trying to open a banana, and it's been very unkind to me. It might be a little too not ripe yet, still. That would make sense. You would think, like, the one that doesn't have a god attached to it yet, that would be pretty good. Ow. Alright, chat, real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. We back. Oh, and we're actually back. Let's go.
And welcome back to the Elestrals Dallas Open 2025 premier event. My name's Joseph Rothschild. You may be better as MBT, and I'm joined once again by my.
Oh my gosh, it's MBT! I was gonna say, I was pretty sure I saw a comment in here, someone saying, "Who's that guy who looks and sounds like MBT in a suit?"
Including one individual who was playing Tornagin and called it correctly with absolutely no way of knowing what was on top of their deck.
Yes, the gift of prophecy.
It bestows itself
Vibes.
with finest. This next round, we are going to be watching two individuals who were able to win their first round quite handily, one of which you may know from the larger community. We've got Brulok.
Oh, let's go.
So happy to say is playing a deck that I really like. They're on Posthumous. And if you've seen Brulok in these tournaments,
The big moose.
Posthumous for game 1. But in games 2 and 3, provided their opponent isn't playing a lunar strategy, they will board into one of my favorite decks in the format. I think is largely unexplored, the Toxiri Night Venom Suppression Control strategy. We were able to
Yes, I love Night Venom. Chat, you know I've been playing Night Venom on Clash with the our lunar water deck that plays Kerbis and lunar suppression.
I mean, I would really call it the stuff. It is a wind tempo pile that includes copies of Cryosaur. How familiar are you with the pig in the sky?
So I am a big fan of Cryosaur. One of the few Elestrals who can attack the Spirit deck directly. If you do, then you heal back 2 Wind Spirits, which
heal.
To me, that's one of those cards that I read and I say, that sounds crazy. Why aren't more people playing it?
Well, I'm excited to see if he can make it work. I think this deck is one of the coolest in the room, and I hope that it is also one of the most powerful, because that's what it's going to take here at the Dallas Open. We have 8
Cryosaur
rounds of
stonks
today. We're
up
just
true
entering round 2,
PK.
with
Where's our guy
almost
PK?
200 players.
Is
They
PK
capped it
streaming
at
this too?
128, and then that cap was exceeded almost immediately, so they figured they would let in exactly 200. But be forewarned, there are many more than 200 people here today who've purchased the Spectator Pass rather than the Player Pass, which enables them to get really valuable side events online. That
The side events are dope.
Missing.
If you all haven't seen what they were doing for the side events, they're going to be incredible.
Big Box on Brewlock, turn 1. Oh, we're actually developing something. Spectaris.
Okay, a turn 1 Spectaris, which, set 1. All right. Very interesting. There are a lot of things that, for example, now, we see
Fawnlet
coming out.
Oh my god.
And Big Box saying, what does that card do again?
What is that?
So if you're unfamiliar with Fawnlet, it can search exactly Artemis. Think of it as an Elechick with only one target. Now, the upside to playing a narrower Elechick is both that its defensive stat increases based on the number of spirits that are enchanting Artemis, but also you can search a Thera Heart if you have an Artemis already. Kind of a more flexible card
for a specific lunar
it's wholly devoted
strategy.
To one divine pantheon.
And we did mention
and we set 2 pass.
Moose is lurking, so I think we may see
the big moose
at some point. Who's to say?
We're gonna protect this Fawnlet with our lives.
Out of the board. The strength of this deck isn't necessarily that it has the ability to search Theraheart and toolbox through stuff.
Oh,
but rather
is that a second?
Capacity to set up an Artemis.
That looks like a second Spectaris for the Stone Glass.
From the Artemis in order to potentially get a
we're not gonna let the we're just gonna let the Fawnlet go
online really quickly. Here, just taking the one from the double Spectaris's Big Bok on the stuff.
Yeah, we have our army of Spectaris starting out here over on Big Box.
Hey, you said Comalis. There he is.
Ooh, someone
there they are.
Forward thinking.
Wow, is that the Apollo? We're going to go for the 3 enchanted Artemis here. We're going to go for the effect, the Comalis. That's going to be a Nexus. Looks like Big Box is giving the thumbs up. And then the linked effect to search for, I believe, it's like an ethereal Elestral?
I think it's the spectral kind?
Elestral.
Yes, and
now,
so
there's a number of really powerful spectral Elestrals. Not Spectaris. That's a bug.
Although we did get Spectaris.
The frustrating part about this card is it is both a bug and a spectral Elestral.
Yeah, it is both.
The most advantageous typings in the game.
I mean, it is A-Drive. Of course he's going to make the bug strong.
Every single time the man sits down to write new Elestrals cards, he finds a way to make insects even better.
What if we made them better?
Over the world, and I really admire.
I love that A-Drive's fully committed to the bug bit.
All right, looks like we are dueling.
For those of you who don't know A-Drive has been known for Pokemon, and he was the bug guy. He was the premier bug guy. Ever since Purple Wurmple back in like 2012 or whatever.
And we do see an expend from Big Bok, expending a...
Love that for him.
I think.
Yeah.
How are the other Elestral streamers doing? They're doing good. I saw like 3 watch parties, one from Full Frontage, one from someone else I'd seen in the Discord.
On resting, that's 4 total. 2 on the Artemis, 2 on the Comalis, to the 2 on the Spectrises. That's a devastating blow to Brewlock, who I think was hoping for some sort of blowout here, courtesy of a card like Shield or a card like Tsunami. Shielding the 1 Spectris makes it a little more close.
Yeah, and you can manage this.
Yeah, you
this is doable.
The Artemis to suppress the Spectris, put your Spectris up to 5 immediately without even having to resolve its effect. But it's still a hard call to make. Big Box,
especially into
like
2 back row.
Things could get really bad really quick. We are going to go for the Artemis.
Oh, we're going for it.
Spectris is going to be suppressed until the next turn. We're going to go for our Spectris, now a 5. We'll pump to 6, walk over the Spectris. And we're just doing creature combat. It's so funny, Brewlock's deck is the synergistic pile with the ability to go really big on a Posthumous or a copy of Pharaohgeist. Sometimes it just does this.
Sometimes it just goes bar for bar.
Being able to prevent any kind of ascension, as you said, those 3 drops are really great with Comalis, and Big Bok played around that wonderfully. So now it's a bit more manageable for them, being able to simply just, as you say, have these creature battles and
the back row must be nothing.
To match, especially with
or they're just like, no, we can wait.
That Artemis that's still on board with one. So even a Spectaris of Big Box own, which we've already seen the two.
Yeah, we've already seen two.
Back, so that could go out, but it would be a crash over anything.
Yeah, really difficult here.
That's a really tough call to make.
Is playing what we would lovingly describe as a game plan deck. You know, it has something that it is trying to do, and it looks like Big Bok is really in on this tempo play. Going for an Ambro here, it seems super early for Ambro, but what Brewlock may not have figured out by this point is that the deck is not a lunar deck.
Yes.
It is like a thunder deck. It's a wind deck that just happens to be playing
Spectaris.
Owloons to facilitate Spectarises. So by shielding that Spectaris back, if you want it back online, you're going to have to Ambro to get those spirits back in your spirit deck. Unfortunately, this probably means we won't see the Toxiri stuff, because Brewlock may get the wrong impression that this is a lunar deck. I don't know.
Yeah.
It is still pretty early. Big Bok has not revealed a lot to Brewlock,
right.
And we did see the two lunar come back. So I think you're right that we are setting up at least for a few more rounds of Spectaris gaming.
Yo, let's go, chat. My dragon shields are in transit. Let's go.
One way for your Spectaris to be able to deal with another Spectaris is to
all our sleeves for our cards that we're going to be opening.
Spectaris.
Kind of rough for Brewlock.
We're going to go for the GGs.
We're going to go for the Gorgons. That, I believe, is on Attack Declaration, which will prevent the Spectaris from actually getting the attack in. Gorgons does so much. Prevents an Elestral from ascending, from attacking, from receiving spirits in a Nexus.
Just doing anything. Just like
by an
Ender,
artifact, I believe. And, of course, negates its existing effects. Wow.
Oh my. Is that
valuable hurricane?
That's a full value hurricane.
Which is a Gorgon's Gaze. The other one maybe a PTA?
So we can reset if we're Brewlock. We're so far down. Doubling up on the Spectaris. We're probably going to go for the Artemis here.
Oh my god.
Other Spectaris.
There's Ambro.
Back row keeps the Spectaris on field. We no longer have to fear the resting on your laurels. Maybe setting up for either a Postamoose or a Pharaoh guy says, if I can't go wide like your tempo deck is able to do, I will go tall, and you're not going to be able to defeat resolved Pharaohgeist. Might be correct. I don't think we talked about it earlier. I don't think we've seen Pharaohgeist lose a game ever.
I don't think Pharaohgeist has lost a game.
It's a big if. Although Big Bok, even though they had all three of those set
down to
rooms,
one card in hand.
Yeah, we do have Zeus though.
And the Expendidraw.
There is a way.
It's got to be a guy that can contest whatever the back row is.
Oh no, that was draw for turn.
Big ask for sure.
That's tough.
Spectaris, because we've seen so many.
We've seen all of them.
We've seen
Sorlet? Oh, Sorlet would be killer. P-Gust.
Okay.
P-Gust very powerful, but does not resolve
locks out a
problem, which is that there is a Spectaris that's about to turn into something really problematic.
Yes, getting rid of that Gorgon's Gaze.
Show it to us.
That's solar.
But
no.
Oh.
Expendidraw.
Going off the top of his
he didn't have it.
Looking at the spirit deck, do we have a solar remaining? We searched something off the Comalis, right?
Oh shoot.
Yes, that was the Spectaris.
What is it?
Yep.
Oh, Cryosaur.
Sorlet, as expected. Brewlock is just kind of grinning to himself. He's like, no, not the Sorlet. Going for the Sorlet effect to move that Spectaris to defense and force out
the GGs
down to 3. Oh, that is killer.
That's tough. We're losing the tempo very quickly.
Strategy that you mentioned, Brewlock needing to go for here, and with that 5
off the top of his deck.
Yeah,
what are we doing?
What's the play?
Unfortunately, this would.
Oh,
here it is.
Here's the moose.
It is Posthumous.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, it's sort of.
Oh, and the Amber.
Okay, maybe.
All right, we're in.
I would love to see Artemis be enchanted here.
We're locked in. We're back.
Is a card that if Artemis is on field and enchanted, it can't be. You can't use on any counter runes, which is.
Where is our? We need another.
Suppressed.
Artemis, come home.
Pop one. I believe is what that is. And we have a.
Is that Leviathan Stain?
Possibly. we have a wind and a water.
That I think was the expending for the damage.
Yeah.
Big Buck at 8 has to find an out to the Posthumous. Can't use resting on your laurels because we've seen it already. It's got to be kind of earthquake or bust. Not a lot gets over the body on this, even with a Zeus. You know, something like a Blizzstrix you can Zeus down and then Eddie to get over. This is a 13-11.
And that's
so much
not
of a game
happening.
that beats it, but it is totally unprotected at present. Like you said, really good when Artemis is on field, really mid when it's not.
Yeah, I was hoping with that Ambrosia, with the Lunar coming back, that was possibly
signs there.
Artemis coming out as they are best friends. But for now, we simply have.
Is it the final Spectaris? It is the final Spectaris.
In defense, okay, stopping the big hit coming out at least. And
or is it actually?
Simply is not.
That is a beautiful Edward, by the way.
Yes.
What a lovely little man.
The crowd favorite, Eddie, and
we love our guy Edward.
We might be nearing game here.
This is. We're taking 3 here off Posthumous,
which puts Big Buck on 1.
Brulok is the only person who I feel can make this strategy work. We see it a lot, but he's willing to just go down to like 4 and make a very large man. Say, if you out this large man, I will die immediately. And their opponents just can't seem to out the large man.
Just out my large idiot, and you'd have it.
Well, okay,
that's so unbelievable.
But we are still entering the late stages of the game, and as you said, it's either earthquake or bust. There is not much that Big Buck can do here, and we've seen the one resting. Even if there was more than one resting, Eddie is protecting it. Brulok is in an excellent position here, and
Big Buck scoops him up. It looks like.
Yeah,
that's unbelievable. We thought that Brulok was totally out of this game the entire time, just for him to spike the Miser's Posthumous off the top of the deck onto a board state that he had prepared for playing off the top deck. Oh
my god.
That's an amount of faith in my strategy that I just don't have.
Some people can simply just pull the cards.
Yeah, that actually
what I've come to learn.
Some people are just Yugi Moto.
I'm not personally one of those, but Brulok absolutely is. And that is game 1 to Brulok.
So this is a big question for Brulok. Brulok's sideboard, as we've mentioned, is usually really transformative in these. If they sniff out that their opponent is not on many Lunar Elestrals, they're frequently willing to board out of a significant amount of their game plan. You know, they don't necessarily have to be in on the Posthumous. Instead, they board into
Night Venom,
Toxeries, Venoms, Necroliths as this really powerful suppression control package that unfortunately has a miserable matchup versus anyone playing Lunar. We know by virtue of having scouted the decks that Big Box deck is not Lunar oriented. It just drew into 3 Specters. A significant amount of Wind Elestrals like Cryosaur. They just happened to find the 2 Lunar Elestrals in the deck and cast them over and over again.
Which, I think that would tell Brulok, at least from this first game, maybe don't want to side into that stuff. But as you said, the reality of the list is that it
would be very helped by those cards. The ability to suppress like a P-Gust prior to an Altar of Stars would be huge. The ability to potentially make a Sorlet a lot less impactful would be super important. But instead, I think it's likely that Brulok goes, I saw those Spectres, says, what are the chances? And just boards into maybe a couple of cards for going second.
Well, and the benefit of winning the first game, of course, is that this game 2, you don't have to make the big call. You have a 3rd game later that if it comes to it, then you can say, all right,
now I've seen the game plan. Let's go.
Yes, exactly. And it looks like we are at least finished sighting here, going to be getting into game 2, Brulok and Big Buck, which I love the rhyming. I have to think that they must have done that on purpose.
I like the Stellar shirt.
Yeah.
You know what I've always wanted is, do you remember the Elestriad thumbs where we were wearing like shirts with our Pantheon on them?
Oh, I remember?
I always wanted like the big yellow hoodie with the Thundercaster, like an element on it, and there never was one.
Yeah, I loved the little outfit that they gave me with the green. Yeah. This is us taking this opportunity and the power that we've been given to serve our own interests. And
I was going to say,
please,
folks, bother A-Drive Online. Say, give them the K-Cray cosplay set.
Ooh, absolutely. And
get us the cosplay. Let's go.
One of these days when we're casting, we could have a cute little uniform.
That said, though, chat, there's also 2 cosplayers at the event.
Get more excited because I think Season 4 is forthcoming. You'll hear more about that in the coming weeks.
Let's go, Season 4.
Let's check out this game. Looks like both players have decided to keep Big Buck looking over he's got the classic posture where you're like, this hand sucks. But I can't afford to ship it back. Like, I'm a tempo deck. I can't start.
I can't.
All right, he's going for it. And, you know, that posture is always accompanied by the same turn one play, which is expend to draw, baby.
Yeah.
And you know what? It has worked for many a caster.
Yeah, and it truly has worked.
The only thing I think that's maybe better than expend to draw turn one is Rabbit, but there's a lot of positions where that puts you really down
Fawnlet.
to powerful reactive Elestrals like Eddie.
There's the Fawnlet.
Fawnlet again. I think Big Buck is thinking about
Gorgons. Yeah, that would be. But decides to instead.
Decides against it.
Go and get that Artemis.
Personally, I think the Gorgons would be correct here, but it's a really hard call to make just because you don't see Artemis played like at all. You're thinking to yourself, there's no way I'm stopping that. Like, I'm meant to be stopping the powerful guys in this deck, the Postamooses, but they are being, like, you get to the Postamoose.
He's just going to take it, yeah.
Send over a guy you have spent 3 turns on. You know, there's no real option in terms of valuable Gorgons outside of this.
And as we saw, that turn 2 Comalis last time, that's a Nexus Bank. And Brulok was simply allowed to go and grab
there's Edward.
Bank. So even if this is very similar to the last game, we see Eddie be able to take out Fawnlet.
I like this this Eddie activation here. Play around like Argo a little bit. You saw the Comalis. There's not a 0% chance they're on like the Artifact suite.
Yeah.
Going for the Cryoblast, pretty valuable Cryoblast. This is like the #1 Cryoblast target.
Edward.
Both players at the table are happy about it. Like, oh, my Eddie got to actually get its value, and I got to Cryoblast. Big Buck is going to feel real good about saving that Gorgons here, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah, because here comes that
Comalis
again.
Yet again. You got a GG this one, for sure.
Just the Artemis, but stopping the Comalis, equally important. Big Buck, I think, thinking about doing it on cast. This might be a PTA.
Oh, is it?
Trying to telegraph a PTA here.
Okay.
One thing that I love high-level players do is
That
like
is GG.
telegraph one card and then not go for it. Because a PTA here would be something you think about, but definitely not something you go for. Going for the proactive Gorgons here says, you know what, actually, I'm not even going to let you get the spirits on the Comalis. Telegraphing instead of wanting the Nexus to happen and then negating the linked effect, that he doesn't have a good out to the Comalis in hand. So even if it just gets the spirits on it, it might be a liability if they just...
Oh, great like laurels.
Pharaohgeist. The exact same play as last game, by the way.
Yes, and we see that Resting come out, which makes me think that was a top deck of a Resting.
Otherwise you would always negate the linked effect.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, what's that last card?
That could be anything.
The Pro Set Heavy? No? All right, we're just expending to draw once again. This hand, I understand why Big Buck was apprehensive about it. It's so reactive. The Eddie, the Resting. It has nothing to do. Here comes the second Comalis.
Yeah.
My God, it looked Big Buck had to giggle it to himself.
Yep.
What is it?
Brulog also
it's the PTA.
Miserable PTA.
Terrible.
Yep, and not one that...
Brulog says, I'll take an additional spirit of damage off moving from the Artemis. You got it. Let me go get my Pharaohgeist. Probably a Spectress here just for a linear play. No, another Comalis.
He is going for the third Comalis.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Brulog is going to get that 3-drop.
He's getting him.
What.
That's so miserable. If I'm Big Buck, I'm like, there's no way you can do that.
I mean, that's...
They're just laughing to themselves. I love that they're having a good time.
That's 3 turns in a row that you are having to prevent what is going to be a cataclysmic play if you do not answer it.
I wonder if you even pay out the PTA. I mean, you certainly do.
You have to.
Then the back row contests.
But that that hurts.
Normal cast, and then you can just make Pharaohgeist or something.
God, that hurts to have to pay out the PTA like that, man. That's tough.
I really want to.
Yeah, this has been, as you mentioned, a very reactive game from Big Buck without being able to set up anything that he has wanted to do on his own. But we do see 2 set, which hopefully one of those does deal with this incoming Comalis, that it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And another expend
not like
to
this,
draw.
buddy.
Oh, that.
Yeah, you have to imagine the hand has like some number of Ambro in it, but even so, like these games versus Brulok's deck, they're not going to come down to spirit management. They're not going to come down to I could have been a little more effective and efficient in terms of managing my spirits. I could have been at 9 instead of 8. They're going to come down to how do I out this Pharaohgeist?
Yeah, how do I out the big idiot
that beats Postamoose? And the answer, unfortunately, is very little at this point.
Yeah, instead you have to, as Big Buck has been doing, desperately try and stop it from happening.
Oh, there's the moose.
Oh, and with 2 spirits on that Artemis, it's going to be killer if it comes down.
As we mentioned before, when Artemis is enchanted, Posthumous becomes a lot better.
Yeah.
A lot better.
When you activate effective Artemis, it is a removal spell, even without
It's shield.
activating its effect. As long as it's enchanted, it can't be targeted by counter runes.
So it's a bit Voltempesty.
Yeah, it is.
But with a little
like
more.
Voltempest was good.
Yeah. Imagine.
Going for that.
Don't worry, we'll know what Voltempest, if it's good, is in Firestorm.
Yeah, we saw a shield come out, and of course, that is not really dealing with it. That is delaying it.
Need some action here, Big Bach. Okay, Sorlet is action.
All right, we got something.
That's a card that at least beats Comalis. So we can go for the Sorlet, set another couple of back row runes, hope to Ambro our way out of this game.
Yes, and maybe be able to
and put ourselves back into some tempo
that this deck likes to play. Unfortunately, it has been either just expending or simply playing guys that have to deal with one specific thing on one specific turn. And
there's the Ambro.
Says, I'm not even playing your little game. Let's Ambro now. I don't want to get hit by a... Ambroing against this deck early is so important too, because like if they land the Pharaoh guys, suddenly your Ambro cost 2. It's so miserable.
So I think that this was a good call. It does seem like
he's playing fine. It's just the top of the deck is these tempo decks. They are so reliant on their draws. Like sometimes they rip like this, and you spend 3 turns expending, and you feel like an idiot. And sometimes you have the exact right answer at the exact right time 5 games in a row.
Well, and both of these players, of course, won their first rounds, so Big Buck probably coming off of a game that went a little bit more...
Yeah, currently, that's kind of what Clash is like. Clash has just got quite a few tempo decks. Because that's just a card pool thing, but, like, even then, like, people do just love playing these tempo decks. I'm one of them. I enjoy playing the tempo deck.
Yeah, it's a mystery what that could be preparing for in the future. And that might be a reason why we saw the Ambrosia activated when we did.
Says, go for it. Please commit to a Comalis again. Rulock has like 9 cards in hand. They're all Comalis searches.
Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
The rabbit.
Okay,
well,
this card
more stuff.
At least requires a response from the Sorlet.
Sorlet being able to, of course, deal with the rabbit, but as you mentioned, going to have to pay for it.
Costs you want?
Yeah,
is that something, right?
It's gonna cost.
You can, if you want, go for
That's
the
tough,
Artemis
man.
here to turn off the Sorlet for a turn. If you want to complicate things, it's a tough call.
Yeah, I feel like Artemis is one of those that we don't
a
see
brutal call.
using its ability so much as its presence on the board, its ability to be a Nexus bank. But this is a situation where you could absolutely use that ability and could be a really interesting play. Although it seems like we are going back to Big Buck, who is really looking at this hand, really
They found like 2 Elestrals this game. It's miserable. Oh, P-Gust is insane here.
This is a great P-Gust.
So in positions like this, you do want to go for the back row so that you can guarantee the get on the Astrabbit. But you can't really pass up the spirit differential from something like hitting the Artemis and just getting 2 for free.
Yeah.
It's really frustrating that P-Gust is not super played anymore. This is one of my favorite Elestrals of all time, and back in set 1 was probably the only reactive play to Astrabbit. You know, there was no Eddy, there were very few ways to get rid of it out of Earthquake. So if your opponent went for an Astrabbit in set 2 and you go for a P-Gust, your P-Gust races the Astrabbit. Every turn they search a defensive card to prevent you from getting over the Astrabbit.
P-Gust goes bar for the card that you probably got off Astrabbit.
That will become powerful again, but we'll need the right shell. We'll see if Big Box is.
The line is getting a lot of love with the most recent tournament, seeing Fowlicane, who has been one of my favorite Elestrals from the beginning.
Fowlicane's the P-Gust Ascension?
I think so. I
guess it wouldn't have to be.
That's a baby.
Oh my goodness! And Fowliferos is the P-Gleam one?
Yes.
Okay, I've now mastered the P-Gust line. For me,
Joseph finding out what birds are.
Yeah, you know what? I think that's beautiful.
Whoa, going way down on this. Going for a Zeus here says either I'm out of wind or I don't want to mess with whatever your back row is.
Whoa.
You know what? Actually, that's strange because the P-Gust wouldn't have gotten over. No, it would have. Because it would have been a 2 defense. So
it
I
wouldn't have
guess
been
we
able
Oh,
to-
Laurels.
The back row isn't relevant. Going for the resting here on the Sorlet. That means theoretically we can use the Comalis to eat the P-Gust. Put Big Bok in a position where they have to be not only Comalis, but the threat of a Posthumous.
And now 2 back row.
That's 2 back row, and what are we going for?
I don't know if we have it. Might be because we have it already.
It's Artemis for 1.
Artemis.
I think that only one of those Comalis actually got to use its ability.
Yo, I was about to say we're probably out of Lunars. Not if we play Divine
Healing.
Oh my goodness.
I love this card.
This is like the only deck in the game that can play this card. Wow. It's
Unbelievable.
Almost.
And Artemis all the way back to 4 already. Theoretically, we can Artemis to check the P-Gust if we think that maybe there's...
Oh, it's Leviathan coming out.
It will accomplish next turn. Is that the Galaxy coming down says, in a world where we expect kind of a tempo 5s gameplay, this card's incredible. We are going for the Artemis on the Zeus here. Oh, killer. Fun fact, does not have to target an Elestral.
Target's a rune.
Really interesting.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's a crazy card.
Oh, I love that.
Artemis suppression.
When Firestorm comes out, Artemis is going to be unbelievable. Like, Artemis your Hestia, Artemis your Hermes is going to be a really powerful play.
That is, and you know what? Brulok showing what I think is going to be a big play moving forward. This is something that I hadn't even thought about, and
yeah,
I'm really excited about that.
Yeah. The man is quite good at this deck. I think Brulok has been one-tricking this for like about a month, and seems to be the only person who can win with it, but they've topped like multiple events. They have like Poison Nectar finishes too.
What a good call.
Looking at the grip, I think we could see a Galaxy in their hand as well.
Oh, we lost Big Brulok's camera.
Artemis would have been able to contest it using the Zeus. This is tough.
It would be very interesting. A Spectaris would do it, which we know they were running at least last game.
Looks like they have left some Owloons there. Oh, we're paying. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
And that
Big hurricane.
That mystery. Who knew
was that altar?
Was coming?
Big hit, too. That was a shield and an altar. All right, Big Bok is going to lose the PTA, and I think a Specters here would do a lot of good.
Yep,
is that it? Yep, there it is.
Says, listen, you're on 4. I'm just going to need you to figure out a way to out this Specterus. Unfortunately, the Artemis means that the Comalis or the Specterus would crash, putting Big Bok on 1. God, the Comalis could actually kill him here, right? Comalis, Nexus to 2. Artemis, shut down. Wait, this is totally the end of the game.
Yeah.
This is it, yeah.
Oh, no. Does he see it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
No.
What?
Use the Comalis effect. Brulok.
What are we doing?
2 right there.
No. He didn't see the line. No.
We are not.
But I don't think they can win this.
You see the judge like, huh?
Huh?
Just sitting.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
Judge is like, eh.
Brulok says, I got it.
Okay, we're good.
Spect anyway.
Oh, okay.
He had, yeah, okay.
Blazing fast 2-0 from Brulok.
Yeah, that was beautiful. We got to see a posthumous hit the board.
Oh, this deck is horrifying.
That's scary.
Artemis.
I do love a good lunar pile. Like, chat, I know I'm the fire guy, but we're also the shadow guy, and I am down to play some Artemis. It's gonna be so good.
Limited. They had to limit him.
And my girl Demeter. I think that was unfair. I think that Zeus deserved it way more.
Oh, I played against enough Thunder, Earth Nexus.
And our 2 casters, as you mentioned, they're both still just smiling. That was an incredibly fun game.
That was really good.
Unfortunately for Big Bok, sometimes you see the cards and sometimes you don't. Sometimes you have to.
Yeah, the lost tempo was tough.
The turns.
Yeah, I can't really be too mad about losing to a deck like that goes so tall. If you're playing a deck like Lunar Aggro, a deck like 5s, you understand that like an opponent who's going to be able to land a powerful Elestral like that is going to make very quick work of you. They're going to eat your lunch, and Brulok did so.
Yes.
Rough stuff for Big Bok though. The draws were not with them.
That was tough. They did not draw really well.
Sometimes
it is just like that. They had expend a draw for like 3 turns, and it just did not get them into the things they needed to see fast enough.
Be able to make it.
That is true. And for what it's worth, Brulok is a great guy to lose to. An individual who is, storied, has a ton of top under his belt. When it comes to tiebreakers, you want it to be someone like that.
Yes, to keep your record up, because that does and has mattered in the past.
It has mattered for the webcam tournaments, man.
We could see, hopefully.
Matters a lot.
We know.
Bubbled at 9th. Hello.
Well, regardless, I had a lot of fun casting that one. If you thought that that match was cool, and you would like to use some of the cards that Brulok did, utilizing the strategies found in Moonrise, you can do so without spending any money. Did you know that playing in Elestrals events gets you caster coins through your Play Elestrals account, which can be redeemed for everything from blisters to
K-Cray and MBT were the perfect picks for this event.
Yep.
Okay,
and also notably some beautiful exclusive cards that you can get for the caster coins as well.
Now, this is a code card. These are going to be available in every pack of Firestorm moving forward. Yeah. This is the new Elestral set. Redeeming this through your Play Elestrals account will get you anywhere from 1 to 100 caster coins, and we're going to show it, and you better be quick with your phone for a QR code or just reading. You have to be able to read well.
These are card players. We know that's not the case.
You get that clipping ready. You can see this, right? You probably can see this.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah. All right. Best of luck to the person who redeems that. In the meantime, we are going to prepare for a winner's interview. We'll get Brulok in here. We'll see what Brulok has to say about
that was a good game. That was really good.
The strategy they've brought, and I don't know about you, I am kind of itching to ask if they're playing the Toxicity Night Venom out of the.
You've gotta.
Please, Joseph, ask.
Something that they might not want to reveal this early on in the tournament.
Oh, I don't care. We'll use Master's privilege. Like, hey, you.
Yeah, hey, tell us. You have to tell us.
Right, we got Brulok in.
You have to tell us. We are the casters. You have to tell us. But look at this, dude. 200 people in Dallas for this. Incredible. Incredible, bro. So exciting. Alright, chat, so real quick, before they do the interview, I'm going to use the restroom and check and see if my food's here. Because I am a little hungry. So chat, I will be right back. I'll leave you with the clip show, actually. Crate's not on the menu. Would not be fun, would not be pleasant. Earthquake, okay. Y'all ever see an earthquake do 1 damage? Oh my god. I'll just go for a Giga Drain. That did 1. Owl with me. Hee Wait a minute. Hold on. Chat, wait a minute. Get so close. Look at this shit-eating grin. Look at this shit-eating grin that's on his face right now. Hee smile. Hi, Kiki. Hi, Mickey. Well, I guess let's cover the other alphabet letters that are vowels that I'm missing. It'd be like about. Chat, I am a genius. It'd be like, let me get. That drift is sex. That drift is sex. Chat, if sex is so great, they made sex 2 and I just showed you it. That's crazy. And this magical apple. Go back. Go this way. He said, see you later, boy. Yeah, he was a skater boy. He said, see you later, boy. It wasn't good enough for her. And now he... Oh, God. Wait, Link. Link, go the other way. All right, there we go. Now we're zooming. We're going. Anyway, chat, how was your day? You come here often? Where's Evil when I need him? I need him to tell me what the heck Labyrinth does. They forfeit. That's what they do, chat. What does Labyrinth do? They forfeit. That's so true. You do know.
No, that was like early iteration of Moonrise trying to do both, and like as scary as Pharaoh can be hitting the board, it's just seemingly never as good, you know. In my opinion, even though I hate it.
It is big though.
Yeah, it is big boy.
He's a large guy.
Is there any deck that you are afraid of hitting today? Anything you don't want to be matched up against?
Nothing in particular. Like I think I have outs for everything that is going to be running around today for the most part. Obviously, you know, luck is a skill, and
luck is a skill.
Like Blizz, hey, if you hit it, you hit it. But you know, I'm excited for it. It's a really fun day. It's fun to meet everybody in person and really, you know, get to see people you've been playing with for like a year and a half now.
It is cool to be able to put faces to names.
Yeah.
I apparently meeting you for the first time in person and being like, yep, this is the guy who just can't stop casting posture moves.
Hey, Moose, good card.
Yeah, apparently. Well, best of luck with the rest of the day. I hope that you are able to resolve Comalis once. 3 games, and it's like, it's going to get through. You got to just let it.
Its thing.
It's got to happen at once.
4 back row. Exactly. The first time we saw Comalis for Comalis, I was like, oh, I get it. This deck's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough. You don't need to.
You don't need to keep learning.
Well, I hope you are able to continue the run. I hope you're able to face non-lunar opponents so you can go into the greatest deck of all time.
Yeah, right.
I hope we're able to use the Necrolith animation.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah, I hope to see you in top 16.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
All right.
Great picks for the boys. Alright, let's check in on our homies. How are they doing?
Work. Okay, that makes so much sense.
Oh, Buffalo.
Buffalo.
Yeah, you're right next to. Yeah, you're right next to Mr.
That's it. It'll do it. That'll do it.
Yep, that'll do it.
I give you hug. I miss you. 7, you need the game?
No.
I'm here already.
Are you in the game? Oh,
Yes.
I'm so silly. I'm sorry. I'm in a silly mood.
You know what?
Yeah, so Pebble tried telling me, oh, looks like I don't have the game. Sorry, I can't. And I'm like, Access buying it for you. You know that, right?
Hey, Pebble, check your Steam.
He's still AFK waiting on his food.
This bitch. He's running.
Running.
He's trying, he can't run.
That's funny.
Oh, hey, Axel, by the way, I'm ordering from the corner bakery now.
Bitch.
He just DM'd me. What? No. No.
Coward, get in here. Coward. You can't run. We're playing Escape the Backrooms. I don't fucking care.
Yeah, those are really great games for from Brewlock and Big Bach there.
He's typing to me in protest.
Both were very, very well played out. It's just really unfortunate that they just didn't see that. Oh yeah, which one is this? This is new. There's 20 in Daybreak? I actually don't know which one's the defense position. Was that Coastal? I actually don't remember. Oh, was I right? Let's go! I'm learning those things. Let's go Tailwinds, true. Music is the bop. Yeah, all the Elestrals music is bumping. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. I want to check in on some of the other Elestral streams. How they doing? Oh, the other was Seraphim collab, true. Full frontage, yeah. Yeah, like chat, we have so many good things that are just like coming out here. Like these Sorla, the Aeolus cards are gonna be pretty good. We're gonna see a lot of game plan decks come out, and I'm going to be so here for it because I like a lot of these. Like, we're just gonna go tall. Like, going wide still has so much value, but also like playing the game to get to some of the greater ascensions that can functionally win the game. It's doing a lot. Poison Nectar is, you know, there are these cards. Cards are real. But yeah, not surprising anybody is A-Drive making insectoids good. And then I was like, I said that yesterday with the all the spider stuff. It's so unbelievably A-Drive coded. Is like unbelievably A-Drive coded of them. They're moving through rounds pretty quickly though. They're doing pretty good. I guess with 200 people, it's a little bit easier. Still, like the biggest Elestrals tournament to date, so you know, let's go. Our little man, Clovey. Two attack and one defense. Crazy. I actually don't even know if I've read Scepter of Keone. Or Keone. I was gonna say, it's like, I don't think I've read Scepter, but I think that's it. Man, look at everybody here. Everyone just having a good old time. Hell yeah. Oh. Hell yeah. Love how good this event's been popping off. Hell yeah. How many people are on the YouTube stream? 200? Hell yeah, let's go. I'm actually amazed at how well this is done. I actually wonder how long people are into. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Hell yeah, that's so cool. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. God, what an exciting event that they just get to... Ah. Man. Man. It's so cool to see all the people there. It's actually just so cool. Like, it just has a completely different vibe than some of the other tournament streams we've watched. Brewlock over here just staring at the camera. That's funny. That's so good. Oh, but yeah, chat. I had the very adult man dinner of chicken nuggies and mac and cheese. So we're doing great. Oh, the back rooms. Oh my god. Hell yeah. That is true. Some of the cards are going to be very difficult to actually maintain. A lot of the cards read crazy and play out differently. That's just kind of how it is, right? Like, that's just how they're always going to be. Yeah. Also, Divine Healing getting to be like, oh man, there's so many cards in this game that they'll find homes of them eventually. We're doing a lot today. Oh. New song, let's go. Yeah. I don't really know, man. Artemis, like, there's so many cards that are just, like, so good. What's in Clash still? Have we updated Clash in a while? Oh, we did. Rise from the Ashes is in here. No. Dan, no. Oh, Tsunami High Tide's in here too. Yes! Oh my god. Finally. Hurricane. Oh my god, Hurricane. Oh my god. Wait, Hurricane's in Clash. I'm so happy. Oh, Keone's finally in too. More Frost. Yo, Morlith. Yo, let's go. Oh, hey, yeah. Yay, Comalis. Okay, dog, we'll be building new decks later. We are gonna be building new decks later. I need to think about some of these cards. That's so good. Ah, but man. A-Drive, where's Vasuvatuga? Where is it? Oh, they got Stoke the Forge already. Let's go. Oh, finally, in Mouse Station, finally. Let's go. But Hurricane is huge. Hell yeah, dude. Aw, Driflora. Adorable. Was Griffios and Sonicore in the deck or in the game yet? I don't think they were. Okay, cool. Frost is finally real. We can finally play Frost. Great time period for my lunch. That was great. Heck yeah, dude. We can finally play the Werepup. Oh no, Drat King yet, unless it was up here in the waters. No, just High Tide. Aw, Barabib. Where's my guy Basuvatuga? Just unbelievably cool. We are going to have to make some changes in this deck, huh? I might cut the Zeus package and just play Astrabbit. I might want to start over. Yeah, I'm gonna start over for my Lunar Water deck. Oh. Are we back? Yes, we are.
Hello, everybody, and we are back with the third round of the Elestrals Dallas Open 2025 Premier event. I'm Joseph Rothschild. You may know me better as MBT, and this is my co-caster, K-Cray.
Hello.
We have just watched some really incredible Elestrals. Brulok and Big Bok had a fantastic game, and by that I mean Brulok made Posthumous and got us very excited.
Yes.
It made us happy. It made us smile.
And it was a very quick and handy victory, I would say.
Yeah. No, more than anything else, I think it showcased that while occasionally Elestrals is a game of tempo where you're trying to control one or two individual guys on field, occasionally it's also protect the castle. It's a raid boss named Posthumous that you have to destroy by any means necessary, and unfortunately Big Bok wasn't able to do that. Brulok going to 2-0 with a significant amount of our community's finest. I've been poking around. I've found that Bean Soldier is currently undefeated. We have got an undefeated player on heel control that I'm trying to lobby for a feature match,
Yes.
which means I'm not going to reveal their name as of yet. Swolax is a 2-0.
Let's go.
Distant Coders match was just finishing. I believe he was one of the last people still remaining, so no idea about that one. And the one, the only Danny Guadalupe is also 2-0. Shouts out to the boy, making a name for himself pretty early.
Let's
A lot
go.
of really fantastic players doing a lot of really fantastic casting. I'm excited to see what we get for our next round. What are you looking for?
So I did a little bit of talking
Sleuthing.
around, yeah, trying to see what people were on, and we talked about this water reanimator.
Ooh.
And you know,
Oh,
I hear that it
please.
could be doing okay today, at least with one or two of our casters. So
Oh,
that could be really
please.
fun
I want to see it.
I would love to see a little water reanimator, see a little Oysterus, see a little Capergall. Maybe none of that. Maybe Schnark, perhaps.
Schnark?
Who knows?
Yes, Joblin.
The Jobber.
Get us our
Unfortunately,
guy.
I think that's a little less
I want our
likely.
Schnark.
It's
I forgot to show
just
Sheb and
not
Schnark.
Joblin's day. They're a bigger fish to fry.
I have to show
seen across the
Sheb and
tables
Schnark.
a ton of the Winjin deck, which we saw in round one. Super popular as that deck kind of circles the drain on an optimal build. I've seen a lot of Blizzstrix, and
Yeah.
while I value the opinions of Blizzstrix players, calling them players is a little bit of an affront to my sensibilities. I will say, personally, I would not stake my tournament results on a scratch-off ticket, but you do you. and we've seen, of course, a lot of Lunar aggro. Probably the 3 most popular decks in the room at present, and the 3 I think we expect to see the most when it comes to both Swiss and Top Cut.
Yeah.
And interestingly, the solar variants that we have seen have been less of the Draco Ray editions and more sort of true solar with Apollo getting the guaranteed, or, you know, even then you have the option to, as we saw in game 1, simply predict the top of the deck.
Just simply believe.
It's been really cool because I feel like solar did not get its moment even in Daybreak, and yet here it is.
Yeah, no, it's incredible to see a series of Elestrals saved by an Elestral from a completely different element in Winjin. I actually was able to speak to our round 1 feature match winner between rounds, and they confided that they're not playing Draco Ray specifically because they're scared of spoiled fruit, because it's such an unbelievable blowout. They already have so many ways to get their life total back where they want, thanks to cards like Kaufmel, and of course the Tornadjan effect, being able to search an Ambrosia under certain circumstances as well. Super excited to see how our players continue to do. Super excited to see what rogue decks might make an appearance as well. I think there are a ton of unexplored strategies that could theoretically breach into Top Cut. If you just heard in the background, round 3 has just started, so we are grabbing our 2 casters momentarily. We'll be heading over to them as soon as we can. We will be casting, I hope, an exciting round.
Yeah, and these early rounds are really the rounds to watch because, as you said, this is the time when we get to see the rogue decks.
We get to see the goofy
this is
stuff.
The time when they're still establishing themselves, when they're still in it, if they're, you know, possibly not going to be later. But we can also dream for them. We like I said, I might have scoped a water reanimator. There's some unconventional things that are currently undefeated, and we're in for
there's a couple good things out there still.
Interesting day.
Well, regardless of what the individuals are playing, I'm sure they will do a wonderful job. Both of these people have won both of their rounds already, so we're starting to get the cream of the crop in terms of caster. It looks like the 2 that we're going to be checking out for this round are Carl and Akshra, though we don't yet have the deck names. They're going to be sent up momentarily, shuffle up, and we'll be prepared to go. We are sharing this space with another card convention. I don't know if you've seen. So what's going on is we are in an event space with a baseball trading kind of thing.
Yeah.
So people keep coming up and saying, "Are you here for the card convention?" It's like, yes, but maybe not. We intend to play with ours.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting our
the shared hotel space
right now.
I don't even know. They have the hotel, but they're also in like a convention hall.
It looks like Carl is wearing a shirt that says "Warning: May spontaneously talk about bugs." I'm excited to hear what that's about.
Yeah, and it also makes me think that A Drive is really specifically targeted.
Is it an attempt to curry favor?
Yeah, it's either that. It's one way or another, right? Either this person is trying to curry favor with A Drive, say, "Hey, you like bugs?" Or A Drive is simply unleashed an untapped market, which is bug enjoyers who also play trading card games.
Entomologists unite. They're coming, and they are casting Viscera Spectrus. The precursor to actually entering with the End Titan deck is you have to beat A Drive in a 1v1 to get the A Drive rune, which searches insectoid cards. I'm very excited to see if he was able to do so.
Yes, we could also see, who knows, Ignector.
Ooh, we're not seeing that.
Yeah. Immediate rush there, but yeah.
For individuals who are interested in picking up the A Drive Divine Rune, they actually have an opportunity to at this event. He's playing side events where, provided you fulfill a set of certain conditions, you can 1v1 the man to try and win the
A Drive
God card. The inventor of the game bequeathing unto you an unbelievable prize. These side events are running all day, along with drafts, with 8-person Winamats, 8-person win a stellar. You're grabbing it right now, a stellar Voldusk, or a set of premium spirits.
Yeah.
And honestly, we were saying we're trying to figure out a way that we can enter them. Like a round goes long, maybe we keep the headset on. We're like, yeah. Werepup's okay. Oh, and what a crazy play that I'm trying to see from my chair.
I assume they're probably, casting Eddie right now. Probably.
Good guess.
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean, a 25% chance, I think,
Yeah.
at least.
Like a 25% chance they just randomly
Of
call
course,
the
everyone
Eddie.
Here is very excited to play Elestrals in any capacity, be it in the main event or in the win sheets, which are happening, I think, momentarily after this round.
Yeah, I
Start
think that's
the
when they're starting
32-person
some of the
win sheet
certifying.
for Saturday, followed by the 64-person win sheet for Sunday around this time as well.
Yes, and of course we also have the draft format, which I'm really excited to hear about that. Kind of.
I want to see how the draft goes.
To enter it, but I think that that's going to be really fun.
I got to agree, as a limited enjoyer. We are just about ready to head into the match. We're going to throw you over there, and then we are going to get casting for round 3.
Shuffle up.
I do love that this may spontaneously talk about bugs, that is just here on the screen. We all know, we've been warned. And I imagine that that's probably the conversation that's being had at the table right now.
Is it Earth?
Hey, you like bugs?
Is it Earth piles? Is it spiders?
I think it's got to be spontaneous. You must be prompted to speak about bugs. Akshar's like, okay, talk to me about bugs.
I've been sitting and waiting for this guy to talk about bugs all day.
And he hasn't done it.
And
Joseph is very normal.
Shuffled, getting set up here.
And there's the announcement of the beginning of the round.
There it is. Let's go.
Has started. We are having our casters cut the other's decks, and we are now ready to rock. That's a 16 and an 11. So Carl likely going to be going first here.
It's actually crazy that the individuals in these seats are on the same timer as the players. We're finishing our round, and everyone else is finishing at the same time. And oh my god, I think Akshar is on. Blistrix.
Ooh.
I'm seeing a Moralith.
Is it the Strix?
Yeah, well.
We're going to begin with a Toxeon out of Carl.
Okay, just an immediate burn. And I see, speaking of those spirits, it looks like Akshar is
a flare mine, yeah.
with a few of those beautiful white marble spirits.
Yeah, these premier spirits were available to people who entered this event, and you can get another set of them by winning an 8-person pod. I'm trying to get out of here with all of them, with like 5, 5, 5, 5.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the casino, baby.
They're kind of on some sort of Thunder Nexus build. You know, a Toxeon, maybe the 3rd or 4th most powerful Thunder Elestral, usually finds a slot in these strategies. Astrabbit revealing a little. Didn't get to see what they added there.
No, but we do at least see the 2 Frost over on Akshar's side, so, you know.
Probably gives it away.
Yeah, the Blistrix allegations have not yet been beaten. And
it doesn't look like they're gonna be.
The Thunder. Wow, that's beautiful. All right,
gorgeous Zaptor.
The thing with this Blistrix deck is it can really take some time to like figure out if it wants to.
Oh, it's gonna get hard GG'd.
I think Carl correctly understanding that like you are not actually going to get a lot of opportunities to interact with this deck meaningfully. These powerful runes that sit in your rune row are really good against decks that are trying to tempo you out.
Yeah.
But against Blistrix, you are going to have to rely on hard removal with a capital H. Oh, going for a big turn here. Hurricaning 1 card. Akshar says, I am going
just gonna GG
it, actually, targeting the
Toxeon.
Says you could theoretically re-enchant the Toxeon. If you have a way to Nexus, theoretically, you could do like 2 or 3 and maybe get the Astrabbit going. This is going to really constrain your ability to do that. Down comes Nabi. Yeah, you would expect seeing a 1-for-1 Hurricane, that it's going to be followed up with the Doppelganger push that this Lunar deck has become so known for, and here it comes. Nabi sinking the attack of that Catarant by 2 here to take it down to a 1, walking over and then triggering its effect.
And there's Gator.
To ascend into a Doppelgator from deck, hitting for 2 and daring anything to walk into it. Unfortunately for Carl, this is one of the decks that theoretically can walk into it with a huge Blistrix push, but we have to get there first. And
you have to get there.
Unfortunately, Carl is setting up quickly, which is what you have to do against Blizz.
Oh, yeah.
Before you have the chance to go gambling and hit those big targets, but with this Doppelgator already on the field, as you said,
it's really tough.
Have to deal with it. Okay,
so here's the deal. A significant amount of this deck only turns on once you have lost one of your Elestrals, once one has been put into the bin. Here, the Catarant has finally made it into the Underworld. Unfortunately, because Carl has ascended over the Nabi into a Doppelgator, Akshar is not in a position to cast a Moralith. They're tied at 1.
I did see a Snowlid in there, though.
Yeah, oh no, they're going to have to look. No, I'm sorry. It's the same number.
Yeah, it's not going to work.
Yep.
terrible position you can get in. You obviously want to be a little behind with this Blizzstrix deck, so you can use the Morlith push. But if you get so behind that your opponent puts critters in the underworld just to ascend, you can really find yourself.
God, I love Nobby.
2 Morlith in that grip.
I also saw Cedar
There's
Soar in there,
Snowlet, yeah.
No.
That is bad.
Yeah, I saw the
news.
Cedar Soar in there.
Here we go.
It feels real bad.
There's
Oh,
a
there's a Cedar? Okay.
We'll take that.
That is a hit, for sure.
It's not fantastic because it doesn't contest the Doppelganger. Theoretically, the Snowlet can crash with the Toxeon.
Yeah.
But
wait, can it?
You're really kind of a back.
Because Nobby's on board, right? Or Doppelganger.
I mean,
does that work? Yeah, it's crash. Oh, it is crash.
We do have the Cedar Soar here as kind of a wall, and it does give Akshar a little bit more time to hopefully get some more of these big hits, to get more Elestrals into their graveyard.
Oh no,
but
the Zeus.
At the same time, Carl is still keeping pace.
He's hard.
He's sending out Zeus, which it was just enchanted with
single sync. Yeah, trying to keep as high as possible here to not lose to a Blizzstrix push. Doppelganger decreases the attack of each Lestral on field that is not Lunar Enchanted, but not the defense. So the Cedar Soar is still a 6 to the Doppelgator's 5. Just doing a little bit of math here. Going down to a 3, the Spectre is coming down, remaining at a 4. Getting the Astrabbit to attack says, I got to put you low real quick. Down goes the Cedar Soar. Take an additional 3. Akshar at 7.
There it goes.
Still not out of it because of the way this mirror works.
It's never over for Blizz until...
Ooh, this is frustrating.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Misplay here. Switching the Astrabbit to attack for an additional point of damage that can't connect because the Doppelgator's effect is reciprocal, bringing the Astrabbit down to 0. Akshar looking at the Spirit deck here. Theoretically,
that's a bit of a play. I'm like, you can't.
Something crazy. It's unlikely it'd be able to be used. So we're going to go for an Astrabbit instead. I think searching for a mechanism to get back into
is that base at Astrabbit?
Oh, and
Hell
Rise might be it. Do we have enough to facilitate that? We've got 7 spirits.
Yeah.
3 will go into the Rise. 3 will go into the Blizzstrix. We'll target. I don't think we have 3 Elestrals in the yard, though. So it'll just have to be a Blizz that attacks.
Which, with the stat line is not the end of the world, and Akshar really needs to start getting momentum.
We got to find the game plan.
Going a little
Frostix.
Yeah, going for a little bit of a different line here. And Frostix here for 2. I think thinking about trying to special cast a Catarant. There's a scenario in which you can special cast the Catarant, get over the
did he scoop?
Astrabbit after a successful Blizzstrix, but
he scooped.
Too much would have to go right. I'm too low to be able to do both halves of the thing I want.
Yep.
Let's scoop them up. Let's go next.
Okay, so that is game 1.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
Yeah.
That's tough.
This Blizzstrix deck has the capacity for unbelievable violence. It has the capacity to get very big, very quick, to attack.
Yeah, that was a really fast game 1.
Spirits in one singular combat step. It also has the ability to do that, where you stare at your opponent.
You just stare at them.
Commit enough to put.
Let's go gambling! Oh man! Ah, dang it! Ah, dang it!
Huge Morlith push.
Oh no!
You with like a Nobby.
And Carl really showed one of the ways that you can contest this Blizzstrix, which is to just play fast and be faster than Blizz. And of course, that was an incredibly fast game, and Akshar...
That was unbelievably fast.
One of my favorite pieces of card game theory that I'm, constantly referencing is a series by a Magic the Gathering article writer called Who's the Beatdown, about assessing your role in any individual game. It's applicable to all card games, but the gist of it is, in any scenario like this, one player is going to benefit from the game going long, and one player is going to benefit from the game ending quickly. And it is your job to assign your role correctly.
You have to identify which is who you are.
The mechanism by which you cast and push for damage. And I think Carl made the 100% correct assumption that says, if I give my opponent time to set up, if I let them find like Catarant loops, if I let them theoretically get 2 big Rise pushes, I will lose. If I let Morlith get onto the board, I will lose. I need to be hitting fast, hitting often. Cards like Toxiri, or Toxic Swarm, Toxic Venom are going to enable him to do that. taking a mulligan here as well. I think this is a matchup in which you need to be willing to really aggressively mulligan. You know,
Yeah.
a game against Blistrix is never going to be won or lost in a game of inches. You know, it's not going to be, oh, I'm at 18, not 20. It's going to be, I have removal for Blistrix.
I have everything I need versus I do not.
And like you said, it's important to be able to assess that and know that. And
Do
Carl
we have it?
clearly going into this.
Oh no!
From the beginning, we saw those frost.
Oh, I thought I thought they were about to go into it again.
I think I know what I'm working with, and adjust it accordingly.
Horrid position to be in from Carl, though. Akshar has drawn very well here playing this Morfrost line. If you're unfamiliar with this line, Morfrost Lycan form is a searchable card off of Narpoon that can be sent from the hand to the underworld alongside a Frost Spirit in order to search 2 Morfrosts from your deck. You're getting Scorpion and Bat. Scorpion can discard a Morfrost in order to change an Elestral's defense to 0 for the turn and pay out like a PTA to destroy it at end phase. And Bat, if sent to the underworld, can reanimate a Morfrost. None of this matters. The importance of these cards is now, for the rest of the game, those Moralists that were clogging up his hand in Game 1 are on. And it's very likely we are going to see next turn 2 Frost Spirits come down, followed by an absolutely...
There's Viscerus.
Viscerus, a good answer to the Narpoon. It's a mechanism by which Carl can play very fast. Can be met
and there's shield.
All right.
Okay.
This is the pivotal turn.
Blistrix is one of those decks.
Will
that
it
if
get
you see
there?
Removal, then it feels incredible.
Yeah.
And Akshar, that one shield, that could be the thing
that could be
changes
enough
this for him and gets this tempo going. As you mentioned, being able to thin out the deck a little bit.
There's Catarant.
Okay, this is great news for Carl. The number one thing you were fearing here is a Moralith, which would functionally
win the game.
You know, absent an act of God on the top 5 cards of the deck.
Yep.
Here instead, Akshar is playing a little more passively, gets to recur some of the spirits, get in for 2. Moralith will still be on, but I think you can get a read that it is not yet in the hand. The Morfrost Scorpion form, the Morfrost Bat form, that's a little more reactive. It can be played against something like an Astrabbit that we see in Carl's grip.
Yep.
You want Akshar focused on a more defensive role where their deck might not shine as effectively as you.
Yep, and here's the Viscerus again.
We're trying it again. The same thing's going to happen.
The same thing's going to happen.
Shield coming out here.
Look at Carl just kind of giggling like, all right, I'm trying it again next turn too.
And it's like, I'll do it again.
Great opportunity for a Moralith here.
He's like, I'll do it again.
Into an Asprowl.
Or simply play an Astrabbit.
Aggro Bunny's horrifying here. It's going to hit for 1 and also potentially find one of those huge blowout cards.
Yeah.
I saw Snap pick there.
That's a Snap.
Moralith.
Yeah, that has to be.
It's so funny to think of Moralith, famous for appearing in a series of Frostfall boxes where the rares were like errored. So you could open a box that had 14 Moraliths.
Oh, yeah.
An unplayable card for so long. Now it's like $30.
Now, I think that there were people who showed up with exclusively a bunch of Moralith to trade or sell, and they were gone before even day 1.
There's a couple vendors here, and the ones I saw just like had a big stack of Moraliths and Amphrostics. They were like, if you need.
I got him.
Here we go. Run it back a 3rd time. Surely that's not the 3rd shield.
Surely not.
Okay,
it's Tsunami.
Just as bad.
Yeah.
That is just as bad.
Effectively the same. And gonna be
that is just as bad.
We're just playing Frost Tempo here.
Yeah, we got to move all but Narpoon to defense here. There we go.
Yeah, shortcutting a little bit, but is important. Looks like another Tsunami. That's so funny. All right, we only have 4 slots for Elestrals, so the next one has to matter. There's an argument you could go for the Scorpion form here and just not pitch the Bat.
And at this point, I mean, Akshar it's kind of interesting to see what is a Blistrix deck almost being played like a normal good stuff, like almost a
like a normal temple deck.
List.
There's the Snowlet. Yeah, now it's time to play the game.
All right, 3 off the top here, or 4 rather. What do we got?
Rise,
Moralith. That is 3. That's not great.
That's actually,
you don't want to mill, that is for sure. And again,
that's not
part of the risk of playing Blistrix and why a lot
we're just
going to
run it down lane.
I imagine opted not to go for the Blizz, but we will see.
Borea.
Mountains of Boreas too. I think understanding that the deck that Carl's playing has the capacity to do Thunder Nexus stuff, and as a result is likely on Mount Olympus. This lets you win a little bit of the Stadium War. But here we're just winning the actual war. You know, get in for 3. we maybe even have a Rise in hand that would be online, but for the 4 Elestrals on the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is sort of a suffering from success issue here, where it's like I've
Certainly
established.
not happy about it.
Yeah, I've established so many guys that I can't actually do what my deck wants to do here, and I'm a big fan of sighting into the stadium.
Okay,
which...
we've just seen a very critical card in Carl's deck.
Oh.
Is that?
I thought it was some sort of thundery Nexus deck. There is Nexusing occurring, trying to Nexus onto an Ardbud.
It is bugs.
It is bugs.
It
You
is
know
in
what?
fact
We never
bugs.
should have doubted
Asking about
Carl.
bugs. Oh wow, this is whoa. This is an incredibly hard Asked Rabbit. I don't know about all 3, but I think that's Earthquake Resting.
I think so.
Earthquake.
It was definitely Earthquake.
Okay.
Wow, that's a really hard call to make.
That's really
Yeah,
bad
obviously
for
more
us.
value from the resting, but with the earthquake being able to target any of them, but being more expensive.
You can see
Mhm.
there's a lot of really good stuff in that hand. Divine.
That's a good
Blessing,
grip.
Of course, really strong, very powerful.
There's
during
Laurels.
this format. We're going for the Snowlet here.
Hey, get him out of
resting.
here.
Honestly, maybe even, yeah. I don't want to advocate that line, but
Is that Ambro?
at the same time, you have to clean up this board state.
Yeah, I almost would have maybe targeted the Catarant. Who's to say?
Yeah, that's Ambro.
It's like you don't want it in the yard for Infrostrix, but you
No.
don't want anything in the yard.
No, you do not.
All right, so
Ambro coming down.
coming down, putting Carl back at 7, but the game is slipping away from him. Like we said, the longer the game goes, the more Akshar is favored, and
Yeah.
I just feel like we're maybe one Asprowl draw,
Or like
Avalanche
one
mill
draw,
away from
one
just
top deck
walking
away
this
from
game.
the game being
Although at
over.
present, there's no pressure for him to do anything.
No, I mean, but in Carl's defense, the swarm is coming.
Swarm is coming.
Swarm is coming.
I have heard that actually.
It is in the pile.
And I'm excited to see, hopefully, that pop off a little bit. Although, as
Oh,
you
We are
mentioned,
doing
Is that
an
it?
ascension here.
it is a hard ascend. Like
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Oh, we
Oh.
are
It's not.
to Scorp.
Okay.
That's sexy.
I assumed it was going to be the Morolith, and I was wrong.
Scorp's a really nice way to deal with Asked Rabbit here.
Yeah, with
Switching
being able
its
to.
defense to 0.
Yes.
Even if you get Tsunami'd, you can pay out an end step if you're ahead in Spirits, which we are. Going to bring back the Lycan form. The thing about this deck is playing the Singleton Lycan form means that you are not super able to deal with threats because it's just a 2/3, but you'll just take a wide board here. We're getting in for 4, for 2, for 1, for 1. Put Carl at, what, 3?
Yeah, that's
And it is also putting Carl in a position where you have to be able to deal with
Eesh.
specifically the Scorpion, because I have a feeling that Akshar either might have Blizz in hand.
that's
the ability
Viscerous.
to simply hard ascend, which is something that I have seen Blizz players doing specifically with this Morphrost
that?
package happening a lot.
What is that?
And we see the Toxion coming back from that game 1. And
Oh, it's-
a little bit
oh,
of
it's the other
burn
Toxion,
to
huh?
be able to,
Tsunami.
if not for that tsunami, coulda, woulda, shoulda been able to.
All right,
maybe
that's a
put
scoop.
stop
Yep.
to this.
That's good.
Yeah.
You know what's strange here is we saw the Snowlet. We didn't see a ton of Blitzstrix pieces. I wonder if Akshar is on like an expansive Morphrost line out of the board. I think probably not. But it would be funny to be like, yeah, in games 2 and 3, I just go wide after assuming that game 1 I'm going to Blitzstrix them out.
That's after assuming my
And
game
this
plan
is,
will not
I
work.
think, part of where the Blitzstrix community has been discussing the merits of adding Catarant or not. And it makes me wonder if that is part of what's
The
stopping
math.
the consistency.
Yeah.
Consistency being a word that we're using loosely here, of being able to get into the Blitzstrix package, but clearly it's worked. It also has not worked. And we are going to be, for the first time on stream here today, going into a game 3, which I love.
With 33 minutes left on the clock.
Well,
Just
these have been
Blitzstrix things.
very fast games.
I will say I do really appreciate the pace of play from both players. The good thing about Blitzstrix is your games are over fast. You get to go eat.
Yeah, you get to go eat lunch.
So if we're expecting the Carls on bugs, which we haven't seen yet, we know that there is an Ardbud in the list. We can expect the Toxions are part of an expansive package of searches. Those would be facilitated by like nexusing onto the Ardbud. So we're likely seeing like a Demeter, an Elichick, mechanism by which to nexus at quick speed, something like, let's say, an Altar of Stars, maybe a Bloom. this deck is around. It's not a homebrew. It's a known viable strategy with a couple of tops to its name. I hope it gets to pop off instead of Carl just being like, I gotta draw the burn bugs and get in before Blizzstrix happens.
Well, and unfortunately, we just haven't really gotten to see any of those pieces that you just mentioned, other than the brief glimpse of an Ardbud in hand. But it also makes sense at that point in the game for Carl to sort of hold it back. Because again, Akshar has not had these things revealed, because we have not seen any real other than Viserys, who, bless his heart, tried.
He tried 3 times.
Yeah, into 2 shields and a tsunami, and
Yeah, we're trying.
do it.
That's a 3 for 1. How did we not win? So Carl here deciding to keep the hand, but Akshar taking a mulligan. Again, these Blizzstrix games, they're not decided by inches. They're decided by miles. I think we fucking mulled this one too. I think that was Cedar Sword.
That did not look good either.
Oh, it's a Narpoon in hand. Okay, that explains it.
That's a good start.
Developing the
Spectaris. Here we go.
A mechanism by which you can kind of hedge against some of the stuff in Akshar's deck. Really exciting animation there, by the way. Oh, he's coming at us.
I was enthralled with that. Oh my goodness.
That's a new one.
Coming down, and a wonderful Gorgons.
Unless that was in the last tournament. I didn't see the last one.
I am going to have to put a stop to it momentarily.
Yep.
Does put you in a weird position here. Do you want to attack the Narpoon, put it into the underworld, and turn on the Morlith? Or do you want to develop your board a little more? Maybe get 2 spirits on your side of the field so you can keep something like a Bloom active. Shield coming down on the Viserys. The Viserys is never connecting.
No.
And
Yeah, we're just never.
The Spectaris attack, suppressing it and raising its
or
own
Viserys,
5,
bro.
After that's successful. Narpoon goes down, and here's
here
the worst case scenario. Down comes Morlith Gorgons.
As was
Thank
foretold.
goodness. Okay, all right. Oh, Carl said there was a reason I did that. I do have the Gorgons in the back row. So we're going to do that. Here comes the backup plan. Against these decks that just aim to play Elestrals, like fair Elestrals, Mountains of Boreas plus Morlith is an 8/6, I believe. Unbeatable by any 1-drop Elestral in the game. Bringing down a...
Toxion's coming back.
It's fine, but certainly not the end of the world if you're Akshar.
Yeah, at least you're doing some damage, but as has been mentioned, these Blizz games are not won by inches. And
2nd Morlith.
Oh my goodness.
Thinking about it.
And we are going for Snowlet, so we are going to
Top 3, baby. What are we working
on? Let's see.
Catarant, Mountains, Snowlet. We've not got a good mill yet.
Nope.
Frostics in hand would do a lot of work. I think, doing a little math here, we're going to go Snowlet into the Toxion, and Morfrost into the Spectaris, and just these guys might be big enough. Shield the Morfrost feels so bad. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that is an expensive shield, and he can be brought back next turn.
Yeah, I think the play with the shield was you can shield the Morlith in a position where you're both going to have 1 Elestral in the underworld.
Right.
The Snowlet has completely
That's so brutal, though.
Down comes Viserys again.
This Viserys will attack.
We know in Blizzstrix that back row is going to be live.
It's always live.
It's the exact same sequence.
Yes, yeah. So
Carl's just thinking like, oh, can this Viserys please resolve?
We needed to resolve.
Tsunami next turn, or
okay, here's the deal.
Yep.
Chat, if the Viserys connects, I will reveal 2 caster coin codes.
Ooh.
If it does not connect, I will reveal 1.
There it is.
If this Morlith hits, I will be unsurprised.
In the spirit of Blizzstrix, we're going gambling a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, we're counting up on Morlith real quick.
We're double checking.
2 here, the Spectaris and the Toxion. 2
1,
Oshkars,
2.
3, 2 Snowlets, and a Catarant. Yeah, the Narpoon 2. We're way ahead.
Yeah, I don't think
we're way.
close.
That Snowlet really simplified things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, whiff again.
Oh, wow.
I don't know
Wow.
who Akshar has been messing with, but they do not have it out for him.
It's interesting because even with every single one of these mills being a whiff, clearly Akshar has practiced with this list.
Okay, hold up. Zeus draw pretty big.
Okay.
Okay, so there is nothing to prevent the Viserys from resolving here, right? This could become a...
This is
5.
interesting.
Wow, it's still
Yeah, but even then, that would just
huge.
crash. Yeah,
Oh,
with the
that feels so
mountains.
bad.
All right, we are going to go for the Zeus.
There's the Zeus.
Casting out the
Yeah.
Vis.
There's
Trying to
Vis.
get no back row,
Zeusing it
but
down.
again,
Says, I'll do it.
I
Fine.
guess we're gonna crash and
Show me Feloy Forest.
but at least we'll be able to get the second Viserys out.
I was gonna say, does that?
2 it is.
Yep.
Yep.
But we're taking a damage off that. We're going to 3 off the cast of the Viserys. Like, if you're Akshar, you are so happy about the situation. You're a Morfrost away from taking this game. Forget a Blizzstrix.
Yeah, you could just draw the other Morphos.
Like Akshar has clearly practiced with
or even
this
Moralist.
list, has been putting in the time, because even with the
This
lack
is the
of
worst
luck,
mills we've seen all day.
yeah,
Was
this
that
is
Gorgon?
Walking into a 2-1.
pretty bad, and yet here we are, possibly going to be able to wrap this game up.
Cedar Sore in the grip. That's so painful. Cedar Sore
Nice.
Catarant.
I did
Catarant
see
does resolve kind of the outstanding problem.
I thought that was
But
Cedar
there
Sword
are some
Gorgon.
other issues that they may want to worry about. Checking the grave real quick for numbers. Unfortunately, like, getting it twisted here is so alluring because there's so many hits left in such a small deck.
Yeah.
We have like an avalanche. I imagine they're considering just spiking it and trying to go for a Cedar Sore lethal. We are just going to go
Catarant.
play it safe for
coming
now.
Okay. Which is fair, going to be healing up. I wonder if they've got any kind of back row here to back it up, although, of course, thank you, Vis, being limited
No, they
to
don't.
2. It's the third one that gets you. Catarant simply just going to be able to get rid of
We
that
know the
Viserys.
Spectress already, which
Yep.
can bump up to 5 to eat the Catarant's 4. Carl's still at 3.
Oh my god.
What do we got, Akshar?
It's actually a
Another
2.
Cedar Sore. Show me runner Cedar Sore off the top. I'm thinking here, we do have a little bit of breathing room. Ooh, is that a rise? That's a miserable rise because we don't really have a good target here. Narpoon's killer.
It is the Narpoon.
Ooh, enchanted with
Water.
Frost to crash with the
Was that water? Oh, that was Frost.
Spectress here. Oh, doesn't even crash.
Nope. Or
I
yes?
think it does,
I
right?
think
Because the
it should be a
Spectress will
5.
trigger. It'll be a 5 versus a 5.
Yep. I think
'Cause he was-
we both
Are we... What?
we both go into the graveyard, which is an exchange that Akshar still feels good about.
Yeah, I mean, Carl is only going to be able to cast 2 more Elestrals maximum, absent
Yeah.
an Ambrosia. So any scenario you can wield your huge spirit count is
The time you
is
should.
ridiculous.
And once again, shout out to the judges who have just been making sure this day has been running smoothly, and we love our judges here.
Yes. Okay.
Looks like they are going to both go.
Yep, we got that crash.
Oh,
Wait, what?
Well,
hold up. Are
Hold?
we appealing?
we're running it back, it seems. Sort of reversing the board state, having
Game
the
state?
conversation, seeing what's going on here. And our judges is
Oh, are we
deliberating
just-
to figure
Yeah,
out.
it's going to take a second to explain.
Mm-hmm.
It may have been a question of if Carl declared the effect of Spectress to
Right.
perform the suppression. Because if you don't declare that effect, it is kind of a rough position to be put in. Your guy will stay at 4. Obviously, in this scenario, you would always
Yeah.
want to declare the effect, so
Yes.
I imagine that's what's going to be
Yes. Okay.
decided. Yeah. Just conjecture. I have no idea what the actual discussion was.
I think that's a likely.
I think that the conjecture
situation.
might have been
And again,
that,
Akshar's
like-
still not feeling too bad, but not.
Nobby.
coming
it
out.
just might
It's
have
just a
been.
Nobby.
Can you suppress
With the
a
Mounds of Boreas,
Elestral
Akshar
that is
so happy to play
misenchanted?
This like one for one style of gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
The Narpoon wasn't properly enchanted, which means we don't have theoretically anything to do here. Going for a defense position Lichen form.
And that is going to be Frost Enchanted, putting it at a 4 defense stat, which
It's a
would
bit
that mean
big.
that Nobby can get over?
No, they tie.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
There's Toxion.
Toxion. Okay, we're gonna keep burning,
I
which
believe that is a.
oh, it's not it's an Owloon. Yes,
Yeah.
not properly enchanted. So no burning happening here today. Simply just bodies on the field, and Carl with
It's a 4.
0 spirits.
Right.
That means no more allowance for any counter runes.
And here it comes.
Here it is.
The slow Cedar Sore is making its way to the field.
The slowest Cedar Sore on the planet.
It ain't
Hey,
much, but it
there-
gets the job done.
But it does get
it
there.
is. And with 1 Frost Spirit, that does put him at a 5.
It'll be
So
a
there we
handshake out of
go.
Carl. And
Yeah.
a 2-1 for Akshar on a Blizzstrix
Oh.
deck that never found Blizzstrix.
It never found
It's
it.
kind of amazing to see, and you know what? Hey, maybe to those of you who said, I don't want to put my faith in Blizzstrix because what if I whiff?
Clearly it doesn't matter.
And sometimes you don't have to. Sometimes drawing Cedar Soar is good. It means that you get to, over the course of 2 turns, establish a 4/6 for 2. You know, who would say no to that?
And as I was, as we mentioned, we were watching the people practicing in the lobby as we've taken over this entire event. There were people who were hardest sending even blizz tricks a lot, and so there are outs, and I'm glad that we got to see a blizz tricks. It was inevitable, I feel.
A lot of the time, Elestrals is a big, flashy combo explosion. There's also times where neither player gets off the races. We didn't see any of the Titan. We didn't see any of the blizz tricks, and they are trying to finagle a game plan together with what they are given. It is the good players who are able to do that relative to the bad players who get frustrated with their deck for bricking. A Cedar Soar hits just as hard as an Asprowl sometimes.
If you believe.
Yeah.
Or if you have a Mountains of Boreas, I suppose.
That also helps.
Yeah.
That also helps. That was Moralith 8-6 Gaming more than anything else. Huge congratulations to our Blizztrix pilot. We're going to try and get them in a couple minutes for a winner's interview. In the meantime, I have a debt to repay.
Yes.
I told you all that if the Viserys connected, I would reveal 2 of these code cards, then the Viserys connected. So if you're unfamiliar with what these are, in select packs, you will be able to redeem a la code card Caster's coins through your Play Elestrals account. Now, these Caster coins can be redeemed for blister packs, for plushies, and for boxes. This is going to be super instrumental as Firestorm comes out, the newest set. So, if you don't have a Play Elestrals account, get one now, and then enter in this code for up to 100 Caster's coins. But you got to be fast because these only work once. So here is the first code. It's going to take a sec to focus.
Oh, yeah,
there we go.
Perfect.
Ooh, and my nails are on there too.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, let's do the other hand.
Joseph.
And now the second.
Who says the house always wins, you know?
Yeah, those are worse. All right. 2 down. We've got a lot more to give out.
Yeah, we have a whole pile here for you, so be sure to stay tuned. Keep watching, because every now and then we will be dropping 1, maybe even 2, if we need to make any more future bets.
Yeah, just as many players are gambaing with Blizztrix, I'm more than happy to gamba with house money. I will say I am super excited to see Blizztrix players doing well. While I personally would not be bringing the deck to a tournament because it's a little too RNG heavy for me, at the same time, I do hope that it makes its way into Top Cut. Super important that a deck that powerful is represented. We've got the person here, so I think we are going to head out for just a second. And
Let's
Kay is
go.
gonna give them a
Interview. Oh, chat, I'm going to open my TCG Pocket Pack. I haven't done that today. Alright, I'm gonna open the Palkia pack, to be honest. Hey, chat, I'm never gonna get a God pack, bro. As so many people have gotten God packs and I've, like, barely seen, like, foils. That's tough, man. When will it be my turn? Oh, I got something in this one. The first pack had nothing. Ooh, the full art Mismagius EX. Cool. That's a pretty card. Dang.
And we are here for our winner's interview. I am with Akshar. Hello. How are you feeling?
Pretty surprised I won, to be honest. It wasn't looking very good for me, game 1.
Yeah, I have to say, those have to be some of the worst mills that I've ever seen in a Blizztrix list that still resulted in a win.
Yeah, honestly, I was flabbergasted I won. I think sometimes you just, like, I played this deck in testing, and sometimes you just win for no reason, and I was like, all right, I'll just give it a try. See if
Sometimes you do just win for no reason.
Of course, this is a lot of RNG. This is a gambling deck. How have the hits been in your other games? Is this sort of an
no,
outlier?
They've been pretty awful. I mean, I haven't hit
really.
Very much. Yeah. I haven't hit very much today, which is good to see that I'm still like 2-1. I'm still in it. So
yeah, in the face of adversity, and in the face of bad RNG, you've been able to overcome that, and that's amazing.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, can't ask for more than that. Hopefully, I run good for the next 5 rounds, and then yeah, we'll see.
So in practice, I imagine that you had sort of a gambit of good luck versus bad luck, and figuring out how to deal with this bad RNG and play to your outs, even with not necessarily getting the hits that you need. Is there any specific, like, for example, being able to hardest in the cedar sword that you don't want in hand, but you did? Are there any other lines that you found through practice with it?
Yeah, so I think the tough thing is when to mulligan, because you don't want to mulligan because you don't play any ambrosias, and you don't really play any comeback mechanics. But like sometimes when you see, like, I think I did the math, and it's like about 3 bricks, you can't play with more than 3 bricks. So you have to kind of change the deck at that point, and you have to change your hand, sorry. But yeah, I mean, apart from that, you kind of need to hope that you hit something at some point, but you don't need to hit much to win. You just need to hit something, or even nothing in this case. But yeah. That's basically it.
That was very well navigated, and again, it was inspiring to me as someone who maybe doubted Blitztrix a little bit, doubted the ability to make it back, but I mean, we were talking about the speed of those games. Is that how you have experienced Blitztrix, being these fast, quick-paced games?
Yeah, they're very fast. I mean, I just didn't want to play time, and I thought, what's gonna like get me quickly, like win quickly, you know? Like I'm a man of very little patience, so I thought I'll just play this deck, and if it goes well, it goes well. If it doesn't go well, then I'll be going home. So yeah, so just fast pace. I think I won in like 20-30 minutes or something, and that's just going to be my day, I think.
Yeah.
Well, you are still very much in a position to be able to. We're rooting for Blitztrix to be in at least top cut. So so you're carrying the torch.
I'm trying my best. Hopefully, I run good.
Yeah. Absolutely, and great games, and hey, maybe we'll see Akshar back in a later game, maybe in Top Cut.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for being here with us.
Man, chat. We're getting some good, honest gaming. But hey, chat, we can finally play Hurricane. Oh my lord, it's finally happening. Edward, it's your time, my friend. Most Station, Galaxy. Oh, we do have Narpoon too. I missed Narpoon in that little array of cards. I don't know if I still want to try and put Veritaqua in the deck. There's a lot of cards I want to be fitting in this deck. I should probably cut down to like 3. I actually think we can cut down here too and then play the other water. Oh, I need to play winds, right? Oh, no. Oops. Okay, the sideboard changed. I need to fix the main still. The question is, do I want to be playing... What is the lunar package I want to be playing? Draking is still not in the game, so we can't do that. I think this is the ratio I am looking for of spirits. Frick, I keep hitting this one because my brain wants to do that. Hurricanes, high tides, rock in a hard place. Station, Eddies. I'm gonna play a Sluggle, Curibus, and like a Foamy. We'll play the Lavalith. Did I put the fire in the deck? I did not. That's the other problem. Do I have room to play? I don't think I have the room to play the fire. And I want to play Lavalith. If we have the spacing. So none of the lunar phases are completely in yet. I think Spectaris is the way to go. We have room for the earthquake. And then let's get our normal stuff in here. Laurels and all that. And then the 3 Ass Rabbit. Heck yeah, dude. Alright, we're working it. Chat, let's get a game in there. See if anyone's playing in the interim. I know a lot of people are watching, so... Oh. Yeah, I had a feeling that might happen, that people aren't at the ability to play some Clash, huh? That's fair. But let's see what the other piles can look like. Because we still have other decks now that are an option. Mostly looking at this Frost package now. No Blizz, but we do have all the Frost stuff. Getting to play the Cryo Blast. An additional 2 cards. And send them to your underworld. This card is destroyed by... You can target, destroy a face down rune. Okay. You can discard a Morphrost in order to target an opponent's Elestral. Set it to 0. During your opponent's end phase, or during this turn's end phase, you can expend to destroy that Elestral. Oh shit. Sure. Playing some of that. Obviously, we don't have the all the Frost cards yet, but we have some of them. I wonder, do I even want to include the Cryoling? Reach Frost Spirit. Because I could just play Cryo Vern on top of like everything else into Cryo Scourge. Did I forget to put Earthquake? I did. I did forget to put Earthquake. Let me cut out... Don't need that many Cryoblasts. Hey, we just heard that. I do want to find the Joltik or the Elegic just because we want to see if we can find the Kione. We could also play Zeus in the deck too. But it's so good. We want a lot of Frost Spirits. Did I put the Lavalith? I did not put Lavalith, I just put the Frost guys. But I do need a Fire Spirit. Actually, I could put Lavalith and play 3 fires. That's actually not terrible. Play the 3 fire. Do I need anything else? No, I think it's just more Frost Spirits then. Hell yeah, dude. New decks. I do also want to build this like Lightning Nexus deck that's like here. It's like right there. Like the option is there. We are still in the back rooms. We're doing well apparently. I'm glad everyone's having fun. I wish I could enjoy games like that. The quote horror games, the jump scares. Like that's not like, I don't know. I guess I feel like I don't really. I just kind of stop. I'm just like I look at it. I'm like, oh, that's neat. And a lot of like the jump scares are kind of cheap, right? They're just like, yeah. Loud noises is loud, right? That's always kind of a feels bad. Does feel kind of bad for some of those. I'm glad Stoke the Forge is here. That's really cool. We'll update some of our fire lists too. Oh, chat. Alright, real quick. I'm gonna use the restroom. Enjoy the clip reel. Ollie will be back momentarily, chat. It's not on the menu. Would not be fun. Would not be pleasant. Earthquake? Okay. Y'all ever see an earthquake do 1 damage? Oh my god. I'll just go for a Giga Drain. That did 1. Owl with me. Hee Wait a minute. Hold on. Chat, wait a minute. Get so close. Look at this shit-eating grin. Look at this shit-eating grin that's on his face right now. Hee smile. Hi, Kiki. Hi, Mickey. Well, I guess let's cover the other alphabet letters that are vowels that I'm missing. Would be like about. Chat, I am a genius. It'd be like, let me get. That drift is sex. That drift is sex. Chat, if sex is so great, they made sex 2 and I just showed you it. That's crazy. And this magical apple. Go back. Go this way. He said, see you later, boy. And he was a skater boy. He said, see you later, boy. It wasn't good enough for her. And now he's... Oh, God. Wait, Link. Link, go the other way. All right, there we go. Now we're zooming. We're going. Anyway, chat, how was your day? You come here often? Where's Evol when I need him? I need him to tell me what the heck Labyrinth does. They forfeit. That's what they do, chat. What does Labyrinth do? They forfeit. That's so true. You do know. I'm a VTuber. Oh my god, Knackley, no! Chat, we just watched a Knackley jumping from a cliff. Yeah, that's why I'm opening this whole pack. Yeah, we're opening this entire box. Oh! Woo! Sheesh! Holy shit! Let's go! I don't know if that's the destinies or the ghosts or... Sheesh! That's fire! What the hell? Hell yeah! The number, oh. Greatest Pokemon hashtag, by the way. Greatest Pokemon hashtag ever. Chat, think about it. What's the hashtag for Pokemon Masters EX, huh? What's that look like, chat? What would that hashtag look like? Hey, I didn't do it. Pokemon Company did that and then they had to fix it. Yeah. I didn't do it. They did it. They didn't realize what they had done. Are you joking? How many times is this gonna happen to me? Chat, do you see this? You gotta be fucking with me. This is the most appropriate side-eye I've ever had in my life. Look at this. Shh. Chat, no one will know. Chat, no one will know. No one will know. Alright, chat, we back. I thought we'd try this layout too. I also definitely just clicked the wrong one, but like, you know. It's always fine. We can always just keep looking. Let's try and build like a proper fire deck, I think. How does Morrowind 3? It has fewer cards than you, right? There's like a really funky Nexus fire deck that you can like make, and I'm not really sure what it's looking like. Let's check in. How we doing? Seems we're doing good. Heck yeah. Heck yeah, dude. Oh, the Ankylo Shock. Oh, they're so cool. These cards are so cool, bro. And Titano Strike is looking sick. Bro, all these cards look so good. There's some really interesting stuff now for Clash. Oh, the other Ursas aren't in the game yet, right? Lavalith. that a song change? Or is that like actual?
Elestrals players.
Whoa, we're back.
Did you correctly answer? Which rune allows you to change the position of an Elestral? If you didn't, you must turn off the chat now. We're 4 rounds in.
You must close chat right now.
We're very excited to be here at the Elestrals Dallas Open 2025, the very first premier event for this incredible game. We've seen 6 different decks in 3 rounds. From the incredible Winjin Solar deck that has taken the metagame by storm, quite literally. Brulok, a known player playing Posthumus to incredible effect. And we just watched a Blizzstrix player never make Asprow or Blizzstrix and win anyway. A lot of really cool stuff going on, and a lot of really cool stuff yet to be found. If you're in the chat and you'd like to see a specific deck or archetype for this upcoming round, do let us know. We do have a little bit of sway over the production team. Something like Fire Nexus, maybe? Water
Yeah, show me fire, bro.
Well, you just took the big one that I'm looking for, which is Water Reanimator.
And water.
In between rounds, I've noticed us both kind of going around like, hey, how are you doing? What are you doing? How's it going? And just seeing what...
Can we get Water Reanimator, bro?
And there's a
we
lot.
just had bugs. Unfortunately, bugs did not work.
Some surprising cards, in fact, that are being played to great effect.
Let's not say too much, but let's just say one of the most known members of the community is playing a Thunder base set Elestral that I thought was unplayable.
And yet...
they're undefeated.
They're undefeated.
All I gotta say is, if you see Stellar Kristoff on a future round, all you have to know is they've got to win so that my collection of these cards can go way up.
Let's go.
Having a great time here. Both preparing you for the release of Divine Champions Firestorm, the set that debuts very shortly. We've had an incredible time talking with the individuals in the community. The air here is just electric. Everyone is so excited to play, so happy to be doing so. Even in the rounds where we've seen someone take a bad beat, they've been laughing, yucking it up. And I'm so excited to be casting as well. I haven't introduced myself for this round. My name's Rothschild. You may know me as MBT, and this is K-Cray.
Hello. And it's been honestly a pleasure to be here with you today, Joseph.
It has. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of really, really cool strategies so far, and I look forward to seeing some more.
Someone fixed Joseph's tie.
15 minutes ago. We are setting up for round 4.
It's like sideways.
It's probably going to be another 2 or 3 minutes.
What's happening to it?
Until we start. They are grabbing a round for us, grabbing some decks, and hopefully we will be able to deliver you something interesting.
Yes,
get us something new.
Voice from above will inevitably, in any time now, announcing the beginning of round 4.
I do have some updates about some of our top players.
Ooh.
If you're familiar with the one, the only Josh Bean Soldier TV, he's currently 3-0.
Yeah.
Undefeated.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, never dropped a game. Also.
That's unbelievable. No way. No, it's actually quite believable. Just to compare, Kevin is 2-1 at present, and was very vocal about his loss.
Of course he was.
Unfortunately, Trishula, I don't know if you caught up with him.
I did hear that, but you know
1-2.
what? Could still do it.
Could still do it. I have total faith.
I have complete faith in Trish.
Currently 3-0 as well, though I'll confide in you, dear viewer, he has not played a game of Elestrals yet. He's played against Blizzstrix 3 times, and 3 times they bricked. So
what an incredible run, though.
I hope that he plays against it 6 times and just comes away with the understanding that it's the worst deck in the game that everyone appears to be playing. Can we get him 2 finals without having ever played a card? Who knows?
Yeah, speaking of divine blessing, that is exactly what that
That's it. Let's go.
Round 4 has just gone up, so we are just going to grab 2 individuals and put them in their seats. They're starting at 2:10 p.m., which is about 2 or 3 minutes from now, I believe.
Yep.
And we are going to grab a couple of individuals, one of which I think is a known caster to us, but we'll see.
Oh.
Either way, I'm super excited to see what we are about to lay our eyes upon, and I hope you all have been enjoying the stream as well. Not only have we been delivering you this totally professional, incredible commentary, we've also been giving away great stuff. As Elestrals transforms with every set, one of the new additions to Elestrals has been the
Let's go, Miwa!
These cards are connected to your Play Elestrals account and enable you to get caster coins.
Let's go, Miwa Bell!
Product or play.
Let's go!
These coins can be turned into plushies or pack blisters, or even entire boxes. So at the end of this round, we will be giving one of those away. You got to be fast on your feet to snap it up before anybody else does.
Not only that, but we have heard whispers that there may be one available on Elestrals socials somewhere at some time.
There's already one that happened. I already saw it.
Well, we can't say more than that, but
I think can we say more?
I have no idea. You know what?
Follow Elestrals.
I just made that up.
It's a huge, well-kept secret everywhere but Twitter.com. Regardless, we have had a really
Joseph's tie is turned sideways.
Winjin, Spike a Winjin, that was completely unknown. We got to see Brewlock go extremely tall, extremely quickly.
Someone tell Joseph.
The one most exciting thing, however, for me though, was during the player meeting when
it's been like that for a while.
Firestorm that was not yet available. Every entrant.
And that's just MBT, baby.
And it was so cool seeing everyone open packs and enjoy themselves at the same time.
Meanwhile, make fun of him.
I'm just upset that you got a holo and I didn't. I haven't forgotten about that.
Yeah, that's fair. I got the new Zeus.
Yeah, hey, I've got a microphone. I'm going to say, maybe if at some point we could open another 2 packs for some kind of redemption.
It would be so funny if I got a second holo.
I would
she
cry.
didn't.
I would cry live.
So very funny. After this round, I think we will probably be shifting out casters just a little bit. We're going to try and get Dan in here to do maybe round 5 and 6. Right now, he is participating in these side events. If you are at this event and you weren't able to get a player badge, which is a lot of people as they went out in seconds, you probably are enjoying the incredible side events. They've got win a Stellar Voldust.
Yeah, the Winnamats and the Stellars and
premium rarity spirits.
The draft event that's happening there too. God.
And the Clash mat, which is only available through Clash kickstarting or through these events. A-Drive has been participating in Gunslinger, a mechanism by which you can 1v1 him in a game of Elestrals with an incredible prize on the line, the custom A-Drive Divine Rune. I know a lot of people have been fiending for that, and a lot of them have got it.
And we are starting round 4 right now.
Let's go, round 4.
Yeah, you may begin, and we have our 2 individuals for this round. Super excited to see these 2. One of them sporting the beautiful Stellar merch. I like these shirts. I wish they came in other things.
Yes.
Like, let me get a Stellar like tank top. Let me get a Stellar like mesh crop top.
Okay, yeah.
I might be shooting for a clientele of 1 at this point.
So you're fitted out for the gym.
Exactly.
The gym that Joseph's never gone to.
Yeah.
Plan.
I'm trying to get like you, Poseidon. I don't know what to say.
We're trying to slay.
Our players are just shuffling up now, already in seats.
No one can slay like Poseidon.
There's a lot left on the table in terms of playable decks. I'm seeing what appears to be a Cryoblast, which gives us absolutely no information about what anyone is playing.
Really, any list.
Yeah, it could be literally anything.
Many people are saying that is the best card in the format currently.
I think that's probably close.
Yeah.
All right, we've got River and Paramol. And it looks like we have already performed the die roll. We kind of missed what it was.
And we haven't yet started our timer, so we are simply looking, deciding if we are going to be
mulliganing or not.
Yeah. But it seems like we are getting started. Paramount going first.
Start that timer.
Setting 1, expending to draw and passing.
Incredibly powerful open. We've seen
the strongest open.
Everyone today. It's kind of
set a couple cards and pass.
Of yesteryear. All right, a lot of stuff going on in River's hand here. Let's see if we can identify any of this.
I'll have to see.
That was maybe a shield.
1.
It's Astra.
Beginning with the bunny.
Yep.
Oh.
Speaking of Astrabbit.
So far, other than the fact that I see a water spirit from Paramol, which could simply just be for tsunamis and eddies, and maybe a galaxy.
Speaking of tsunami, tuck to that one back real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, I might want to put eddies in some of those decks, I realize.
Otherwise, not much information do we have here at this point.
We really do have no info on this.
Okay. Gonna be maybe, nope, no sets, just a pass back over to Paramol.
There's 1 set.
It's so scary even when your opponent has 2 set runes playing into a potential hurricane. It's We've seen so much today. The pro set heavy that was so popular, and is that a foamy?
It's a foamy. Okay, it seems like the water was more than just a tsunami eddy situation.
I'm loving the foamies. So foamy, an incredibly powerful card that's largely fallen off just because of the prevalence of cards like Spectrus, which eat it for breakfast. Unbelievably good counter to that card, but not absolute, of course. There are a lot of cards that can, speaking of, that can defeat the Spectrus. We'll see if Parmal has one of them. A shield okay, but unfortunately doesn't deal with the Spectrus.
It just puts it off for a turn, and
we're just gonna delay it for now.
The perfect answer, which, good shout by the way, is probably going to be coming back out unless Paramal has a very specific idea for this next turn. Possibly sending over the foamy, who knows?
There's a lot that can happen with foamy. I really love this card in a couple of decks. A Water Reanimator, of course, is probably its native home, but I also really like it in Snark. I think
it's just kind of good value sometimes.
A misnomer for the strategy because it's largely foamy control, a mechanism by which you attempt to resolve the foamy into a Snark so it can't be productively negated, and a fantastic way to leave bodies on board for a potential Draking or Joblin Ascension. Trying to walk in the foamy here in order to get value off of it in a position where otherwise it would just fall to the Spectrus. Love this play from Paramal.
Very, very heads up play, knowing that the Spectrus is in the back.
Here for the spirits.
Rapid fire.
Yeah, they're not bleeding information, which you would expect of players of this caliber, but really frustrates us as people who have an eye of God.
Yeah, be a little worse, please.
Seen a Galaxy.
Oh, I saw a Snark.
Oh my God, it is.
Let's go!
Snarkin' time!
I can't believe I'm seeing this. These players undefeated after 3 rounds. Snark, incredibly powerful. The pool for this card is so wide. From Tsunami High Tide to Draking to Joblin. There's just so much to do with this. We have an Eddy developed on board.
We have it on board too.
We have the Eddy. We're not getting Rock and Hard Place, which leads me to believe.
But it might be in hand.
Has it in grip, and if that's
or
the
it's set.
case, then whatever River plays is just going to be fodder for the Rock.
Oh.
I have been dreaming of saying Snark.
Oh, those were the
on stream for.
We've been waiting for the Snark,
and it's come true. And Paramal, thank you so much for making this happen for us.
This is good. The Cryoblast here, very valuable. The Snark, unfortunately, falls to the Spectrus as well. The most important part about playing against this deck is you have to be able to consistently contest every Elestral that hits the board, because if you ever permit them to perform an Ascension, a Joblin, even into something like a Gorgon's Gaze, is such a threat that 8 attack plus the ability to draw upwards of 8 cards a turn if everything goes right. Ooh, that's a Water Enchanted Spectrus as well. Understands that we don't need the extra point to get over the Snark. Just want to play around Tsunami as well. I'm shocked even between rounds.
But if it's High Tide too,
the caliber of play so drastically changed between top players. We are going to go for the Gorgons here. Pretty weak Gorgons, just a mechanism to fade a combat step, but might be enough with a Draking in hand.
Yeah, I was going to say, it makes me wonder if this is a hint at a hard Ascension.
Oh yeah, Snark should be in defense.
A couple of options here as well. Firing an Eddy and then a Rock and a Hard Place would be killer. A hard Ascension loses to maybe a shield.
But that has been set this entire time. It was blending for a little bit, but
yeah.
I do see that set card over there now. Can't hide forever, which, by the way, all of the Dallas Open.
But no one read that card, so accepted game state.
That's being played here. I have been.
We are going for the Draking.
Over the moon. Yep.
Ascending over the Snark here.
Here we go.
Oh, this is a tough one. Do you do this attack? It's so weak to specifically shield, but it beats everything else into the sun.
Gonna be risky.
Happening.
And
there it goes.
Yep.
This one's crazy too, because it was properly enchanted. This Draking is going to be able to steal the Spectrus, and because we're in Lunar, we can properly enchant it.
Ooh.
Draking, of course, can only use Lunar or Water Spirits to enchant the Elestrals that it reincarnates, but here, turning the
I guess that doesn't really.
It's just so devastating, and the swing.
Yeah, that doesn't really affect the game state.
Yeah, this is amazing, and you know, we've been talking so much because of the new set about the carry-on, carry-off stuff.
Yeah.
But here we get to see it.
Starring the king, the king.
Yeah. The snatching of cards.
The Draking on board, huh?
Cryoblast, but like, how happy are you about that? Cryoblast, your own Elestral that I took? Absolutely. Find it out to my Draking.
For free.
It's resting or bust here.
And
there's Ambro.
Okay.
All right.
That's a good start.
Dracking is so frustrating to be on the receiving end of for a number of reasons, but the most frustrating is its natural immunity to resting on your laurels. As long as you're developing your board, they will probably have a 1-drop Elestral on their side of the field at all times, which is really hard to deal with. We can see that River has a Zeus in hand, which is a mechanism for a 5-attack Elestral to get over the Dracking, but not into 2 back row, probably. Alright, we are going for, is this another
Maybe
Cryoblast?
an Eddy coming out?
Here's what we're doing. The second Cryoblast plus the Zeus will get this Dracking gone. If you're unfamiliar with the text on Cryoblast, doesn't have to be on cast. If at any point during the turn that Elestral's defense drops below 0, down to the underworld it goes. This is a good play.
It will go.
An expensive play, though.
It is very expensive.
Yeah.
We're resolving this real quick. Zeus plus Cryoblast, such an incredible combination of cards, mostly because they are both independently good. And down comes Werepup. Last card in hand says, you know what, actually, I've got a really great one for you.
And look at that animation. That, howling at the moon. Absolutely gorgeous. And I actually didn't know that about the order of operations with the Cryoblast.
Yeah. At any point, if Cryoblast gets you...
do with that card. It's such an
incredible card.
Well-designed card. Here we are going for the Gorgons on the
Cryoblast is one of my favorites to always try and include.
Gorgons in response to the full moon, but full moon has a lot of utility outside of Werepup in lunar aggro, so you kind of just don't want them to access it at all. If you're Parmal, you are now in the driver's seat. A Foamy here contests the Werepup in a really frustrating way. Zeus isn't sufficient to out like a Joblin. You just got to get this last guy off the field.
Although with the amount of time this set card has been there, it makes me wonder if that could be the full moon.
That might be full moon.
That was a bluff, in which case River feeling really good about getting a whole Gorgons out of the way.
Was that a Leica Void rip?
Oh no.
I love lunar aggro so much, but the thing I don't love is that you can really easily accidentally draw Doppelgator or Leica Void and just hate yourself. It appears to be a second Zeus as well.
Okay.
Might be the hard drawn full moon. Go Werepup in, do 1. Paramal not really under any pressure here unless there is. Ooh, you were right. The full moon here. Do we have follow-up Gorgons?
You gotta.
Yeah, it is Gorgons.
This is disastrous here because
that
Gorgons not only prevent
disastrous
the ascension here, it's also going to prevent the nexusing onto the Werepup.
Yes.
You can be kind of cute with the Gorgons and decide when you want to activate it. It's possible he wants to let River perform the Nexus.
And trap the spirits.
Enchant and then Gorgons, so that the spirits leave the spirit deck. That is what they're doing here. They say, listen, I have a way to out a 3-attack guy, obviously. I don't want to be becoming a Leica Void because I can't beat that.
But we can beat a Werepup with 3 spirits.
Thumbing through a grip here, trying to decide what to do.
Super.
Any Elestral in the deck does it outside of Foamy, maybe?
With that one set.
And there's Ambro.
Been that full moon the entire time. Now looking at, as like you said, as long as you can do it, which most things can.
Everyone's playing their Dallas Open spirits or stained glass and stuff.
And we see
God, they look so good.
One more thing that I didn't see in the middle there.
I think it's very possible that Paramal just doesn't have action. Like, no little dudes. Yeah.
Oh, no. No, guys? That's disastrous.
Not to ascend or to expend a draw here, because a played Elestral puts them on a 2-turn clock, which becomes a 3. Oh, the Doppelgator in hand, too. Look at that. That is miserable. Is that Doppelgator like a Void? That's unbelievable.
I mean, Hard Ascension could happen, although with those
Doppelgator,
2 set cards.
Yep, the Hard Ascension.
Exactly what's going to happen. And it is that Doppelgator. Oh, the gorgeous Stellar, too.
Looks great. It's a tournament pack, right? So this is a really valuable shield. I imagine we will be taking that.
Yep.
And that is what you worry about whenever you
switch
to back row.
It's scary for sure. You can see this is why Paramal wasn't giving off any like non-verbals about like looking concerned or anything. Because despite the fact we have no action, like defensive
the back rows are so strong
of the lunar aggro deck are just so absolutely valuable. So we have drawn another piece of back row. Paramal just needs any guy to get this going, and now says, well, I feel comfortable.
Dealt with the big threat, now I can expend.
I think we did find a play there, but may wait a turn on it.
We're gonna have to wait a turn. Oh, Ambro.
Going to Ambrosia. I believe that is the second one activated for Paramal. So
you got to be so careful against this lunar aggro deck. They can really kill you from nowhere. For
Yeah.
instance, the Werepup that we saw could have theoretically done like 6 in that board state, depending on how excitable you are with respect to lunar phase. So we grab off.
Yeah, with how many lunar phases you're.
It's like a resting. Oh no!
Oh
It's
no!
definitely a shield.
yeah, it was a shield.
Yeah. Back to Paramal. Says I've got an Eddie now. We're gonna play.
Yeah, grab back all 3 waters from that Ambrosia. So we are definitely
we're gonna see something.
Certainly watering.
Yeah. It's really frustrating. I mean, it's shocking Paramals in this game at all, despite having found, I believe, 2 total Elestrals the entire time.
Yeah.
The Foamy and the
Schnark.
The Edward.
And oh well, yeah.
We did see the Schnark Draking stuff.
Schnark off of the Foamy and Draking off of
Yeah.
the Schnark.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's kind of the sell of this deck, is you get to play an incredibly low Elestral count because so much of it is searchable. The downside of this deck is you play an incredibly low Elestral count. So much of it is searchable.
Hey, but you know what? We make do. We're still in this game.
Looks like
yeah.
an Eddie and a Dratagua? Dratagua, a really strange decision for this deck. Most of these strategies are on Sluggle in this slot, just because it's 1 extra. Down comes the Edward. Are going to hit for 1. River goes to, I believe, 2. But now has a great opportunity to develop a Nobby, which we can see is in the hand. We probably can't get to the Doppelgator because that is in hand.
A little.
Yeah.
Also a little too expensive.
Everything.
Yep.
Get it onto the field.
It cost everything.
With 2 back row again. I mean, Paramal could afford to shield it.
We're gonna try the Water Nobby here.
Ooh,
We're gonna sink the Eddie by way of the Zeus. Try in. This is so rough. A shield just wins the game.
Yeah. I had to know that was the shield.
You just had to know.
It's one of those situations where, like, you know what you lose to. You know they probably have it, but you also can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, you have to just walk it in.
There's no individual rune that's going to protect your spirit deck from this onslaught. Down comes a Dratagua. Paramal locks it up, says, I'm going back to 3. You were never in this game in any sort of meaningful way. Get hit for 2, and Schnark is 1 game away from 4-0.
Schnark. This is the best day of all time.
This is it.
I really am. I said, I believe it was 2 whole casts ago, I said, if I don't get to say Schnark on stream legitimately at some point, then I've got a word for our community. And you know what? Paramal, thank you for delivering on this.
I'm so happy to see this. I have played against a significant amount of Schnark exclusively at locals. At like webcam events, at casual events, people are kind of unwilling to bring this deck. But at my local, there is an individual who has brought Schnark a couple of times, and every time I play against it, I think, this is unbeatable. There's just nothing you can do against this without the sideboard. The sideboard is a real problem for this deck in a way that it isn't for almost anything else. Cards like Dense Fog that people kind of put in the sideboard as an afterthought are killers into a deck that lives or dies based on the resolution of its foamies. So I think we're pretty obviously going to see that.
We're gonna be struggling, huh?
A little upset that your opponent is on Lunar Aggro, and therefore will have main deck Spectruses, as we saw in Game 1, to check against the foamies. But outside of that, there's actually not too much you're frightened of. Schnark itself is pretty easy to resolve. Anything your opponent leaves on field can translate into a Joblin. It turns out Leica Void is actually really bad against Joblin, which can just switch it to defense position and attack. A lot's going to depend on how much Paramal can find, how quickly, and if they're under any kind of pressure. But if they're not, they could easily walk with this.
I mean, the way that they expertly handled whenever we did have, like you said, foamy #1 enemies. Spect, which...
Oh, that heads-up play where they switch the Ash Rabbit to attack and then crash it, because they'll never be able to resolve the foamy otherwise.
Beautiful.
And I mean, not to get excited about this, but it is really interesting in Elestrals, a game that often just revolves around creature combat. It's not as simple as, like, war. You're not counting numbers, right? Frequently, these sorts of outplays, these sorts of cute little tech decisions, and these sorts of
come down to deck building decisions and like
come up. They're important, and the good players will find them and do them. And I really appreciate, especially as the rounds get later, watching players who are not only playing a good deck but are really good at their good deck.
Yeah, that is since I started Elestrals, the impression has always been easy to learn, hard to master. There is a lot of skill expression to be seen, and as we get further into the tournament, we're going to be seeing more and more plays.
We're going to see the entirety of skill expression.
I always feel like I learn things just from watching these casters.
All right, throwing the sideboard back in. Looks like actually our Schnark pilot boarded a lot of cards there.
I saw some cryoblasts, which I don't know if that's going in for the Lyca Void.
Pretty fantastic against both Werepup and Lyca Void. Looks like River started playing and Paramount was like, oh, don't get too ahead of yourself. We're mulliganing this. One bad part about Schnark, such a low Astral count with such a
you gotta find something.
And protect a foamy. It is a little bricky.
It can,
you get to play a whole bunch of cards that increase the chance of finding your game plan, but you got to find those cards that find the game plan. I remember the individual who was waxing me with Shark was actually on triple Nectar of the Gods.
Triple Nog!
It was a big
Alright, real quick chat, I wanted to show you, I picked up some sleeves. The sleeves aren't going to be here for a little bit, but I wanted to show you what colors I got.
Unplayable and be like, could this be the hand? Like, should I keep it? One of the most difficult mulliganing decisions of all time. Not hard to mulligan when you see an Astrabbit in your Lunar Nexus deck.
Yeah, no wonder River was so excited to get started. He said, I'm going to rabbit set 2. And one of the most incredible feeling opening hands, I would say.
We've talked a lot about play patterns warped in the wake of Hurricane becoming printed. The set 2 is kind of the edge against the huge Hurricane. Still devastating to have to face down, but it also leaves the door open for Gloombat and Aviolith. So, Paramount, let's do it.
Yeah, I got the purple.
Experience with the Schnarkless. Do they
we got the purple dragon shields.
What a great question.
Yeah, we got the Ember, the orange dragon shields.
Okay. It's so hard to get that read from a game 1 where your opponent doesn't see back row.
Heck yeah.
Disastrous. Show me the Gorgon's Gaze.
I think that would have been a quicker reach if that's...
Yeah.
I think so.
Let me deliberate on the most gazeable card of all time.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're going to have to deal with the Zeus in this case.
Likely Tsunami.
Not too big of a deal because this deck is never expecting to win combat in the traditional sense. You know, it always wants its foamies dead. But always frustrating to know that an opponent now has the capacity to contest a Joblin, like a Zeus activation, like a guy that goes to 5 or something like that. Getting the aggro bunny here. No respect for Arcolith at all? Come on. He's limited. He must be good.
There's only one of them, surely. And with this, as you said, only, what, a few guys in this deck? One of them could be Arcolith. Could be in that side deck.
Could be that Lavalith.
Okay, we are going for the rabbit here. This is a fortuitous draw. I have to imagine that was the rip off the expended draw. Is that a... Yeah, okay, there we go.
If you squint, a rabbit is kind of an Arcolith.
Oh, we've got some interesting stuff in this 3.
If you squint, it could even be an Arcolith.
Yeah, and the other 2...
And we're taking
yep, that's what it was.
A decent way to check the Elechick. I understand why it's happening, but it's making that Zeus look really good. Imagine we'll see that deployed almost immediately.
Yeah, was it Cryo?
I think that was it moving to the front, and so you are likely right here.
You know, there is an argument not to. Like, you want to save it for the Werepup Lyca Void stuff. You don't really care about the Elechick going off, but
yep, it is Cryo.
I think just like requiring your opponent to develop a little bit more to get rid of the Astrabbit because
did they not sleeve their spirits? Oh my god, that's a psycho.
And the Ambrosia.
Oh wait, are those clear sleeves?
Yeah.
Oh, those might be clears.
Here for Pearl is that they have a Hurricane on the way.
Oh, I cannot tell. I think they might be unsleeved.
Into a false sense of security around Hurricane, and now they're going to deploy it for.
No wait, they're sleeved.
It's also possible that they wait an additional turn on it.
Chat, I can't tell. Are those clears?
Get in now. Okay, the Astrabbit with no protection says, listen, any guy with 4 is going to deal with this.
Yeah, especially with that Zeus.
Yeah. Just a question of if it has to come out or not. Here it is. Going for 2. This Lunar deck, the spirits aren't fantastic. It's in like 6 colors, which means that your elemental boy math is not wonderful. Ooh, and this is as bad as it gets.
Nobby
is going to be able to get over the Astrabbit, turn into a doppelganger. Kind of a weird nombo here.
That's not good for us, huh?
Doppelganger in the hand 2 games in a row. Lunar aggro, baby.
Yikes. And I mean, we did see it hit the board
last time, and streaming, or is Miwa just here?
It handily, so
Paramount, don't take 3. That Astrabbit ain't got no attack. Oh, up to the players to maintain a correct game state.
Yeah.
Oh.
Easy to miss.
Especially with the Nobby being sort of an optional effect. It's like...
the Quakers.
It's one of those that...
We do have
the
Earthquake for the
EQs.
Doppelganger. That's good that we don't have to worry about that for the rest of the turn.
Big Quake,
Okay.
Young
Great
Quake.
time to deploy a Foamy, walk into the Astrabbit. We'll see if we have it. We haven't found an Elestral yet. I think that's a Sluggle in grip. This deck does play Sluggle.
Sluggle could be good. I mean,
doesn't feel
it's so
good
funny
though.
that in so many ways it is very similar to Water Reanimator. Ooh, is that a Werepup? It's a killer rip. It's like a Werepup, an Astrabbit, and a Resting in the grip.
Oh, that feels... Oh, no, dude.
Down. Not too much to do about that, unfortunately.
Nope, not
And though we may have an answer to the Leica Void eventually in like a Cryoblast, so rough to just take 6 in the interim.
Did we put that many Cryoblasts in the deck, though?
It's just, and this is what Lunar Aggro likes to do when it actually gets going is, okay, deal with this, okay, deal with this threat. And like you said...
nothing deals with everything.
No, especially when you can't play any Elestrals. That makes it certainly harder.
You know what I didn't think about? It's possible that he took 3 because the Doppelgator was incorrectly enchanted. We were just trying to get in some damage with the understanding that the sync doesn't actually matter.
Yeah.
It's better to conserve Lunar Spirits for something like a Leica Void push later in the game.
I did not see the second spirit, unfortunately.
Yeah. We may be being outplayed by the Lunar Aggro player.
This is a distinct possibility.
The thing about high-level games in any respect is sometimes you lose not to any individual player, but to the casters.
Hey, you know the glare.
It's the glare, yeah. You know, actually, it's the glare. Looks like we are sitting on that second cryo.
That's the real one. You lose to the...
Beautiful pro set heavy here.
Yep.
God, we love the pro set heavy. And declining to go for the full moon here. I love that decision. Didn't even set it. Said, I figure that this back row is going to happen anyway. And fans it out. He's like, you didn't set the full moon?
That would make it way too tasty.
Oh my goodness.
This was an excellent play from both casters. It's really
Yeah.
cool to see the mind games of...
It was like, you didn't set it?
Maybe you're going to hit it, maybe you won't.
Oh.
And Paramal...
Is that Dratogwa? Yeah, it's Dratogwa.
This is a really rough one to find. Dratogwa doesn't contest anything on the board, gets eaten immediately by the Zeus. The really rough thing is I can see the Cryoblast. There's a wonderful target in terms of the Werepup now that you know that the full moon is in rotation. Do we have the spirit for it?
Do you have the additional frost?
We have used it already.
Okay,
it seems like...
We do?
Yep. We
Down
do
on the Werepup. Really decreases the utility of that full moon.
Jeesh.
The Rabbit could theoretically get over the Dratogwa if you're willing to go in on the Zeus. See if Paramal wants to start setting back row. Looks like no. Down to 5 to the 13 on Riverside, though.
That feels really not
good. The thing about
good.
the Schnark deck is you have to recognize that it doesn't play on a normal axis.
Sure.
And for that reason, Eddie here's so backbreaking.
That's going to hurt.
It's not really at 5. We'll go down to 4 here. Like a Sluggle puts us up to 7. And, you know, the ability to continuously loop the heal cards is important. Finding Ambro is so much easier when you establish a Joblin. That doesn't mean that we aren't in a rough state. Resetting 2 after the Hurricane is as bad as it gets if you're Paramal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, it's like River knew when to hold on to those cards, knew when to set them. And I imagine one of those is the full moon.
Yeah, it would have to be. Everything's accounted for.
It's going to have to be full moon, right?
Okay, so we're going for Atlantis here. Do we have? We do. Rise from the depths.
Okay.
There it is. Reanimate.
And go back up to 2.
Which refunds this turn just about.
This is a reasonable Gorgons with Paramal at 3, I believe. Put him at 1. This is a fun play. It's like cool. It doesn't actually do much because all it does is fiend a spirit off the Zeus.
Well, and with Eddie, all you have to do is Zeus, or even if you have an extra water, put that under there, and you're able to deal with this Dratogwa right here, right now.
Yeah,
that's a heads-up play of like casting the Ambro off the Atlantis. And we're gonna set 1. I think that's a Rise in hand. Rise from the Ashes. We're gonna pass here.
Okay.
All right, River.
Yeah, that's tough. That is not. We're not in a good spot.
Position to be in with an
24 minutes left though.
They're thinking about this. There's a world in which the set card is Shield. If that's the case, and you shield the Eddie, you can put them in a position where they can't easily get rid of the Dratogwa. You can go all in on the Dratagua, but it looks like we're just going to fall victim to Zeus Cryoblast. Miserable sequencing here. Dratagua down to 2 defense, down to 0.
Oh my god.
2, go to 1.
It seems like
Ambro
this
or
is
bust.
probably going to be...
Ambro or bust, baby.
Yeah, like you said, could be Ambro, if we see it.
All right. And you're going to go for the Battle Step Full Moon, says.
Yep, there it is.
Over.
Yeah.
It's very Jover.
Okay.
Ooh, dominating performance from River after dominating performance in Game 1 for Paramal. I mean, these decks are so swingy. I feel like Paramal had everything they needed at their disposal with the exception of any Elestral at all.
Not even one, except for Dratagua. Thank you, Dratagua.
In 2 games, they've seen 3 total Elestrals off the top of their deck. I have to imagine that second mulligan felt pretty bad, and they were considering just doing it anyway, going to 16, trying to find some action. This deck is really action light, though. It's usually playing Astrabbits, it's usually playing Foamies, some number of Sluggle, some number of maybe 1 Galaxy, and then like
man, oh man,
Shark,
that
Joplin,
is just
a Draken,
brutal.
And like those are all good cards, all very powerful. You have to imagine some of them will be eaten by removal spells. You have to find more than one of them.
And you gotta find one of them.
We haven't yet.
And going into this game 3, I mean, those Cryoblasts, siding those in, I imagine getting a lot of value from those. But I don't know what other sort of identity
That was the best possible sequence of Cryoblasts you could get. You got to Earthquake the Doppelganger, which you never get to do. You got to Cryoblast the target for the Lyca Void, which you never get to do. And then you lost.
And then you lost anyway.
For 3, perfect Earthquake and Cryoblast, lose the game.
And it just goes to show that even if you see all of the things, even the one of Earthquake,
you got to do something yourself. You're not permitted to dirtle against this Lunar aggro deck. It's so fast. It can kill you out of nowhere with those full moons. And it's incredible watching these heads-up plays like refuse to set the full moon because the only scenario in which we're ever losing is on the back of a hurricane.
So it all comes down to game 3.
Oh, and I think they both took a mulligan.
Okay. I mean, hey, if your opponent mulligans, it doesn't feel too bad to mulligan yourself.
Yeah. Again, this Schnark deck mulligan's like nobody's business. It's really cool, but really, really bricky. You think of the like 2 or 3 targets you have to be playing in order to facilitate it, and
yeah, you're just oh boy, and oh man.
So the one thing the Schnark deck can do in game 3 that it didn't have a chance to yet is go turn 1 Schnark. Which is what we're doing.
Let's go.
Here he comes.
Elechick, it's one of the cards that just eats Gorgon's Gazes for breakfast, and the ability to get it early, resolve it before your opponent can interact with you, really powerful. Draki again has a little bit of faith in their back row. Super excited to see where this goes.
I got, I think, a glimpse at their back row. It was very quick.
Just one here.
Yeah, it looked like
see
maybe
the
a tsunami.
Looks like Nabi, Shield, Tsunami. Set 2.
Immediately.
Going for Rabbit turn 1. Do we have a PTA? Probably not. PTA.
No PTA.
Has really been disappearing from lists. As soon as I got my full art playset, they're like, now it's time.
You're
we don't
telling
need
me.
this anymore. Yeah.
Although I have been hearing people deliberating over, yes, there are some things that it's not great into, like Galaxy, like many other cards that are being played right now. But there's still a lot of juicy PTA targets.
There's so many still good targets, bro.
If you happen to get a good one, then it's great. A lot of these decks that are preferring to run, for example, Alter over PTA, a lot of people have been asking, well, in this moment, would I rather have seen...
This is the perfect sequence here. Eddie on the Rabbit, and then afterwards, do we have Rock and a Hard Place? That would make me very happy.
That would be...
okay, no.
No, we don't have it.
Rock and Hard Place is funny because, like, yes, it can ascend the Eddie and occasionally does. The other thing is that it's just independently really good.
It's just independently a very good card.
On the card until I saw it in action. This is the Nabi turn for sure, right? Wow, we drew Werepup too. We have so many good things to develop in this grip.
And I also, I mean, are we even running the Kuribus at this point? I feel like I see a lot of waterless opting out of Kuribus because of Cryoblast and just because of some of these other easy answers to it.
Depends on your board plan, I think. Here we are going for the Doppelganger. Is that from the hand for the 3rd time? No, thinking here. Thinking about what exactly they want to enchant it with. It could be Misenchanted here to play around Sue. Looks like we are going to do that.
That's exactly what that is. Yep.
Checking Nobby to make sure you can misenchant it.
It's important to read your cards.
Yeah. Looks like that's a yes.
Mm-hmm.
Go for Gator. This is not a terrible position to be in if you're Paramal. The Schnark already traded for a card. The Eddie already traded for a card. Admit it, you're probably wanting the Doppelganger to come out so you can hit it with a removal spell. Either Earthquake or Resting would do it at this point. And then you just don't have to worry about it for the rest of the game. If you can slow the game down to a snail's pace, you can walk with it pretty easily.
Or even a slug's pace.
The sluggle.
If you have to expend a draw, it's not going to work.
Yeah, I mean, what are the chances that we see the one of Earthquake twice in these games?
We got to be drawing something. We aren't drawing guys.
It's got to be something.
For the Foamy here.
Okay.
And as PTA has been removed from lists, Foamy has become a lot better. Deploying Foamy at a time, I love this, when it cannot be resting on your laurels. It's like, you got to have Earthquake. You got to have, like, Zeus Cryoblast. That's really the only thing that's going to deal with this.
Yeah.
Spectress?
Even the Spect, yep.
That's good, but has to contest 2 back row.
Which, they seem to both be live. Oh?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Nothing to contest the Spec.
Oh, no. That's disastrous.
It's like
Fuck! I'm MBT, oh no.
Oh, no.
I am MBT.
Although we did see Paramount upset.
Alright, a Cryoblast will deal with the Spec, followed by a follow-up Foamy. Let's see it. It's the only scenario in which I feel comfortable.
Although, yeah.
It's cryo.
Step 1 completed.
It was a bluff set. We had the Cryoblast right there. Spect is taken care of. Now we just need
Sluggle.
Oh, there's the sluggle.
All right.
We have to see him eventually.
You may be looking at this card and thinking, oh, it's a cynical time card. Not at all. Sluggle's so important in this deck as something that you can use to get off of Foamy, to stay in the game. You take so much damage so early casting these 2 drops. The only thing that's really gumming up the wheels here is the existence of Doppelgator. Everything else is peachy. Gonna go for the Werepup here. River says, you're gonna have to be my play dog. I am in the driver's seat. I am the beatdown.
Yeah, we are the lunar aggro deck, and we will be aggressive.
In the lunar aggro right now.
Exactly.
And here comes that full moon, the full moon out right now.
And despite the fact that Paramal's at 13, full moon can change that really
we
quickly.
can get dropped.
Elestral, maybe Nexus onto the Doppelgator rather than the Werepup. Perform the Werepup Ascension, get in for like 6.
That's brutal.
Horrid stuff. Just going combat here, it looks like. Not willing to commit to the full moon. Still a little afraid of the Hurricane.
Yeah, we didn't see it set. That shows us maybe one of those is already the full moon. Maybe, like you said, just playing around the Hurricane.
I'm glad to see Hurricane's actually doing.
See an Eddie.
Edward here pretty good.
Okay.
We'll be able to trade with the Werepup.
Does that work?
Moving that Doppelgator to defense just because he can. And he's going to be shielded back.
I was going to say, this Eddie actually puts us in a really interesting position because if that unknown is full moon, you can full moon onto the Doppelgator here to turn its effect online, which will cause the Eddie to lose to the Werepup in combat.
Doppelgator's not
like
enchanted.
-3/-3. And here we are re-enchanting the Doppelgator, so it's now online.
Okay.
With the knowledge that that back row is probably not Shield of Achilles, we can get in for 4 here.
Yeah, that would do it.
To set anything past these 2. I love the careful, considered play around Hurricane. Paramal drawing here, and now the Eddie is just completely boned, does not do anything.
That is a Cryoblast that we saw off the top, so that at least takes care of the Werepup.
Provided they didn't expend their Frost Spirit. Again, this entire game is completely resolved from Paramal's perspective if the Doppelgator would just get off the field. The entire match has been dedicated to trying to resolve this miserable card. Eddie coming down will activate the effect. See if we can fish out a Gorgon's Gaze. We are going for the Doppelgator once again.
I wonder if we're going to Cryoblast sink it and try and take care of the Doppelgator that way.
Still doesn't work. The Eddie's a 1-0 right now.
Oh, yep.
We're going to try.
Have to turn off the effect. Ambrosia. These
that turns
bluff sets.
yeah. That turns the Cryoblast
They've been
back on.
bluffing this entire game,
If
the
we so
entire
desire.
series.
We'd probably have to use it on the Werepup.
Yeah.
Oh,
order
and
for it to matter at
responding
all.
with a full moon.
Which is interesting.
Why are we doing that?
Gonna be ascending into Lake Void, which I don't know.
I see.
To
Understanding
beautiful.
that the Ambro is being cast so that we can get the necessary spirits back to cast a Cryoblast, asking on targets, hearing Frost, and going, if you're putting Frost back, I'm full mooning now. We'll be Frost
Oh, no.
enchanting this Like a Void so that it's no longer a target for Cryoblast.
A beautiful play.
God, I love this deck so much. And of
Yep.
course the Like a Void's in the hand, as it always is.
Of course. But hey, that Doppelganger was in the deck.
That's
so
true. That's our first one we've gotten from the deck.
Take our wins where we can get them.
All right, well, now Eddie is staring down two big boys.
Mm-hmm.
We are Cryoblasting. You have to target the Doppelganger here.
Yeah, but even then, as you mentioned...
Oh, no. I think that was a total mistake. I think they targeted the Like a Void. I believe it doesn't say you can't target it. I believe it says it gets -2 unless it is Frost enchanted,
So
which means
that
it
would-
is a valid target but won't do anything.
Yep.
Oh, they're walking it back. They're walking it back.
Okay.
I could be wrong about the wording on that card for sure. Regardless, River, of course, has played for this eventuality, says pass here, and oh boy, this is going to be a rough turn.
Yeah, we are about to see some big damage.
So one downside to the Doppelganger being at 2 spirits here is that there's a bunch of cards in River's deck that now are not going to have attack.
Yeah,
get in with the
that's
aggro rabbit.
not good.
I think maybe considering developing an Eddy just to do it, it would be a 2-attack Eddy, but that's still probably enough. No, we're re-enchanting the Like a Void. Says, you know what, actually, your guy's an attack. Why don't I just try and do 6 while playing around everything? Again, only blowout for River is Shield of Achilles, and he's given Paramal like 5 good shields, hasn't taken it.
Yeah.
That's
And
a scoop,
that's a
and it
scoop.
looks like Lunar Aggro is walking with this one.
Ooh. I think that's the first Lunar Aggro win that we've seen on cast today.
It is not surprising for a deck this powerful, but surprising after seeing how dominant that first game from Schnark looked.
Oh,
Yeah,
Totally
Schnark looked
ready for them to
real
walk
good
with it.
there.
Yeah.
But honestly, just like careful, measured, predictive play from River is enough to get it going. Really, really impressed, both by River and Paramal when it comes to their pace of play, the interactions that they were prepared for, and ultimately the outcome of the game. I like seeing good players play games good.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that beautiful play with the full moon, enchanting the Frost, being able to say, I know what you're about to do.
I know the
play
game
around
plan.
it.
I see the line.
100% what sealed the game, even though we were probably there.
Yeah.
That was sort of the last nail in the coffin.
I mean, that's the thing with Lunar Aggro is, yes, a Doppelganger is a miserable card to draw. Yes, it sucks to see a Like a Void in your opening hand. Yes, there are natural counters in terms of Cryoblast and Earthquake, but they can't have them all the time.
You can't have all of them.
If any of those cards sticks for at least a turn, you're so down in spirits that it almost doesn't matter anymore.
That's exactly what we saw.
You know, we just saw continuous re-enchants on the 2 largest bodies in the deck, forcing a win, and we're going to see a lot more of that over the course
We're going to see a
today.
lot of
We
that
haven't
today.
looked at Lunar Aggro really yet, but I don't think anyone will be surprised to hear it is probably the favorite to win this event.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably.
that really showing, hey, by the way, it's still very good and still very prominent, despite the nice collection of different things that we've gotten to see today. I am just happy that Schnark got to shine a little bit.
We got a little bit of
I thought
Schnark.
That was beautiful.
We got a little
And
bit of Schnark
even
today.
Being able to open up Schnark turn 1 obviously didn't from there go too well, but
Well, the downside to Schnark is that Schnark's worst matchups are the decks playing Spectrus. And,
Yeah.
Lunar Aggro is probably
Very
the best deck in
popular.
the room, and boy, does it ever play Spectrus.
it is around.
Yeah.
For sure.
But congratulations to both players. Going X1 in this position into round 4. I mean, we've got
You're
3 or
like,
4 more rounds today.
feel great.
And they are still well positioned. You know, being 3-1 is nothing to shake a stick at. The Lunar Aggro player also well positioned as well, obviously, 4-0. And we will have a chance to talk with them momentarily as we let those 2 individuals pack up the remainder of their things.
I think you're going to be talking with them a little bit. I'm very curious. I'm going to be watching to see the different thought processes there. We're starting to get later in the day. These plays are getting better and better.
The players
and
are walking the
getting
heck
better
in.
and better, and I can't wait to hear from them.
Yeah. we will take a really, really short break, under 30 seconds, get them in the chair, see if we can't get you a winner's interview.
Oh, hey, look at, there's the man himself. Danny! Oh my god, hi. Oh my god, I missed her. She's not on the channel as much anymore. Very cool. She's on the channel and streams a lot more previously. Let's go. Nice B-roll footage, let's go. Oh, and the 2 cosplayers, let's go. Oh my god, they look great. They look good. Everything's looking good. Oh, chat. So just here, I just wanted to let you all know. I don't have a way to show you all this, but man.
First off, I want to congratulate you on your victory.
All right, hold on. We'll wait for the interview.
Expecting to play against Schnark when you enter the tournament?
Absolutely not. No, I have not seen a lot of people on Draking recently.
Mm-hmm. No, certainly. So you're here with Lunar Aggro.
Yes.
And I got to be honest, we were totally taken aback by your play. You were doing really well over the course of the game. Was there anything in particular that you were trying to play around or compensate for?
Yeah, so especially that last round, or that last turn with the Like a Void. For some reason, something was telling me that I should Frost Enchant it, and so I went ahead and put the Frost Spirit on it and completely avoided the Cryoblast for a game.
Yeah, that was incredible heads-up play. A mix of intuition, and I'm sure this isn't the first time you've had to stare down a Cryoblast.
Yeah.
We also got to see that you opened Doppelgator and Like a Void like nobody's business in those 3 games.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Does that happen often to you?
Absolutely not. I was just really lucky there.
Yeah, all right. My number 1 complaint about Lunar Aggro, the deck is so good. The Elestrals are so powerful. They all just want to show up in the grip. But apparently, occasionally, it doesn't matter. When it comes to preparation for this event, what have you been doing to kind of hone your skills?
So really, I've been playtesting against a lot of different decks. I will say Schnark was not one of them.
Well,
however, yeah, I just played a bunch of games, a bunch of different types of decks, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on your victory. Obviously, you're representing an incredible deck.
Oh, yeah.
And already you've started with an incredible record. You looking at top 16?
I'm hoping so.
Well, good luck on it.
That's
I have
the play.
total faith in you based on the play that we just saw.
Thank you.
Keep crushing it.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, chat, okay, so what I was saying before that happened, hang on, now that we're in B-roll, actually, we'll leave the B-roll. I was gonna zoom in, but like we don't need to. So you know, chat, just casually here on my phone, I just hey, you know what? Let's crack open some and play some Emerald Imperium on the old phone here. And I have unbelievable starter options, chat. These are unbelievable. One is a starter slacking with ice scales and a well-banked body iron treads. Bro, what is happening? And I haven't even gone through all the starters yet. This is ridiculous. Oh, though, the next one immediately after that's not great. Then again, there was just a round of literal babies. Ooh, Frostlass, Toad Scroll. Toad Scroll could be good. I guess Toad Scroll would be good if it had that new Ice Eater one. Oh, Rune. I love Rune. And Steelworker Rune. Not nearly as good as the other two, not gonna lie. Man. Chat, what a run I'm gonna have on my phone. Holy. Well, you know, I think I'll just take my Ice Scale Slacking. Its one stat that it was not so great in is its special defense, and I mean, like, hey. I mean, I'll take it. It's not the greatest in these gym fights, though. But then again, like, what am I gonna need the gym for, right, chat? There are not a lot of good encounters I've seen so far, though, chat. There's like a Cleffa on my way up to fight Brendan. Good lord. Oh, there's a Go-Go. That could be okay. Might actually be the pickup if I just decide to do Dex Nav. Ooh, Rival has a Raichu. The Alolachu. I cannot believe that. Oh yeah, that's right though. They said they were gonna try and get A-Drive on, so let's hope that Dan can get the rounds 5 and 6 here. Oh, let's go though. Let's go. Our cosplays. They look great. The cosplays are incredible. What a great event they put on for everybody. Oh. No way. No shot that's the case. Alright, hold on, chat. That is nuts. what it could be. Liz, thank you for the stretch. Good call on the stretch. There he is. Let's go, Danny. Let's go. He's here, Luke Von Karma. I'm actually surprised Danny's playing in the event. Yo, the side events. Let's go. Yeah, we've had some really great games on stream so far, so we take those. Heck yeah, dude. Let's go. That was weird. Did I not put in the right codes? Am I crazy? Am I dumb? That's crazy. Heck yeah, chat. Let's go. I think I accidentally turned off a code somehow. Okay. Chat, this run on my phone here is going to be off the rocker. Like, we are insane. Chat, our first encounter is a desolate land Arcanine. Hisuian. This game is... This run's silly. If only we had this kind of luck in the other runs. Honestly though, I've been really happy with this event right now. Like, the games has been incredible. We're actually hoping and expecting to see Dan actually on stream here, if he's not too busy, which I can imagine he could be. I don't know. But chat, we're getting some good stuff. I'm just very happy with today. Today's just good. Today's just good, comfy vibes. Get to hang out, watching a game that I really enjoy, getting to share that with everybody. It's great. I'm having a good time. Let's see. Hey chat, so one of the other things that we have that we're running with the channel, right, is we have all of our quiz shows and stuff. We have our Nuzlocke. We should probably find another time to do another like new game, but I really don't know like what. And I've been thinking I also want to do stuff specifically for YouTube, so I don't really know like what we should do, because I know a lot of people don't watch like playthroughs anymore, right? But like, I don't know, like what do you do? Because then genuinely, realistically, what do you do? Because, like, realistically, genuinely, what do you do, right? What do you do? I don't have the time to do, like, highly crazy edited things, because one, I can't do that. Two, I don't have the time.
And we are back with
Let's go! Dan's here! He made it!
Open 2025, the first premier event for this incredible card game. I'm Joseph Rothschild. You may know me as MBT, and I've got K-Cray here as ever. Okay, you look different.
I look very different. What's up, everybody? It's Dan, or A-Drive, the creator and CEO of Elestrals, here to hop on the mic like old times. Do you remember the old days where I was commentating solo on the streams?
Yeah.
I sure do.
Fire up the stream and go for it.
We didn't have a team then, so I thought it'd be fun to kind of bring it back, and I'm going to be joining you guys for the next 2 rounds. I'll be sitting in for K this round, and then round 6, I'll be filling in for him and joined by K, so we'll have some fun there.
Heck yeah.
I'm super excited. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to watch, but we have cast some of the most electric games of Elestrals I think I've ever seen. In 4 rounds, we've seen 8 different decks. Everything from the Winjin deck that's been taking the format by storm, literally, to we just watched Snark almost get there and then fail at the last second.
He was so close.
Not only incredible strategies, but some incredible play from top players, and I don't know, I think we may be in for a treat this round as well.
Yeah, I saw some really spicy stuff kind of on the potential docket, and I think you captured something really important there. Looking at the deck list going into this event, once we had all the submissions, there was a very diverse field of decks, right? We're talking everything from your Blizzard.
Yeah, we're slimming down now. But this is round 5. People at this point have probably bubbled out and have probably moved on to either side events or just trade stuff.
I know there's some spicy stuff as we head into round
So there's some good stuff going on.
Kind of notable players still sitting at 4-0, and some really spicy decks in that 4-0 pool. So we'll see what we end up plucking here for this next round, but we're gonna have fun either way.
Yeah, a lot of people expected to see what we gleaned from winners' interviews. A lot of Winjin, a lot of the Lunar Aggro deck, a lot of Blizztrix, these pillars of the format. But what we've seen is none of these pillars are unshakable. The right pilot with the right day, with the right amount of luck, can totally take down anything. My friend Danny, who has played in the Elestriad before, came today with a deck that he had not prepared with at all. He's currently undefeated.
Let's go, Danny!
Look in on him depending on how his breakers end up. But anyone really could be the next great Elestrals caster, and could be so with a deck that they like themselves.
I love that, and that's something that I aim for in set design in general, is trying to create a metagame that allows for players to bring something that is fun but creative, and there's a wide range of possibilities that can be brought and be successful. I will say it's a tough balance to get it right, but I'm happy to say that it seems like we've fallen into a really good place here in the Moonrise metagame, and I know a lot of people are very excited heading into Firestorm.
Absolutely. The Moonrise metagame, hilariously, I remember reading how
the Doom on
Blizztrix was going to absolutely ruin everything. The best Blizztrix player we've seen so far ascended a Cedar Sword to win a game that he'd never cast a Blizztrix in. I will say, there has been a natural evolution to the metagame, but there's also a lot still unexplored. A lot of individuals who are very good at the game have been playing a deck that we have yet to see. They've kept under wraps for over a month to debut at this event. At least one of them is still undefeated, so we'll see how much longer they
Let's go
before our watchful eyes land upon it. I'm really excited to see what these developments can do.
I did hear about some of the secret tech, and I think it's really cool when you start to blend some of the different ideas, and that's really what the spirit mechanic is meant to do, right? Yeah. It's not all about, I'm going to run 20 lunar spirits to make a lunar aggro deck. I'm going to tech in various cards. I'm going to explore how these different elements can work together to ultimately create a cohesive strategy. And that's really exciting to watch as we've seen kind of the metagame develop. When you were talking about kind of players finding different ways to answer things, I can tell you that I've been taking challenges all day, and I had back-to-back games where I got Divine Intervention, Divine Blessing on my runes, and I was very thrown back on that one.
Divine Blessing, it's been big today. We've seen it a couple of times. I will say for the people who are here, there are of course about 200 people.
There are 200 people.
Capped, and then the cap was raised, and then capped again. in a matter of minutes. But I'm so excited that so many people were able to play the main event. But one of the fantastic parts about this event
is the
side
sides.
Events. Incredible prizing, incredible events from everyone who wants to play Constructed and everyone who wants to play Limited as well. And you've been doing Gunslinger all day, right?
Yeah, I've been probably the last 3 hours. I've been taking challenges, which
oh my god,
it's an opportunity for me to meet people and thank them for being a part of the game and get them excited, give them a good challenge. I don't take those lightly. I really, kind of put my best energy out there to try to win. And I did pretty well. I
walked in here. He said, "I lost my first 2 games and then I won the next 18."
She went on a nice little tear there at the end, that's for sure. I brought a stack of like 200 A-Drive cards thinking I was going to lose a bunch, and I don't think I'm going to need those. I think
I might not need those.
We'll see.
I've got mine.
Yeah.
Well, we are just about ready to hop into round 5, and we've got 2 fantastic casters for you today. Hopefully they'll be bringing something especially spicy. The round is just about ready to start. We've got the incredible staff here ready to make the announcement and the players ready to take their seats. We're
Heck
halfway
yeah,
through
brother.
the day. Still 4 more rounds of Swiss plus Top Cut tomorrow. Remember that the top 16 will be playing off for some unbelievable prizing.
Yeah, the prizes are
2
incredible.
will be going home with stuff.
And talking about that prizing, there's some crazy prizes. That's something I'm really excited about this event. When we kind of set the table for creating our first in-person premiere event, I wanted to make sure that our prizing was something special, and that really rewarded our players, not just for participating, but for showing up and putting in the grind all day, because it is a grind, right? So we're really stoked about a lot of the different things we have.
Yeah, it's a slogfest out here.
The Stellar Pantera, and then once you work your way into the kind of higher rankings, you've got Stellar Astrava, and then we've got a gorgeous trophy that I was kind of taunting around with it earlier. We'll have that on display tomorrow, which is going to be really fun. But you highlighted some of the nice side events, and that's what we're firing off now. We've got some artist signings going on. A couple of our artists are actually meeting with people right now. We've got big side events firing all day, from everything from draft format to we've got a big 32-man side event going on, I think pretty soon, actually.
Yeah, this is the win a sheet, right?
Yeah, so uncut sheets up for prizing. So
let's go.
Really exciting stuff, and I'm just really proud, right? When we look at kind of
we're doing a lot of good stuff with this. It's so happy to see them.
What a special day today really is. I feel like this is the kind of culmination of 3 years of Elestrals kind of building towards this, and I think that's just truly amazing. Little Tourateless here, I'll move you back.
Yeah, that Tourateless has a mind of its own. I will say it's, of course, fantastic how quickly this seems to have come together. Not only Elestrals evolving from like a Word document to a national phenomenon, but also the community cropping up around it as well.
Yeah.
One thing that Kay and I remarked on through all the games is even the individuals who are getting blown out, who are on the receiving end of a bad full moon, or who got blind windjinned upon, all of them seemed to be having a good time, laughing when things didn't go their way, enjoying playing against their opponents. People are taking it seriously, especially in these later rounds, but they're not forgetting to still have fun, and I really appreciate that for a community like this.
I think that's you hit the nail right on the head, and that's something I'm like so proud of when I look at the scope of everything that we've done.
Oh
as
yeah,
a community, right, and just how welcoming and uplifting everyone is. That was kind of the sentiment when I'm talking to people and I'm getting people's I'm gauging everyone's event and how everyone's doing, and everyone is in such a great mood regardless of the results. Everyone's just happy to be here and be a part of this. Everyone is so welcoming to teach.
Yeah, to get to be in the first event. I mean, got everybody a pack of Firestorm. Someone opened a full art Nymphix, or whatever the heck the new name is of the new guy.
And being kind to each other, being respectful to each other, and just enjoying the passion that is card games is something really special. So thank you to everyone who's here and everyone who's watching at home for helping us kind of push that.
Let's go. That's us.
That any player can get involved in and can have fun doing so.
I will say you did miss out on the insect deck.
Yeah, well, I played a handful of them.
Really?
Oh my gosh, I feel like everyone's on the bug snacks, bug box.
What's happening?
I think everyone's still trying to figure out that list and kind of get it perfected. One of the games I got thrashed earlier, the guy was searching out his Toxions, and he kept burning me down. I'm like, oh my gosh.
That's what we had. I was talking to them afterwards, and they were like, there is not a non-insect in this deck.
Yeah.
The lineup was like Toxion, Ardbud, Spectrus, Viscerus. And I said, what about Astrabbit? He went, well, Astrabbit doesn't count.
Yeah, well, it's
basically an insect.
It's kind of a bug, yeah. It's kind of a bug. Well, for those who don't know, my roots take me back. I have quite a fond, liking towards insects and bugs from my days in the past, and I like to bring that to.
He brought it to you.
don't put a lot of love on the bugs. You know, they're just little pests. And here in Elestrals, they are
they're a threat, and they're about to get a bigger threat.
A significant amount of new insect Elestrals coming out in Divine Champions Firestorm.
That's right, and that's what I've been playing most of today. I've been playing the spiders actually, which has been a lot of fun. That deck is probably, like I said, I think between
he shows up with unreleased cards. He's like, play around this.
Play around this, nerd.
You know, so the two decks that I'm most excited about coming out of Storm is really the spiders, because I think it's really fun, and Nixamera, which we revealed today. What's your take on Nixamera, actually?
You said an incredible sentence upon reveal, which is, this card is going to be so fun to play with, which I think is true. Do not think it's going to be very fun to play against.
It is going to be very, very difficult for players to deal with. The fact that Nixamera, if you miss the reveal, is a card that can come to the field with very powerful attack stat 7/4. It can pop back row with its effect, and then in the end phase, it shifts forms from the Risen form to the Fallen form from your Underworld and becomes a 4/7, but can't be targeted by invokes. So now you've got a card on the field that basically stops your opponent's removal on their turn, and then it switches back to the Risen form on your turn, so you can go back on the offensive. So I think Edward's got another format ahead of him.
Yeah,
Edward's going to be doing a lot.
And it is defensive when you need it.
Edward's going to be doing a lot.
You do have to continue paying for it, though, right?
It gets very expensive. That's probably the biggest challenge with that deck, is the fact that every turn you have to add another spirit to continue to ascend to each form. And you'll end up with, 5, 6, 7 spirits.
It's left, and you're going to be broke as hell.
I definitely am already brewing a bunch of decks that do not aim to ever perform combat with that card. I'm super excited.
We are never going combat.
We have just announced pairings for round 5, so individuals are getting to their seats now. One of the cool things about this event is the individuals who are playing in the feature match are starting at the same time as the individuals who
I was going to say that, yeah. They're starting the same time. Everyone's going.
As a result, we'll be able to get them to you momentarily, I'm sure.
I love that. And we're going to jump into some great action. I'm super excited. I haven't done this in a while. I'm a little rusty. I'm not nearly as dressed as you and Kay. I wasn't prepared for that. This is all I have in my closet, if I'm being honest.
I was going to say, it helps that you, I assume, have hundreds of this shirt. Exactly.
At least.
At least.
My whole closet is just black Elestrals t-shirts with various caster icons on them.
And caster logos.
And that's my whole wardrobe. So, but I came to play and to be comfortable. But I appreciate your attire and your professionalism.
I appreciate your appreciation. After this round, we'll
they fixed his tie. Wait, I just realized they fixed his tie finally. Let's go.
As Kay hops on with Dan. I will say I'm going to try and spike a side event. We'll see if I can do it in 45 minutes.
I like it. I love that.
I may be dropping during round 2, but I just want to play. The number one thing that everyone here has been saying is,
everyone just wants to game.
Do you feel like by casting you are missing out on an opportunity to play? And honestly, anytime I'm around Elestrals players, I just want to play Elestrals. The vibe in here is unbelievable. The air is electric. Everyone here was so excited to sit down across from somebody and enjoy this game, and I want to be a part of that.
Yeah, man, super cool. Sorry to pull you away from that.
I mean, this has been fantastic as well. We've got to see some really good games.
Well, if you're in the Texas area tonight, we are going to be headed to Lone Star Pack Breaks, a local TCG shop, and we're going to be bringing a lot of people.
Yeah, everyone's going to pull up to a shop and just take over.
Which I'm super excited about. Our team went there last night. We handed out, I think, 60, 80 starter decks to non-Elestrals players in the shop, got them hooked up, and that's going to be a mecca for Elestrals in Texas now. It's going to be really cool, and we're going to roll up there tonight with some giveaways, some fun stuff. I'm going to get some Gunslinger in, and if you join, then you'll get some games in too.
I will absolutely be doing that. We'll see how alive I am after round 8.
We'll see.
To go. The individuals who are playing out today are playing for a spot in Top Cut. We're not doing any Swiss rounds tomorrow, but that means that the individuals today will probably have to go 6-2 or better. They'll have to lose their rounds very late if they want to remain in contention for those coveted Top Cut slots. Already, I know a lot of really powerful players who seem already out of contention. Anything can happen at these events, good or bad, and so never count your chickens before they're hatched, I guess I would say.
Very true. And one of the things to talk about, and you have a lot of experience with this, is kind of the fatigue that sets in, right?
Yeah.
We talk about kind of being tired after casting, but these players, this is a very mentally draining situation. By the time you start to get to the second half of the tournament, those players that can stay locked in, that can stay focused, that can stay away from any sort of being tilted, are the ones that are often going to find the most success, especially in a game right now where we do have some interesting decks that can kind of...
And there's a lot of back and forth these days. There's a lot of going in between and making correct decisions.
It's okay if you're a little tired, but
and if you mess up somewhere, you could just...
Tricks that could send you in a downward spiral.
I say this all the time to competitive players, is like one of the most important things of deck selection is knowing your own limits. If you're a person who you think will get fatigued by round 6 or 7, it behooves you to play a deck that doesn't require you to make a lot of game determinative choices. Maybe something like Blizztrix would be more up your alley. We watched in the most recent match a Schnark player play against a Lunar Aggro player. Lunar Aggro player has been playing 4 rounds out of their mind, but was making a ream of decisions that, I mean, playing at that pace, at that capacity, and at that level for 8 rounds, it would knock me out. I know that certainly I would not be able to have the wherewithal to accurately read Cryoblasts in my opponent's hand to determine if I wanted to Frost Enchant or not 7 rounds deep into a tournament, and those rounds are all must-wins. So for a lot of individuals, it is a really tough time.
Ooh, we got a stellar
Kristoff
matchup here. I am very excited for this.
Oh my goodness.
We've got my man Stellar Kristoff facing up against Q, also known as Bo. These two casters are very known in the scene. Bo has been piloting this incredible deck that features some really cool cards. It's kind of an artifact toolbox with Luster Gun. I'm very curious if that's what he's bringing today. And Stellar Kristoff, we've seen in a handful of events, kind of piloting a bunch of different stuff.
There's a lot of fire people in this event.
Stellar Kristoff, a enthusiast. They're absolutely dedicated to playing decks that are only okay. I actually got to speak with them just a little bit in between rounds, and they revealed to me what they're playing, including a card that I cannot believe. This is not only this card's first appearance on camera, it is probably the best record this card has ever had since print.
I'm very excited. This is going to be one heck of a matchup. These two casters are both sitting at 4-0 going into round 5. And this is really the kind of turning point of the tournament. If you can get through this round and go 5-0, you're really just one away.
You're really just one dub.
1 out of 3, right? So it's going to be really interesting to see, but these two casters are going to get things rocking. And starting with a nice Lumaroo Frost Enchanted to get this one kicked off with a back row.
Playing around a Cryoblast as early as possible makes sense. Lumaroo we've seen correctly enchanted a significant amount of the time in previous matches, which is shocking because for a long time it was an honorary water Elestral.
It is an honorary water guy.
Stellar. Oh,
it is
beautiful.
That reverse Stellar Jolton for
living
Kristoff.
Up to his name.
Going to give him the opportunity to search his deck for a stadium, and he's going to, of course, grab the full art Mount Olympus, immediately turning that Jolton into a 5 attacker. Let's see if he goes for the crash here.
I think you probably do. The Lumaroo being misenchanted means there's no risk of you losing your powerful one-ofs. It would be funny to see like a race to the top here. Pretty low value race, but maybe worth going for. If you get a beat on what Bo is doing, it might be worth it. Yeah, you can chase out a Tsunami here, but
if you're Chris, I feel like that's great. Like, you just earned his Tsunami.
You're excited about it?
Oh boy. Do we have an Ascension already? We do. Lestragon hits the field here
instantly.
On second turn. This Lestragon is an absolute menace if it can start to get that Nexus.
Oh my god, the fleece.
With that organized play stamp, let's go.
Oh my gosh, Joseph, a golden fleece, which is going to buff the defense of the Lestragon by 2, but more importantly, make it protected from removal. Except for shields. That's going to be the big
true.
So, you just don't walk into a shield.
And you're familiar with Bo, and I assume you are.
Oh, that's big. That's going to clear that golden fleece.
Oh,
really
no.
One down
here.
There's one.
There we go. If you know what Bo's up to, you are trying to make every bad attack you can in an effort to keep them off of the hard ascended Lestragon, which explains that Jolten attack earlier. Here, just trying to develop it a little more. The Lestragon's currently off. It is misenchanted, which means that it isn't going to be able to perform its powerful Nexus ability. But next turn, Bo has the option of just sticking another Solar underneath it and illuminating their way to removal.
That's the thing that you got to be scared of if you're Kristoff here, because you've established 2 Joltons, you've done some deck thinning, but there is the Zeus, and that's exactly what he needs, because Zeus is going to be able to put it in range of one of these Joltons to clear. Bo has 2 back row, though. I've got to imagine one of those is going to be live.
Well, a second Tsunami would be devastating.
And there it is. He does have the second Tsunami. That's going to shift all of these Elestrals to defense position, and that is going to enable Bo the opportunity to enchant that Lestragon with a Solar Spirit now, and then start using that Nexus effect. But he's going to go Elichick instead.
The last thing we needed was a bank here.
It's
probably going to be Apollo. I imagine that you've got to be loaded
Demeter.
Up.
Whoa. So that tells me he's probably running Scythe, Argo, kind of toolbox artifact style. Very interesting. We guessed wrong twice. Zeus, Apollo. No, it's Demeter, actually.
Bo's deck has already been frustrating me. We are going for the enchant now with a Lumaroo underneath at the misenchant.
There it is.
Too funny.
With the altar of stars.
Main.
Oh my god.
Wow. about just spending here rather than pulling off.
Yep, there it is.
Do it. A Tyratlis to Nexus. That second copy of Lumaru onto the Lustragon, turning it on and also getting the benefit of Alter. Going to trigger the effect here and crack that Zeus? No way.
Wow, that's huge. That Zeus is gone now, and now Kristoff's primary way of getting over this Lustragon is removed. And we see Bo able to go on the offensive, take out the defense position Jolton, and then opt to not attack with his Lustragon, fearing Shield of Achilles, knowing he's going to have some opportunities for rune pops here in the upcoming turns. But there's a Sonic Core!
Okay, Kristoff is playing a number of cards I cannot believe are finding homes in any deck, let alone a deck.
Yeah, Sonic Core.
But one is Sonic Core.
That is huge.
Speaking of cards that shut down individual options, Sonic Core has this unbelievable mechanism by which it is largely immune to removal. Importantly, it's also got 7 attack. With that Mount Olympus, that's going to be enough to get over the 3 Lustragon, and Bo's just expending to draw here in the face of this card that is really difficult to get over.
You need an answer for the Sonic Core, bro.
Is enabling the Sonic Core to play around Cryoblast, which is huge because that's his primary weakness when you look at Tornadin and Sonic Core. Wow, he is establishing a very powerful board here.
It is running away.
Force and expend after Bo was forced to expend a draw on the previous turn, and now he's going on the offensive, and Bo is backed into a corner already.
Down to 7.
They're playing so fast, too.
I'm the one who's supposed to be playing nonsense in this matchup. How am I losing to Sonic Core Toxion Beatdown?
Stellar Kristoff came to play today. Let me tell you, that is impressive. Sonic Core, a very powerful Elestral that really hasn't seen a ton of play in the last couple metagames, but in this very counter-rune heavy situation, this thing comes to the field, and it is going to shut down any counter-rune play on Bo's end, and Bo's got to figure out how to get over it, because Eddie's not saving him right now.
No.
Edward's not saving him.
Lumaru.
He's going to go a 6-attacker Lumaru, taking advantage of the Mount Olympus, and then he's going to
Demeter
up to 8?
The side.
But he's a 9.
Enough.
That's not.
No way we're doing
this.
This
is his only out then if he has another one. No?
No shot.
He's going to Argo.
The set card Argo?
Is it set? It won't work.
He's going to go into the Toxion. He'll clear the Toxion, so that's pretty solid there. He's also be able to heal a spirit from the Scythe of Demeter, giving him that extra Earth Spirit back. But Sonic Core, Kristoff and the Sonic Core still very much in the driver's seat here.
It's still totally checked here, yeah. Kristoff is just one drop away from playing around everything.
A third Jolton.
How many
Oh
Joltons?
my
This is the artist collection one,
God.
right?
Yeah, and
my Jolted of choice.
He does not need another Olympus, only running 2, doesn't even bother to search. He's going to be able to go Sonic Core into Lumaru, take it down, get rid of the Scythe, and then be able to poke for that Jolton hit there. Bo in a very precarious situation.
That's not a good spot.
Kristoff in a very powerful spot.
And a quick scoop out of Bo. That's
unbelievable.
And mind you, Bo is one of the top players at Elestrals, consistently has proven to be a very, very top level player. And then coming in here, Kristoff drops a Sonic Core on him, countering the Lustragon. What a way we've come. It wasn't too long ago that 2 drops weren't even considered in the first place.
Sonic Core is one of those strange cards that's always had like a little bit of utility in some problem matchups, especially when Thunder Nexus was really big. But recently, it's been played absolutely nowhere. And, of course, Stellar Kristoff showing that actually there is still a home for this 2-drop Elestral. I gotta say, if you had asked me to put money on this game, I would have gone all in on Bo. I love Kristoff, but he's largely known for playing decks that are fun, but largely inoffensive. This one looks unbelievable.
Wow. The consistency that he generated there in the game by getting the Jolton and establishing the board and then dropping that Sonic Core to deal with the Lustragon was absolutely nuts. And now these players have an opportunity to dive into their side decks, right? So both players have a 15-card side deck. They can customize their main deck now to kind of tailor it to what they just saw. If you're Bo,
what do you do?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Bo did not prepare for Sonic Core for this one.
Yeah, I would imagine not too much to board out. I think we just saw Kristoff board 0 cards.
I think he just said nah.
He's feeling good. I mean,
he's like, it's a perfect series of cards. Why would I ever put anything else in it?
Yeah, why would I change?
Start this one off and then in the tournament and then picking up that win in a dominant fashion.
That was insanely dominant. That was so fast.
The position that Bo has put in as a result of this game is really frustrating for them, for sure. You expect that Lustragon's unbelievable stat line is going to protect you from a significant amount of cards that would otherwise give it pause. You know, you're never fearing combat with this card. What are they going to do? Eddie over it? It's got 6 defense.
I think it's 8.
But here's the one guy who is playing a deck full of Elestrals that could theoretically walk over a Lustragon. A Sonic Core with a Mount Olympus up just gets over it. And so you suddenly have a weakness in your strategy that you didn't expect to ever encounter. How are you going to account for that weakness? I guess we'll find out in game 2.
One of the ways he may be able to do so is by utilizing stadiums of his own. We know a lot of players opt to put their stadiums in the side deck, and that's where they can start to look at those to bring them in for game 2 to counter strategies like this. But with Bo running so many elements, I'm not even sure which stadium he would want to bring. Maybe Temple of the Sun, but I'm not quite sure. So we're going to start it off with a nice little Last Rabbit here. That's going to generate some advantage. I'm sure he's happy with that.
We can actually see a little bit of Bo's hand, and it's a who's who of frustrating Elestrals to play against. The Viseruses, the Astrabbits. I think that's a Heliolith? Oh my goodness.
That would be very interesting. I thought I might have seen a Demeter there, so we'll have to see what is going on here with Kristoff. Gonna go for the Eddie right now. The
Eddie.
That'd be gorgeous.
Gonna immediately force it
The
into
Stellar Eddie.
and put Bo on the defensive. He's gonna have to respond with some sort of a counter in play or lose his Rabbit here. The question is, will Kristoff have back row to protect his Eddie? He's got 2 of them with his fancy Stellar Kristoff sleeves, and he will clear the Astrabbit there.
Such a flex to do well in an event with your own merch.
Such a flex.
Bo, of course, is in a position where every turn they're just trying to land something. It doesn't necessarily have to be the best card in their deck, but keeping an Elestral on board makes that Lustragon possible. Kristoff here thinking about contesting this, and we are going to go for the shield, returning that Lumaru to the hand, and potentially telegraphing the other set as a Tsunami that was played around by misenchanting the Lumaru. Let's see what we get for this next turn.
That was a big shield.
Yeah,
That's
this
gonna give Kristoff
is
an opportunity to really start to establish a board. He's going to go Galaxy here, which frustratingly makes your Eddie a one attacker, but we'll have to see.
That's a little awkward.
A handful of water spirits, and I'm sure he's going to want to try to save some of those for Tsunami. So he's going to have some tough choices here. He's not going to want to just misenchant out these Elestrals every single turn to play around Tsunami, but he might do it one more time. Let's see.
Yeah.
Looks like he will.
See, but this is what I like about this specific play is we've misenchanted the Lumaru in order to play around Tsunami, but now the Lumaru is a 2/5. So it doesn't contest the Galaxy. You're in a position where you feel pretty good about allowing this Eddie that has already gotten value to go. Unless you want to go for the Gorgon's Gaze here. Wow.
Very interesting. Kristoff really going kind of all in on this play, saving his Eddie here.
Protecting the Eddie. I'm so interested.
Yeah, that's I kind of get it, right? Because you're putting yourself in a position where now you can go, that's kind of tough. Because if your Galaxy gets bounced here, then the stats are flipping back, and then your Eddie's kind of
in danger,
getting wrecked. But he's gonna just go for that expend to draw.
We are in danger.
Dallas Zaptor Spirit. I love those.
I love them. They're so nice. I would just be grinding the side event here.
Ooh, the Gorgon's Gaze, that is going to shut down the effect of the Galaxy, cause it to crash, and ultimately get destroyed. And now Kristoff's in a bad spot because that Eddie cannot contest the Lumaru, and Bo is going to be able to go in the driver's seat here. Let's see if he has that
Lustragon?
It's going to be a Viserys, so he's going to...
What the heck? Viserys is in this deck?
Well, we saw the scythe earlier, so...
We did, yeah. There's at least a little bit of an Earth splash.
There's an Earth package in there somewhere.
A card that, upon semi-limit, I think a lot of individuals decided, I'm done playing with this card. Turns out still very powerful.
And he is going to Gorgon's Gaze. I'm curious if that's going to be a crash on the Gorgon's Gaze to suppress the Viserys. But prevent that effect. Yeah, I think that's a smart play. Just get rid of it. You'll take the one from the Lumaru here, but that's a much better situation to be in because you really don't want him to get 2 Viserys onto the field, especially knowing that he's okay with ascending a misenchanted card. You got to be really weary of that. But there's an Elechick, and that's going to be really here.
I feel like I'm saying this with all of Kristoff's deck, but really, really dedication to the bit in terms of Stellar Kristoff. We've seen so many incredible Elestrals here. This Elechick looks great. The Zeus looks great. One of the mechanisms by which we can defeat an Elestral with 5 attack, get ourselves back in the driver's seat, and stave off the impending Lustragon.
Yeah.
I say, I
Holy chat.
It's taken about a game and a half, but I'm like, yep, every single card theoretically threatens to stick around. If it does so, you can do some amazing stuff with it.
And that's just, he's working with those big stat lines, right?
Oh, yeah.
When you're working with, not just on the offensive side, but on the defensive side, too. We saw the Rabbit, we saw the Lumaru, and Ambrosia's going to look nice here for Kristoff. Generate some spirit advantage back, prepping himself to load this Zeus up here. And this back row for Bo is going to be really important. If he is able to stop this attack, Bo could actually really put himself in a great spot. Kristoff does set another back row. I'm sure we'll see the disenchant on the Zeus, lowering the attack of Lumaru, and Elechick going to bound forward, but met with an Argo. That is huge.
Huge.
We got to see this. Oh my goodness. Argo here on attack declaration going to cost an arm and a leg for Bo, but it's worth it.
But it's gonna
attach an artifact from our deck, and I mean, what do we saw the scythe. I imagine
oh,
that's what we're doing
it's
here.
scythe. Yep, there's the Earth.
Scythe. That's going to give him the opportunity to get that +2 attack buff, which will clear after the
Just
Zeus
about everything.
and give him... Oh, he goes Necklace, actually.
Necklace
rather.
it is.
Stand corrected. But that might just mean he might be setting up for something bigger. Necklace of Harmonia giving 5 attack to that Lumaru. That's very difficult to take down. That puts him at, I believe, 7 after the Zeus. So it makes sense that he went that route, because if he didn't, I think he would have crashed with the Elechick. Me personally, I think that this telegraphs like an Equilinx in grip. This is a really fantastic opportunity to deploy that card, use it to put the spirits onto the Equilinx, pop the Zeus. You can be in a really great position here. Ooh, or aggro Rabbit, sure. That works too. I thought you were about to foretell the future there, but Rabbit is going to be big. Doesn't have to reveal this. This is not a foretell. This is the only look in the game, and Bo is going to generate some significant advantage here at this stage. The
aggro Rabbit.
Does he do something to try to get rid of that necklace? Because he's going to have to burn 2 spirits at the end phase of every turn if he keeps that on the field. So looks like he's just going to go offensive. 2 spirits burned from Kristoff, and then Bo will be forced to expend 2 here in the end phase. Honestly, if you're Kristoff, you're completely fine with this. That's not a bad trade, really. Yeah, it's 2 for 2. Bo's board is unprotected, save for a single back row. All you got to do is get over the Astrabbit, and then you're trading individual spirits while Bo is taking 2 a turn. A couple of tsunamis.
That just feels bad.
And there's a Toxion. Speaking of burning him out of the game. There you go, right on cue there. That's going to force Bo 1 more spirit down, limiting the turns that he can actually use that Necklace of Harmonia. And without an Ambrosia, he's going to be in a tough spot. But there's the play we were waiting for, the Altar of Stars.
There it is.
Using the spirit, very cool play here. Using the spirit from Necklace to play the Altar, and then nexusing the remaining kind of hanging in there spirit onto the Rabbit, activating, not activating the effect, but ultimately shifting the Toxion to defense to allow him to deal with it a little bit better and not take that burn damage from the Necklace. Cool heads-up play. Still very weak to a significant amount of the back row runes of the game. The Ambrosia helps a lot.
That Ambro's gonna save them, because they easily could have died from like 2 or 3 there.
If we're reading Bo's grip correctly, it sure looks like they have a lot of really powerful Elestrals that hit hard and almost no protection for them. Yeah, well, I think when he found that Rabbit look, he probably grabbed the Ambrosia. I would think so at this point of the game, recognizing that he's going to need to get as much longevity as he can. No, he's got a great board state here, but as you mentioned, Tsunami could be very, very bad for him. The Lumaru, I believe, is still water enchanted, that first one, so he's got that going for him. But let's see what's going to happen here. This Lumaru is going to go attack forward.
Yep, and there's the Tsunami.
So he's not going to be forced to mill, but the other Lumaru will still be able to clear the Toxion here, or a shield. It is a shield. That's big, because now you can continue pressure with Toxion, and you might even be able to go into that Sonicore now, and that might just seal the deal. Sonicore would be disastrous here. The Zeus already threatens the Astrabbit, so it's not much of a defense at all. I'm looking at it. Another Toxion. This was something that was so
the Shattered Stars.
Nexus was so popular and so powerful. These stalled out board states, courtesy of Astrabbit, can really get you into hot water, because these Toxions can really simplify them very quickly. Bo already down to 5. It's going to cost 1 more spirit to deploy anything, and even more to contest these Toxions. You're facing down a functional removal spell in Zeus. Scythe is okay. Heliolith! Wow, he goes Scythe onto Kristoff's Toxion.
Oh
so
my!
Normal
Oh! The Earthquake!
Clear that board right now. Heliolith is gonna take this one. Kristoff with no back row. What a crazy play!
What an insane hit!
And Bo did that like it was the most obvious play in the universe. Just immediately fired it off like, oh yeah, and here's how we.
Oh yeah, and then just drop this on your head.
Celestial, and then you call Heliolith, and then you Earthquake off the Scythe spirits. It's like, oh yeah, didn't you see that line? No, that was insane. And I tell you what, Bo's got his mojo back. Anything that happened in game 1 is now behind him. He is cooking. And Kristoff is like, wait a minute, do I need this side deck now?
He's like, what do I do now?
Whole game from Kristoff, though. This is one of the most important parts of any competitive card game, is your ability to bounce back, to eat a beat like that and go, okay, well, time to turn the other cheek. We're still favored in this matchup. We're still playing a lot of good cards, whereas Bo's deck is playing a lot of jank in order to access the
in order to facilitate some of these lines. Yeah,
like, feel bad.
Does not mean that does not feel bad.
I love that play pattern of being able to utilize Argo to get your artifacts onto the field, and then having the flexibility of going Heliolith. That bounce can be the difference of a game, as we just saw there, but just so creative use of the spirits, being able to use those spirits on the Scythe to play the Earthquake. And it was funny, I was doing a little matchup, a gunslinger against a player who had just had a starter deck. That was their first experience, but they were a veteran player in another game. And you know, that's the kind of stuff that I just love to showcase to new players, the really cool depth that can exist in the game. We are hopping into game 3 here, and I'm still reeling.
That's insane.
Target your Elestral, turning on Heliolith, bounce your Elestral, Earthquake your remaining Elestral, hit for 2 into a 1 spirit deck. Wow.
He was ready for that. He was so ready. He'd had that
10 seconds to execute.
He had that mapped out 3 turns prior. Like, no doubt about it. Absolutely nuts there from Bo. We see Kristoff.
That was unbelievably fast.
Zeus, presumably. Q comes in here, or Bo rather.
Incredible game plan.
I love those.
That's the deep sea Eddie.
Yeah. Kristoff, with this turn 1 Elechick play, it doesn't feel as good as like developing a rabbit, but frequently Elechick just eats a Gorgon's Gaze. So any opportunity when you go first to fire it off is great. Speaking of firing it off, an Aro and a Tsunami here. What's our set? An Ambro.
Interesting.
Rough to lose.
I'm surprised. I guess there's not really a point in playing it, but nonetheless, he'll kick his Ambro there, so that bluff proves to be kind of a poor one, but we'll see the Galaxy come out that will swap that Eddie to a 1 attacker, and now he can immediately pressure it. I do find it interesting that he Hurricane there, but I think clearing the Argo ultimately is going to be worth it.
Yeah, I think correctly understanding that a large portion of this game is going to be determined by the ability to get to cards like Argo, get to artifacts, enable powerful nexuses and Heliolith.
We have a lot of stuff.
Just walking back.
Yeah, you're just
play here.
I don't know what the play is. You have like just a low to the ground game plan, right?
Galaxy in response to the earthquake so that the Lumaru can't hit.
But every time there's a guy on board for Bo, the Luster God is just available.
Yeah, I would have just kept the Tsunami there, but Toxian hits the field. Gonna burn a Spirit on Bo there on the cast, and then he's gonna take 2 more from that shield. So not a bad exchange from Kristoff, but now you've got no board presence, and Bo has the opportunity to really start to set up his board. So
Bo's weighing cards, been playing very methodically. Not to get too much into player psychology, but has an opportunity here to just expend to draw. It really does like Kristoff feels like Bo kind of maybe got one over on him last round, and now is maybe playing a little tilted as a result. It's important to kind of take a second, like debrief, realign yourself, and make sure you're playing to the best of your ability instead of trying to like outplay an opponent.
It's a tough position to be in. You're in game 3 here. You had a great game 1.
It's round 5. You're already several hours deep into a tournament.
Hundreds of people in the room.
Yeah.
Hundreds of people watching at home. And it's all down to this, right? Your tournament hopes, not totally on the line in this one. Both casters 4-0.
Oh, no, certainly they're still in a great position.
Yeah, certainly everyone here is in a great position at round 5.
Trades, gets rid of the Lumaru. Here comes an Elechick on Bo's side. That's going to give him that search. We'll see if it's Demeter.
It is Demeter.
Wow, beautiful card.
Demeter's going to obviously give the opportunity to buff up that Elechick to
incredible stuff.
Which means it does clear the Toxian here. I'd be very curious if Kristoff's running Altar. I think this would be a really good opportunity for an Altar of Stars play here.
We've seen so many elements that were popular in Thunder Nexus. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Altar. I would be surprised that we haven't seen it yet. Going for a big Demeter here, going for 2, and then we will go ahead and buff that Elechick all the way up to 7 into a Shield of Achilles. Feels pretty good. You have to imagine that Bo isn't playing too many targets for that Elechick, so it coming down again isn't too big of an issue.
Yeah, that was a good exchange there for Kristoff. There's the Ambrosia. That's huge. After blowing up that first one with the Hurricane, nice to see him find another one here to get back into this. And that's going to actually give him a pretty good spirit differential here, especially considering an empty board on Bo's side. He's guaranteed to hit for at least 1, maybe 2. He could re-enchant that Toxian, maybe hit for 3, but he's going to cast out another Elestral. It's going to be a Galaxy immediately pressuring with that 5 attack after its stat swap. Bo's going to have to expend 2 here, and it's getting down to the wire.
We'll say it's getting down to the wire, but it looks like Kristoff's cards are on the table.
Yeah.
The Toxion and the Galaxy versus a lot of unknowns. There's a lot that can go wrong here. Bo going down to 6, but has the ability to not only grab a card off the top of the deck, but also play with what I believe is a 4-card hand into known information.
And when you don't have to worry about those counter runes, it gives you all the flexibility and all the freedom to make that big push that you've been holding off for. Something like a Viscerus here could be really devastating. Something like we've seen those Lumarus, which can just outpace. But he's just going to run it back with the Elechick here. That actually is kind of bad, right?
Yeah, that's a rough one to have to develop a second time. We're grabbing, I imagine, another Demeter or maybe a Zeus. We can see the set card is an Ambro, which is good, but also not action.
Yeah.
The good news for Bo is you just clear that Demeter out of your decks. That's one less card that you probably don't want to draw. You really don't need a second one, I would imagine, unless you are running that Equal Links and you're going to want to start doing some Nexus. We didn't see that in either of the 2 prior games, but utilizing this Demeter here, I guess it gives some value because you're going to need to hit over the Galaxy. That's going to be your priority, I would imagine. Are we going to see that face down card activate? No, he's going to keep it as a bluff. Will disenchant the Demeter to buff up the Elechick to 7 attack. Now he can clear the Galaxy. I would assume that's what he's going for.
We got to be going for the Toxion, right?
It's got to be.
So low.
Yeah, that was the thing I was kind of considering is that Toxion, if he starts re-enchanting it, it's going to be really difficult to deal with, and it's going to be an Eddie.
Oh,
wow.
Edward!
You have to imagine Kristoff is reading that set card not as Ambro, but as Argo, and that's the best possible draw you could find against Argo in this situation.
Very, very good stuff there, and he's going to be able to hit for one. Bow down to just 4 spirits left, but we do know what his back row is, so he has some opportunities there to kind of get back in this one. I'm really curious if we're going to see another Heliolith play, because that would be the thing that blows this board back up. It's going to be that Ambrosia. He's going to pull a Leviathan there, grab 3 more spirits. That's Solar, Earth. Yeah. Oh, baby, are we setting up for the same repeat we saw in
There's no way, dog.
Reading something crazy here. Kristoff here is at 7, though, not 1. We're going to properly enchant this Lumaru. It does trade for either of these. I imagine you take the Toxion here, get a couple of mills. It is going to fall victim to the Eddie unless we do something. Going all the way in on Ambrose says, I am not looking to die to top-decked Toxion into a blowout. So we will go all the way back up to 7 spirits.
Yeah, that double Ambrose.
That's the play that you've been seeing. You've been seeing a lot of people go for the proactive Ambrose to just stay off of like in range of dying.
A shield, that's big, and a
Toxion.
Huge. That's pretty big. I think a lot of people underestimate kind of the power that can come from milling your opponent, because you can hit a key card and it could be pretty impactful. But Bunny's here, Astrabbit hits the field. That's very big for Kristoff. That's going to generate that card advantage. He's kind of been lacking this whole game. He's going to be able to find a really crucial card out of those top 3, and it's going to put Bo in a really tough spot because he's going to have to figure out a way to clear that rabbit somehow.
And if you're Bo, you're thinking to yourself, I milled this guy into the
Astrabbit.
How could this happen?
You're just thinking to yourself, I milled them to rabbit.
Power to be able to hit over it, but this Zeus is going to hit down.
That feels so bad.
Big, oh man, Kristoff running into these Argos. They're so tough because you drop that Lumaru down to a 2. Bo is going to be forced to go Necklace of Harmonia again to get him to a 7 because Scythe is not going to allow him to hit over. It would be a crash. So let's see if he does go Necklace of Harmonia here. Looks like he's going to be down to 3 spirits.
Harmonia is so dangerous with 2 Ambrose spent already staring down an Astrabbit. If that back row is anything designed to protect the Astrabbit, say a shield, maybe a tsunami, Bo could really be in for it.
This one's going to come down to the wire. Bo draws for his turn. At the end of the turn, he's going to have to expend 2 spirits for that necklace. It's going
What's it going to be?
Earth Spirit into a Viscerous.
That's a big one.
That could be good.
Here, this necklace does allow the Lumaru to hit over the Astrabbit. It all comes down to what is Kristoff's back row here. That is going to be so crucial with just 2 spirits left.
Oh, I love this. Maybe making a play off the 2 spirits just so that the necklace goes.
Let's see. He's going to go Demeter
for
with 1.
That's cool.
Disenchant, probably buff the Vis to be able to swarm. And
Show me the tsunami.
Because he doesn't have enough spirits to pay the necklace gets destroyed at the end of the turn. So, kind of a smart play there.
You're right. Wiz, thank you for the stretch. Appreciate it.
Kristoff, no back row on that one. Necklace will destroy it.
Oh,
does lose that big 5 attack buff that he had. And now Kristoff, Toxic.
Are we all vibing?
Right about now.
It is. Kristoff's in a weird position. Any Elestral off the top of the deck function.
What are they out doing in there? Are they vibing? I might pop back in there for a little bit.
To the Zeus still remaining on field can probably contest this. It's got to be something.
Does he find an Elestral?
I saw a little head shake.
Let's see with the little round ender though, because this is basically over for round 5.
Without an Elestral, this one's over. Does he have anything? I think he would have played it if he does. 2 cards in hand, 2 face down. He shakes the hand. Bo takes this one after.
No way.
In round 5.
Oh, what?
Incredible Artifact Argo Nexus shows the Heliolith and Gorgon's Gaze in hand. He was locked in there.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe that went that way for Kristoff. I feel so bad. The last turn being
that second game was unbelievable.
Absolutely won him that match, and instead you have to think back to some of the decisions made in the early stages of the game. The tsunami early,
hurricaning his Ambro.
Yeah, when it comes down to something that close, those little choices ended up mattering, and maybe could have swung it in the other direction.
That is so brutal.
For sure, but still a great opportunity for Stellar Kristoff. 4-0 into 4-1 is nothing to shake.
Yeah, 4-0 is
just gotta win out. You could even potentially take a loss and still clear in a top 16.
For sure, and we got to give props to both these casters, right? I mean, coming in here at round 5, 4-0, and now we see Q, or Bo rather, moving to 5-0. Christoph, we got to see a Sonicor, so that was a treat in itself.
That was incredible.
A lot of really cool plays in that
Sonicor
game.
hasn't seen play since literal base set.
Harmonia, previously a pretty written off card up until kind of the Argo metagame, or at least the Argo presence in the metagame rather. So some really interesting stuff there, and just overall crazy gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked so much about Winjin, we talked so much about Lunar Aggro, we talked so much about Blizztrix. That was the number
furthest
one match. That was table one. We were watching Sonicor versus Argo.
Thunder something, Sonicor something versus
Sonicor Argo.
Woo, man. I would imagine there's only a handful of Helioliths in this room today, and he just made
probably
it
all being played by Bo.
All being played by Bo, and that's something that I
there's
really
like 2 people.
Is kind of the diversity in the deck building and the different strategies that people are bringing, the different tech cards, and
I'm so excited for when my card. Oh my god, everything's gonna be so good, chat.
Really interesting patterns there to be able to bounce back from what was kind of a blowout of game 1, and it did not look like that in game 2 or 3.
No, not at all. I mean, 2 really, really close games after that unbelievable dog walking that Stellar Christoph put on that first game. I gotta say, I really do appreciate this kind of Elestrals. Sometimes it's good to get really locked in on a Lunar Mirror, and sometimes it's good to be like, well, what can I expect my opponent's deck to be playing?
It's like, what could we possibly have?
Extrapolate, attacking into a Scythe would lose me the game, putting them on Harmonia to burn themselves would win me the game, Heliolith in hand is always
or you know, the one part where we could just straight up die.
Nothing. And it's studious understanding of both the format, the players, and the cards available that will net individuals with a breadth of understanding wins that they wouldn't otherwise have.
Yeah.
And that's what it all comes down to, right? Those micro decisions. When we talked about kind of the tail end of that game.
So many decisions. Like, you, chat, if you have seen any of our gameplay from playing Clash back and forth, you'll see that the list of trying to decide which spirits to expend when taking damage, which spirits you can afford to just bend off for the effects of our counter runes is just so important.
On a handful of different cards, but primarily
incredible stuff.
We saw come out with Leviathan on it. We saw come out with a Flurmine. He was really playing across the gauntlet there of the different things that he might end up running into.
So Meter Solar Enchanted game 1, the Lustricon, the Lycaris underneath it. There's really incredible stuff going on.
Yeah, really cool stuff. I just love it. I love seeing that kind of stuff. I love seeing this gameplay, and what a win, man. That was nuts. What a game. I'm glad we got to commentate that one. That was a lot of fun.
We actually have the winner hopping in here for a really quick winner's interview. So I think we are going to probably hand it off for a break, momentary at best, maybe 30 seconds, and then we are going to ask Bo a couple of questions about that unbelievable set you just watched.
That was nuts.
Incredible stuff. All right, let's hop into the gamers for a little moment. Actually, we'll just leave this up. Bingus bongus. I'm here. It's round 5. It just well, round 5 just feature match of round 5 just ended. So, yippee. But hi. Hi. Are we game? It's game. What are we gaming? That's a good question. Yeah, all having fun. I'm glad you all having fun. I was checking in between. Good. The good. Wow.
And then going undefeated in Swiss in the PNM. And I'm here.
Well, you are currently undefeated. You may be the only undefeated at present, but really incredible stuff. I have to ask about your opponent's deck. Were you expecting to see Sonicores?
No, I was not.
We weren't either. We were all kind of shaking our head at that concept.
Like, Thunder is expected. Like it's a good deck, but Sonicore was really weird and like.
Oh my god.
The one turn that I tried to out it
What?
with Lumerous Scythe, I just did not.
I don't own video games.
I did not math correctly.
Yeah. No, well, congratulations. It is an incredible list. It's awesome to see like a homebrew taking names against the likes of all of the expected decks, the Lunar Aggros, the Winjins, the Blizztrix. What have you been playing against so far today?
A whole bunch of different things. I played against Thunder once before. Played against Heal Control round 1. There was a win position change.
Really?
Yes. And that was my round before this one. And I am blinking on the last one that I played against.
That's still wild to have seen such a variety of decks in just 5 rounds. From this position, you probably just have to win one more in order to secure a spot in top 16. How you feeling?
I'm great. I'm on a roll. Just ready to continue on.
Good stuff. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. Congratulations on an unbelievable game. A play that will live in my mind forever.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, keep it up going forward.
That was an unbelievable round 5. Unbelievable. Got absolutely spiked. Oh dear God. Is an excellent question. A little bit of a silly. Stores? Raw dog and party animals crazy. Yup, egg. Aka had to remake. Fun fact, the room is the room in here with us? Is the room in the room with us? Dang, that damn fourth wall. How do I not have the special eyes? I got at least 4 of them. And if you count 2 separate people, the people behind the VTuber and the VTuber, I have 8. We have to figure this out. How can't I see? I don't have. Do not. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I'm gonna say no. I will say no. I will say no. I cannot move. Was an unbelievable.
In a world where trust is a luxury and betrayal lurks in every shadow.
I see what Eno's talking about.
Has a story.
I see it. Yep.
Let me introduce you to the game Crisis.
But round 6 is about to start. Ow! What was that? Dear God. Ow. Probably. Oh my Jesus.
A game of deception, deduction.
I see what you mean. What is wrong with? Oh my God.
And decisions. Someone in this is a killer.
Cringe game. Yeah, chat. I don't know. We'll probably just focus for the Elestrals stuff because we already did that, and I don't think I can download the game right now. I looked, I tried, and I'm like, well, I didn't try. I looked, but I'm like, it's not gonna. We've tried downloading stuff before, and if it's not like a small update, it ain't gonna happen. If it ain't a tiny update, it don't happen. Yeah, where am I home? Why aren't they T-posing? Someone T-pose on camera. Come on. Oh, but shout out to cosplayers. Absolutely killing it. Shout out to the Elestrals music from Tailwinds. Absolutely killing it. What a great tournament. But why aren't they T-posing? Like, what's going on? Someone T-pose in main frame. Come on. The answer, actually, chat, you want to know the real reason why there aren't people T-posing? Because everybody else that would is in a side event right now. They are all playing side events that are firing. They're trying to win those cards. You guarantee it. Also, I guess the feature match is over here. Everyone is genuinely too busy. Genuinely too busy. But also, the Elestra's music has been such a vibe. It's been so good. Absolutely killing it. Every game has been incredible. They're playing out of their minds, insane. The gameplay has been so unbelievably fast. And because each round feature match is firing the same time as like the actual main rounds, they get to go through this so much faster. Like an event like this for like Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh, they don't do that. They do not do that. But yeah, apparently, so we heard earlier, there's apparently another like a card convention or something where it's like a baseball like collector's event somewhere in the same like space. And so they're like, "Are you here for the convention?" I'm like, "Yeah, but we actually intend to play with our cards, not like whatever the like other people are doing." And I'm like, "Damn, finally, people who understand I hate treating cardboard like these freaking cards as like stock options." And I'm like, "Hell yeah, let's go." Like, I hate that so unbelievably much. It is unbelievable. Also, look at how tiny everybody is. Look at them, all tiny. You can sit over there. Chat, I'm so excited. I don't know when I'm gonna get everything, but like all the stuff is going to be here eventually, and I'm very excited. Chat, do you know how many things I have that are just like randomly like, man. Every time I try to put my like stuff in for ordering, I've lived in a place and I'm like, I still feel like I spell my address wrong every time. It's unbelievable. I've lived here for God knows how long and I'm like, I still can't spell it. Let's go, Danny! I kind of forgot Danny plays Elestrals. He was actually in the Elestriad. I genuinely forgot. We got our Glitch Stars girlies in chat, Miwabel and Leah. Freaking love that for everybody. PK had to Google what an Oshi was. Oh my god. Luke Von Sweep. That is so funny. Chat, it's allergy season. Chat, my allergies are gonna kill me. YouTube chat got jokes. My mom told me not to lie. Liz, thank you for the hydrate. That is so funny. Is unbelievably funny. Oh. Song change or round start? Chat, place your bets.
And
round start.
Are back here at the Dallas Open 2025 event. I'm back.
Let's go, round 6.
And I've replaced Mr. MBT with the wonderful K-Cray.
I am so excited to be here with Mr. Elestrals himself.
Mr. Elestrals himself.
In-person event. How excited are you?
This is just so exciting.
Mr. Elestrals himself.
Because you've been killing it. Like, we've had you do.
Yeah. See. Okay. See, chat. We can be Mr. John Elestrals. We cannot be Mr. Elestrals. That's our guy, Dan.
Oh my gosh, it's been so much fun, and the different variants of decks that we've been.
I
able
will
to
forever
see,
get to be John Elestrals. That's how it be.
Later into the day, people are getting better and better. We're seeing more and more smart, different plays that, I mean, last round you were just telling me about some of the insane things that I have never even personally thought of to ever do in this game.
Yeah, there was some crazy stuff last game, and one of the things that I want to highlight is kind of after that game I went out and I was talking to some of the players and some of the spectators and stuff, and I ended up speaking to Stellar Christoph after that match, and he came out of that match after a tough loss, right? And he said that was the best game of Elestrals I've ever played. And that's a really cool thing to hear from somebody coming off a loss, right?
That was an incredible game.
Crucial game for him in round 5. And he's still stoked because he just had an awesome game against one of the top players in the game. So I love seeing
that was an incredible game.
That kind of energy, just a lot of excitement. Again, you mentioned kind of the variety and diversity in decks.
Yeah.
Super cool to see. And as we look at kind of these decks that are now 5-0,
that was an incredible game.
We're going to 6, right? Round 6 now, or
that sounds right. Yeah,
we're going to 6. The decks that are 5-0, we're still seeing quite a bit of variety in these decks. I know that there's some Fire Nexus. I know that there's some of these kind of Artifact, Argo type of toolbox decks. There's some Lunar stuff. A lot of really interesting decks. So I'm curious what the.
I'm excited for Argo to be on Clash.
For our next round, I'm not picking, so we'll see what they end up going with.
It's gonna be a surprise for sure. I think it's so fun as someone who got into Elestrals right around Frostfall. I remember I was learning it. People were saying, "Oh, you don't really play the artifacts. Those are not cards that we're really seeing too much." And I remember being so disappointed because I loved Scythe of Demeter. I thought that was so pretty. But now seeing the
artifacts chat,
kind of the scrap list
eyebrow raise. I don't have a thing, but every time I talk, my eyebrow go up.
Winning card.
Oh my gosh, is it ever? Not only that, but we see the kind of combination in Bo's deck there with the Necklace of Harmonia, a card that again was pretty much written off for a long time. Scythe of Demeter, another one, as you mentioned. These are cards that I think it's really fun to look at, and obviously I'd love to say that I have this incredible foresight that this is all going to happen, but when I explain the design process to people when I go about creating sets, I really do try to create like a puzzle piece that fits into the previous sets, and that oftentimes results in us uplifting older cards to bring them back into kind of an opportunity to shine. We see that cards like Morolith is a great example, and we've done that really well with the artifacts, which has been really fun. And I know with Firestorm, I think artifacts are going to come on to a whole nother level. So there's no more of this artifacts, or you just write them off right away. And the same can be said for those 2 and 3 cost Elestrals. So a lot of really exciting things that are going on in the world.
Lots of cool stuff,
I cannot wait to see what fire specifically does in Firestorm. I mean, it's her element. It's her set. You know that I'm partial personally to the Bunnix. That's been my favorite reveal so far. I'm a little biased, but I can't wait to see all of the new mechanics.
Yeah, when we look at Hestia and what Hestia is going to be able to do in the context of just kind of an offensive fire deck, but then really kind of some of the branch
with Hephaestus too.
You look at Bears, right? Majursa, I think, is going to be a powerhouse. You look at cards like Hephaestus and his Volcaries, alongside Rumacole and even Scavacole and some of the new tools that Fire is going to have, combined with some of the pieces that it's already had, like Kinleo.
Yeah.
It might
There's
be
gonna be it's gonna be tough.
I've seen it's like the last remaining real Nexuser, because you hit Spark It.
Lovers in Shambles.
Sorry about that. You hit Spark It, you hit Equilinx, and Kinleo is kind of went under the radar.
Because Kinleo's
one of the craziest cards
suffering,
in the game.
right?
Yeah, it really comes down to kind of the support around it. Hephaestus being kind of the weakest or one of the weaker of the Divine Runes.
For sure.
There indicating that we are moving into the next round, so we should have our pairing soon. But Hephaestus kind of up to this point being one of the weaker divines. And when I went into Firestorm and I kind of looked at introducing Hestia and kind of more elements for fire, I was really excited to take what we learned about artifacts, recognizing that they haven't been that great, and then give Hephaestus and that artifact deck some really cool support. So that's something that I'm super looking forward to seeing what people brew, because that Volcaries effect is maybe one of the best effects in the game that we've made.
Fire!
Thank you personally, because from almost every single base set box I've opened, full art Hephaestus.
There you go. You're ready to rock.
I've been
Chat,
sitting
if
on
we pull
those,
full art Hephaestus from our boxes,
who can say? As all these other elements, I mean, even Frost, who was such a Cinderella story, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Frost has had a Cinderella run.
I mean, Blistrix is one
in
of the biggest
all of these
decks that
things.
we see.
Oh yeah. And I will say that I believe that Frost has a chance to be even stronger going into Firestorm as well, even though it's the Fire and Wind set. You look at Brumelink's Champion of Kione. That card is
the champions titled cards are insane.
Boreas and Blizzard. That's going to be huge for Frost decks, which can sometimes struggle hitting some of those stat lines. And then we saw today, I know you're a big fan of Bunnix and Nick Samara.
The Risen in Fallen form.
So good.
I am so excited.
The others are playing party animals, and I just don't have.
I believe it was the Elite Four, but I believe it was Barbie, Gianluca Barbera. They are an incredible artist, and I remember when they kind of pitched me that idea based on kind of like the Jackalope is kind of the inspiration there.
Okay.
There's some really cool tie-ins, because I know a lot of people have been waiting for the Morphrost Chimera form, which we've kind of teased through art contests and things of that nature. So that's coming, but we had to release its inspiration first.
Yeah, Morphrost got to come from somewhere.
The sheer fluffy factor of Fallen form Nick Samara, I'm not over it. I'm still thinking about it to this moment, and I'm so glad we're finally able to talk about it, because I've been holding on to this all day.
I don't know if we actually officially revealed the full arts, but I'll talk to those briefly, because I know some of them were pulled. One of my favorite things about those full arts is the Fallen form is resting in the snow.
Yeah, someone pulled the
that card art. There's some cataracts.
I think the Risen form.
But then when you look at the Risen form, it is aggressively chasing those same cataracts.
No!
Poor guys.
I'm gonna say that Risen comes first. Therefore, the story is they get away and have a nice nap.
I love that thinking.
Yeah.
I love that thinking. We'll go with that. We're going to go with that.
We're going to go with that, so it's not evil.
Sequencing that you're going to have with the two of them, these poor cataracts are just on rest.
Yeah, they're going to need that rest, because I tell you what, Nick Samara is coming in full force. When we look at the decks that we're going to see today, some of the stuff that I know you guys saw some really cool stuff. I'm really looking to see one of those Fire Nexus builds. Did you see any of that earlier?
We have not.
We have not seen Fire Nexus.
I'm really hopeful.
We've seen
if
water.
anyone on the team hears me, I would love to see Fire Nexus. Oh, okay, good. I think we might actually
we might have some good news.
We might have it then. Let's go.
If we're grabbing the match that I think we're grabbing, I'm going to be really stoked about that, because it's going to be a fun one. I'm waiting to see if production is showing. He's queuing it up over there.
All right.
Who do we got? Let's take a look. That's who I was hoping for. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, looks like we're gonna be picking up Zero versus Ruli, which is gonna be a lot of fun.
Yo.
And Zero, this is a fun story. So he's actually from my locals.
Okay.
So some people may know Magnitude or Steve, right?
Yes, big fan.
He's been kind of part of the Elestrals.
Big fan of our guy Magnitude.
I distinctly remember the first few months of creating Elestrals, sitting on my back porch with him with cutout pictures of Elestrals that I printed at Staples, glued onto other TCG cards, and we would play on my back porch. So he got his friend James into the game, Zero in this case, and you know, they play at locals every single week. Their locals was killing it so much they were firing 2 Elestrals events a week. And I didn't realize he had a game like this. He's here 5-0, and he's about to be on the stage.
Apparently,
good lord,
practice has paid off.
I guess two LGS a week,
two pods a week
nearby, and they are not firing Elestrals events. You got to get them to tell them about Elestrals.
Good
lord,
with
your binder, show them what it's all about, and then tell them to get in contact with me. I'll legitimately get on the phone with them and tell them what it's all about. You don't have to do the selling. I can talk to them about it, and we'll get Elestrals at your local game store. So you too.
All right, call Adria.
The feature on this upcoming matchup here, which is going to be.
Hey, Dad, can you call a local and move them closer? I don't want to have to drive that far. Every local I could have is like not local. It's like farther away than my work.
Like one tournament pack in a little box is like as a promo or something. I'm fiending. Immediately open it.
Well,
they're so fun.
I'm not going to say too much, but I would recommend that everyone stay tuned for tomorrow's opening ceremony. There's some very cool reveals that are coming. So if you're watching at home right now and you're enjoying all the Elestrals that have been throwing down today, tomorrow we're going to be moving to it.
And I will be live tomorrow as well.
The casters are going to be playing it out to find out who is going to win the incredible Elestrals trophy. And I tell you, that thing is a work of art. I am blown away that we even made that. It is incredible. But as I mentioned, we'll have some really cool reveals going on tomorrow morning. It's
very cool.
And we hear the overhead voice going right now, which I imagine is signaling that we're
Zeus,
going
I
in.
think. Zeus is talking.
It sounds like Zeus.
One of the two.
You know, either or. The stature on that man. It's incredible.
He's a very tall man.
Yes.
But if he was not, the giant part of his name would be very strange. But here we have the two casters. Zero, as I mentioned, James from my kind of Connecticut locals. And I know he's running Fire. Ruli, been a part of the community for a long time, part of a previous Elestriad season, I believe, and a very accomplished player in his own right. This is going to be a heck of a matchup.
This is going to be amazing. And so we know the Fire. I don't know the other list that we're looking at here. So that's a bit of a mystery to me, at least.
Yeah, I have no idea myself.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be very interesting to see. But I'm very curious to see how this Fire deck is piloted, because we heard a lot of talks about Fire and Fire Nexus being a dominant presence in the metagame, especially with Blitztrix, right, as one of the more reliable ways to out the big guy. But no one's really, I know Vipers had some success. We've seen a couple casters get into the top cuts, get into a top 8, but no one's really stuck it the whole way. Could today be the day?
I really hope so. We've had a lot of exciting sort of false starts with Fire. We had the Ignector deck that for a while was dominant. I think that was Dimax who played that one, which was so fun to watch. But, you know, clearly at this point, you said 5-0 is
yeah, we're 5-0 here. And shout out to Dimax. I see you on Twitter posting your tournament results, but he's not actually here, which is very funny. So shout outs to you. That was very funny to watch on Twitter. I refreshed him like, oh, Joseph, I didn't realize Dimax was here. I didn't meet him yet. He's like, no, he's trolling. So now I know. I have learned the games. But these two guys are going to throw their decks out there and do a little cut and get off to this clash here very soon. I am so excited for this one.
My God.
And again, it's really cool for me to kind of see, you know, a personal friend of mine come out here and put in the work, and you know, he's been grinding. So this is going to be a good one. And Ruli's no joke. Like I said, a great player in the community, been around for a long time. This is going to be a fun one.
I can't wait. Every time we were seeing a little overhead view of the cards, I was trying to...
I think I saw a Cryoblast somewhere. That's all I saw. That's all I saw. That doesn't give us anything.
That doesn't tell us any information.
Doesn't give us anything. It makes me wonder how much would the game change if Cryoblast didn't work against Fire types? No, we won't do that. We won't do that.
We are actively listening to a change in the meta happening live.
That's my favorite joke when I'm playing against people. I'll tell them, oh no, that card's errata now. We changed that. Yeah, no, it lets me draw a card instead.
Well, I hear you've been playing with new cards.
Wow.
Wow.
You know.
Yes. Well, listen. When I do my gunslinger challenges and I face down all of the Elestrals faithful, I do bring things that are unreleased a lot of the time. Right now, it's not as bad because all the cards have been revealed.
Yeah, but you've seen them in the teasers.
Catch me in a few months when I'm running set 6, and it might be a little different.
You know? Yeah, we'll be a little different.
I cannot wait.
Well,
set 6 and 7 are going to be a little different.
We're gonna see who's going to kick this one off. It looks like it might be Zero going first. Looks like no mulligans here, and we're going to see a back row set. He's going to go 2 A lot of casters have been opting to expend on turn 1, but it looks like he's going to throw down a Fire Spirit and a Rummacle. That's a
Rummacle. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, starting off strong. And the set 2, I feel
The
like
Rummacle.
Fire is one of those that you want to see back row, especially early on. We don't know what Ruli's on. Not really playing around Hurricane at this point, but maybe Zero
there's the Forge.
Too much? Who's to say?
Yeah, I think at this stage of the game, you probably just go for it. You want to make sure you have that versatility with that back row. But one of the things I love about Rummacle is it gives you the option to search both Volcanic Forge and Stoke the Forge. So he opts for the Volcanic Forge, and he's going to immediately play it, which is going to turn his Rummacle into a 4 attacker, which is quite nice. Going to essentially double the effect of Volcanic Forge. And with that back row, he's sitting in a pretty good spot. But we'll see what Ruli's got.
We'll see what they got.
Pretty bad.
Yeah, Lavalith good though. That would be really bad.
Barring Lavalith, Ruli simply has to deal with what is now a pretty strong Rummacle, like you mentioned, with the Volcanic Forge there. Maybe we'll see some Stoke the Forge.
What are we seeing?
That could be pretty cool. And we see a
Is it a rabbit?
Come out
the rabbit.
Okay. A little rabbit in defense.
PTA? No,
Gorgon.
That's an aggressive play here from Zero.
Great.
Obviously, it's been working for him. The first turn, Gorgon's Gaze to shut down the Astrabit, preventing it from using
He is super aggro Gorgon.
That Gorgon's for kind of a more offensive play to stop.
The super aggro Gaze, the GGs.
Right away. If you've got the resources to do it, it could be big. Let's see if we see Kinleo here now with a Nexus Bank.
It makes me think that Zero might be setting up for something that he has.
There's the fire.
Whatever the pieces in hand are, or a re-enchant.
No, an Ascension to Lavalith.
Wow.
Oh no.
That's going to pop the back row. That's 8 attacking Lavalith.
Oh
that
my
back row is on. It is going to be
a tsunami.
The best thing Ruli could see there.
Yep, we are going to
Oh my god, that would have been bad.
To defense. Astrabit, of course, already comfortably in defense where it likes to be.
An additional back row from Zero there. If you're Ruli, even though
that would have been terrible for Ruli. Holy.
Defense Elestral because of the Forge right now. That's a mountain to climb.
This is no joke, especially with 2 back row.
There's a set, and it's a
take a breath. But
that's a Water Enchanted Sorlet. I wonder if he's got a follow-up here with a Zeus or some sort of Demeter play to kind of buff, be able to hit over that. Because again, with that Forge, he's not hitting over that. With a back row set, it looks like that might be it. Water Enchanted Sorlet sitting out there. Not going to be able to do anything offensive. Lavalith's going to be able to put the pressure on, and Lavalith is not a card you want to Shield of Achilles.
Is that Necroth? Oh no! Oh no!
Now we're going to start burning, which is exactly what Fire wants to do. We're moving that Lavalith back into attack, and we still don't know much about what Ruli is even running here.
Oh, the Zeus
from Zero, which is very interesting because that's going to allow him to ensure that he can hit over. Well, he's already hitting over both things, but I wonder if this is like in anticipation of like an Argo or something. I'm quite unsure because Necroth beats the Rabbit and Lavalith beats the Sorlet. So, but that's one thing that's interesting is for so long we saw Necroth played as just a 5, right? It would be misenchanted with water.
What's he doing?
People kind of forget or underestimate the power of that burn effect. That can rack up.
I mean, it's just like Lumaru, who's now suddenly becoming properly enchanted, and that extra effect is putting in work. So
it's another tsunami. Wow.
That's the exact card that Ruli would have wanted to have there.
Yep.
He needed that tsunami there. But one of the things to note is even with that, this Lavalith is still a really big problem. He can at least deal with the Necroth. That was a good turn for Ruli, though, because you burned a Zeus Spirit. And you were able to keep the offensive off. There's a Thunder Spirit and
Elechick's coming down.
He needed to find his Zeus and enable this game plan.
So we are going to see that
we can now finally make it over some of these.
Elechick being one of the prime
Holy, that would have been terrible.
Tournament today, but we saw that Gorgon Gaze come out on the Rabbit earlier. So
I'm still a Pandora's Box truther. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Pandora's Box is a real card, but that's gonna immediately put pressure on. If Zero's back row is not live,
Dan still believes
kind of that tsunami. Then this Lavalith might go down, and that's exactly what Ruli's been kind of positioning for. So this is going to be a very, very big inflection point here on this game. There's 2 Thunder. Is that what he's loading up on his Zeus? It looks like it.
Yeah.
Go to 3, and then probably disenchant 1. Go after the Lavalith. Make sure you can hit over that. Elechick can clear the Necroth, but a tsunami would be huge. One thing to note, though, that Sorlet is water enchanted.
It's already water
Would
enchanted.
still be able to do it, even with a tsunami. There's no one and done answer for Zero here.
He is gonna consider shifting Rabbit to attack.
He's thinking about the aggro Rabbit.
Defense position. I think that's probably pretty smart. I think Zero is in a position where even if he has his board flipped here, Kinleo actually
he's going for it
right back. No, Bunny is going into attack position. Sorlet's gonna fire into the Lavalith. It will take it out. Not a whole lot Zero could do there against such an offensive board. And then both Astrabit and Elechick can beat the Necroth. We'll see what he
That's
does.
the shield.
Shield.
Okay,
Rather,
I was
actually,
thinking they're
Astarabeth
gonna
does
keep.
not beat Necrof because of the Volcanic Forge, and he will pay off the Zeus to play the shield. So looks like Zero will be able to maintain some sort of board presence.
Yep.
Kinleo would be very big here.
Kinleo would be great. We already saw Zero hard ascend over one of the other Elestrals, so that's also an option here.
Yep. See a Scavacole?
Ooh.
Oh my.
We will see an Ambrosia.
Ambrosia.
Yep. That's going to be really good. That's going to get him some of those fire spirits back. Seems like he's running a lot of fire, a little bit of thunder. Might have some Astrabets in there. But he'll be able to put the pressure on here with this Necrof now. Could either target down the Astrabet or the Sorlet. I probably go for the Sorlet just because you really don't want that position changing.
Yeah, that Sorlet, if it ever gets a wind on it.
You can still kind of play around that pretty well. But we'll see what Zero ends up doing as he is looking at his spirit deck, deciding what he's going to do here with that Ambro. He recovered those spirits.
Yeah, he got back 2 fire, 1 thunder.
And
so
it's going to be an
That's a rabbit.
Zone.
That might be what that thunder was for.
Yeah, that's a really big play. Astrabet's going to allow him to kind of establish a board and force those Zeus plays. He's going to force those disenchants from Zeus to clear it. So, and now he's got the option of picking from any one of those 3 cards to kind of maximize his game plan and make sure that he can get exactly what he needs here headed into the second half of the clash.
Yeah, and hopefully showing how powerful that original Gorgon's Gaze was, shutting off Ruli's Astrabet, who has still been hanging around, actually.
Yeah, the rabbit's in aggro.
Might not be for long, though, because unless he's got another 3rd Tsunami or he wants to burn like a Shield of Achilles, I do think that Necrof is going to have a field day here, but it probably goes after the Sorlet. So let's see what ends up happening here. Zero going to shift that Necrof into attack position, and now debating his
do we have
play.
back
What
row?
is Ruli's back row? There's the attack into the Sorlet.
You were right there.
Let's crash for Sorlet.
He is going to go
Alter.
Alter.
Oh no.
That could be a game-defining play there. Altar of Stars going to Nexus off of the Zeus onto the Astrabet, change the Necrof to defense position, and activate Astrabet's receive effect, generating
incredible advantage. Oh,
for a long time, Kay.
brutal.
Altar of Stars is one of my favorite cards in the game because of plays like that.
It's one of those cards that it's like, I'm playing a trading card game right now when you get it to work.
That's it.
And it's like, this is card gaming.
To then use the Altar and then Nexus.
And then I move it here.
Oh my god, that's brutal.
There's a lot of really fun kind of gameplay states that can exist because of Altar of Stars. Obviously, you usually have to pair it with a Divine. You have to have kind of some sort of defined strategy in place.
Yeah.
But as we move to the Divine Champion sets and more focus on these Divines, that's a card to watch out for.
Oh, you heard it here, folks. I'm personally taking note.
Yeah. You know, I leak everything, really, is what it comes down to.
I think you just get excited.
I get so excited. Ruli I think he's gonna go on the offensive here with this Sorlet. It looks like he drew for turn post Altar there. Obviously got that Astrabet proc, was able to get another card off the top of the deck. That generation of advantage, finding the cards you need. Probably at this point, if you're really looking for some back row support, just in case, a Gorgons would be huge, right? Like that could shut down. Because the Kinleo is telegraphed, right? Really doesn't need to know what's in Zero's deck to know that there's Kinleo, right?
Yeah.
But he does have the flexibility of going Wind Enchant on Sorlet to activate Sorlet's effect, expend a Wind Spirit to change the position of Astrabet.
Okay.
Yep, there it is.
No back row on Zero's end. This is looking like Zero's going to be left with no Elestrals staring down 2 on Ruli's side.
Yeah, and we were just
and they're
talking about
multiple
the
spirit
enchanting
enchanted
of these
too.
Elestrals, and here we go, being able to actually use Sorlet's effect to great effect with Rabbit, who is always such a defensive wall, really hard to get rid of. And the disenchant from Zeus to...
Yeah, that Forge is putting in overtime.
It is.
It's clash right now. That Forge is actually probably alone saved Zero a handful of spirits, or forcing Ruli to use at least 2 or 3 spirits just because of the Forge buff.
To keep up with the
kind of in an interesting place in the metagame where it seems like if you stick one, it could be the difference in the game.
Yeah.
But, you know, a lot of times they end up in the side deck and they kind of end up being counter plays to different things. But Fire Nexus uses that because it's, as we discussed kind of in the pre-show here, the Divine Hephaestus isn't really doing it for them right now. But there's the Kinleo.
And there it is.
That telegraphed Kinleo of legend.
And if that back row is not stopping this Kinleo, that Forge is going to allow him to Nexus, destroy the Sorlet, and then attack over the Astrabet. And
there
all of a
it
sudden,
is.
We got ourselves a game again.
Yeah, this is starting to get... Ooh.
Oh, what is it?
And
it's another Altar!
Okay.
And a wise one at that, because the target's declared, ensuring that he can Nexus those spirits around, keep his Astrabet alive, and load it up with 3 spirits and prevent that attack. And now this Kinleo is incredibly vulnerable because there's
and reduce
no
the damage functionally taken with all the spirits now still in play.
And you're wondering if that would have been really handy right
to
about
hold
now.
it back. I mean, we were talking about maybe that.
Yep, there it
Elechick,
is.
This is another moment where it could have been great. Oh, okay. And here's this Elechick coming out.
Misenchanted.
That's a lunar Elechick.
So we aren't even going to see the effect come out. But hey, if not,
It's lunar Elechick just over.
Elechick is not scared.
No, he's ready. Kinlia goes down to the attack, and this rabbit is swinging for 3 spirits here.
That hurts.
I'm not even sure what Zero does to climb back. When you look at a fire deck and you think about what are their comeback plans, it's usually Lavalith, right? It's usually establishing a Nexus Bank and Kinlio. He's tried those 2 things.
Yes.
It hasn't worked.
The one of Lavalith is gone.
Maybe a Rumacole?
Maybe, unless he just has every eruption in the game in hand.
Or you just go 5s.
Or
you just drop the Necruff out there and see what happens.
Classic. It's
Let's go 5s.
We do have the one back row set on the release side.
Third tsunami. There it is.
There's the third tsunami.
Playing off of the rabbit, which I really like that play.
That's an economical decision in this economy, that's for sure.
And it's able to
in
move
this
to the
economy.
as well.
Beautiful, beautiful. And now that Necruff is very vulnerable to the attack.
So vulnerable.
By the Volcanic Forge, meaning it does just have that one defense. Astrabit can hit over it, although I think you want to take advantage of Astrabit's incredible
brutal, dude.
He does go Spectrus here. I'll be honest, I actually feel like re-enchanting Rabbit there might have been a better play. Just because you can generate back row. We see really has no back row, right? So I think maybe he's like, let me just hit as hard as I can, but he would have hit the same amount of spirits either way. So I think I would have re-enchanted Rabbit, but maybe he doesn't have any Thunder left.
You know, he could be counting on Zero to keep not seeing back row, but that Zeus is still there, and so we can't fully count anything out. Zeus, of course, being incredibly strong, but I do wonder. I think that Necruff might have been the last hope in terms of being able to. Yep.
And that's it. Zero.
There we go.
Scoop this one here.
We're gonna scoop that one.
Dominant game. It looked like Zero was off to such an incredible start, getting that Volcanic Forge out turn 1, getting his Lavalith out turn 2, essentially, and then he had a lot of momentum. But those 2 timely tsunamis early game kept the offensive pressure from Zero.
That was brutal.
Really to establish a board with his Astrabit, ultimately getting his Zeus to the field, and then he was able to kind of just take the game from there.
I mean, the fact that we saw all 3 tsunamis even later in the game, I have to wonder, is fire really weak to water here?
I think so, right?
Yeah.
And that's where if you're Zero, you might want to consider what your options are to kind of play around that. The tough thing is, with the exception of Necruff, there's not a lot you want to misenchant with water, right?
Yeah.
So, and even if you are doing that, as we saw from Ruli, he's got a 5 in his own. He's got that Sorlet. So these position-changing Elestrals that can, we obviously Eddie being a big one, but
we do love our battle tricks.
Is big, so you don't really want to go misenchanting when you're trying to take advantage of the Forge. So I think if you're Zero going into this next one, it looks like he does have a sideboard plan. That's always nice to see. Very, very quick with that. So he's got his game plan all sorted out there. But if you're Zero going into this, I think you want to really establish the game in a very similar way. And maybe just hope Ruli doesn't find those tsunamis so fast.
Yeah, I think that if we hadn't seen all 3, that could have been a very different game. I feel like Ruli could be thinking about maybe trying to side in if we have a stadium card in the side, because as you mentioned, if a stadium can be set up and just stick around, you get so much value. I mean, Ruli was having to go above and beyond just to get rid of, honestly, pretty basic Elestrals because of that Forge.
Yeah, and that's where we'll see potentially a Mount Olympus coming in, right? Especially in the context of this deck. Although I gotta say, Ruli seems to be kind of on more of a good stuff pile. We saw the Spectres, we saw the Sorlets. We
didn't really see of a
we saw the
like a game plan.
The Zeus. We saw a lot of counter rune support. Presumably he may have some water cards since we saw all those tsunamis. That's a lot of different elements. So I'm not totally convinced that he has a stadium that really makes sense.
Yeah, that would have room. I mean, even like in this particular matchup, I think Cryoblast would be.
I see. Yeah, that's exactly what I just.
Oh, there we go.
Looking at those sideboard options there, it looked like he was kind of sneaking in some of those potential tools there.
I agree.
I might have seen my favorite Elestral there, so we'll see if that comes into play, because that could be very, very big. Obviously, hitting the field, speaking of Nobby, hitting the field, dropping attack stats, and then turboing into Doppelganger. That is a lot to deal with.
I mean, they already had the lunar package a little bit set up, so that's one of those. I really love when side decks can be transformative and kind of change the way that you play the deck between games. And I think that that's something that could definitely do that.
Oh, bro, doesn't have enough sleeves.
About side decking is the term smoke screens, where a player builds a certain deck, And then when they go to round 2,
I do love smoke screening into other decks.
The dynamics of the deck, and that might just
we do love a transformative sideboard.
Right? Because if he just transformed his deck into a Nobby Doppelganger deck, that's gonna really throw off Zero because he didn't see any of that in that first game.
No, and I wonder if he knows that it's because you're watching. Maybe it was a little shout to you, say, "Hey, here you go."
Maybe slide those in there. But I know we had seen a few tournaments ago. There was a player who was running a particular deck, and then they were smoke screening into like Drakking, like just completely devastating opponents, not expecting it. And that's where the creativity of the 15-card side deck really comes in, as players are able to kind of move some cards.
That's what I like about Elestrals. You actually do get to play transformative sideboards.
Here at this point in the tournament,
it's not like Yu-Gi-Oh where you just play floodgates.
Exactly what you're doing in every scenario.
You just smoke screen into a slightly different strategy to just completely bowl over your opponent who wasn't expecting a certain card.
These changes, I'm going to make these adjustments, and I'm going to feel better going into game 2.
And that 15-card side deck, that's still pretty newly implemented, where you have the additional cards. And you see, Joseph and I were talking about this earlier, a lot of casters not fully exploring that. And I think that you see these 5-0 casters clearly taking full advantage of that. And I think that that's a huge factor.
Yep.
Most certainly. And I think one of the interesting parts is, in Elestrals, you do have flexibility to run spirits in your side deck. I think it's less optimal, though. At this stage of the game, it's very tough to take up those slots, because even though 15 might seem like a lot, when the metagame is as diverse as it is today, and there's, I think a lot of casters went into this event saying, like, I don't even know what to play because there's so many different options. I don't know what I'm going to see, within a range of 5 to 8 strategies.
Sure.
But, fitting those spirits in is rough, because you really want all those spaces for all the different cards you can run, the Divine Blessings and the Spoiled Fruits and the potential stadium counters and all that stuff. But we're heading into game 2 here. Zero looking to bounce back with his Fire Nexus deck, and he's going to start the same way he started game 1 with Rumacole.
I mean, that Volcanic Forge could be Stoke the Forge, who's to say? But Volcanic Forge gave so much value, and there it is. Just having immediately to contest a 4 attack Rumacole, it's not nothing.
I think the real difference maker there is when you look at the 6 attack Necruff, right? Because that
the 6 Necruff is unbelievable.
But this Rumacole going to give him exactly the start he wants. It looks like he's going to throw that Forge down right away as well. And special shout out, we got the full art Volcanic Forge coming next month for Shattered Stars.
Well, let's go.
I cannot wait for next month. Aries, it's going to be spicy.
We got some good stuff, some new champions, of course. The debut of the Divine Champions cards in next month's Shattered Stars. So there's a little plug there.
Start the game the same way.
Oh my gosh, the Volcaries, I think, is one of them.
Good, yes.
We're starting the game the same way, chat.
Really just doing a quick check there as he draws his first card. 6 cards in hand. He's going to reach for that Spirit deck, and let's see if there's a first turn Astrava. It's going to be a Water Spirit and a Wind Spirit.
The Hurricane!
I wonder what could be coming right now. That
looks like a blowout Hurricane on a PTA.
That is brutal.
It really is feeling good.
Oh, that feels.
This part of the game, and you just traded 3 spirits for essentially 2 of the most powerful cards Zero could have. You are feeling so good right now.
You feel so unbelievable right now.
And assuming that Ruli is setting up something here, wanting to.
It's Edward
for an Eddie. That's exactly what that is, and. Suddenly, this really powerful opening from Zero has been completely contested. We've got almost a full board wipe, only the Forge still there, and Ruli's feeling pretty good.
And worth noting that Rumacole's effect only buffs his attack the extra step because of Forge, so Eddie able to swing over it there.
There's a rabbit.
That's exactly what Zero needed, though, right? Like
that's exactly what you wanted to see.
Well, great first turn for Zero. A terrible bounce back on Ruli's end if you're Zero, but then you find your S-Rabbit, and you just burned an Eddie. So you got a chance here to kind of shake off that.
There's one Eddie down
out there on that Hurricane. Establish a new plan, right? Because now he doesn't have the back row support anymore, and start to kind of think about what the rest of this game is going to look like for you.
Yeah, and gonna have to see how Ruli deals with this Astrabbit, because as you mentioned, Eddie prime Astrabbit hunter here, but we also saw the Sorlet.
Oh, Thunderstrike.
We're gonna see a Thunderstrike. Almost certainly a side deck.
Oh, and there goes one of those tsunamis. That's a huge hit.
Yeah, but not the time you want to hit it, though, right? So you hit it now in a moment where you're making 0 offensive movement. So I'm not sure how I feel about that, especially when you know you're going up against a deck that's running Hurricane. Having your opponent have back row almost gives you some confidence that you can set your own. So I'm a little unsure about that play again, just for the sake of like, yeah, you blew up the tsunami, that's great.
That's Zeus coming
what
down.
What does that do for you in the context of now you're gonna get hit back by this Eddy because the Zeus hits the field?
That's true. Unless this.
What is this back row?
This is a real back row set from Zero. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
We are gonna see.
We
Zeus
just lost to PTA, so we know there's at least less odds.
From Ruli, and the disenchant does go through.
One interesting thing to note is
he
chose to not cast an Elestrals that turn. I'm not sure he expended to draw either, so not making the most of his normal actions for the turn. Zero will lose his Estrabit, but he's going to be looking to fire something down here. This is where like a Kinleo would be really big, right? That's where that card comes in and puts on a lot of pressure, but at the sake of losing the Forge. So let's see here. It's
Kinley.
Exactly that Kinleo hits the field. This is what you want to see if you're Zero, but if you don't have the back row support for it, this is going to be kind of all for naught because you're going to burn some spirits. Let's see. Is he going to misenchant a Zeus here too?
He is, yeah.
Ooh, there we go. So we're being able to keep that Forge up, which I think that was a real turning point in the last game. Was once that Forge went away was when Ruli was really able to sort of snowball.
Yeah, we were in big trouble.
Regain control.
I think if you're Zero right now, you are hoping you are not about to run into a shield. Let's see if he goes on combat.
He is going to go for it.
And that's going to be big, and Ruli immediately reaches for
Spirit Tag.
So he will be taking 2. That misenchanted Zeus play, I was actually thinking in the last game, I wonder how much Zero actually misenchants that Zeus, and we got to see it there, so he can keep that Forge. And now that Kinley is actually a 5, this is going to be a Cryoblast, but it's not going to work.
Wait, it doesn't work?
Because of the Forge, unless it's it's like maybe we're just.
I think this is going to be a misplay of misplays here. Oh no, Ruli can utilize the Zeus to hit down the Kinleo to make sure that
bring it down.
Does resolve.
But that would be a lot.
Legitimate play here, but it's going to cost him a little bit more than
it's going to cost him.
Thinking with Kinleo having 2 spirits and now 3 defense because of the Forge, as opposed to its normal weak 1 or 2 defense, looks like they're going to allow that kind of be rewinded a little bit here. There's the Zeus disenchant.
And you're exactly
right. Now we'll certainly see the Cryoblast. The reality of it is the order doesn't actually matter.
Yeah, the order does not matter.
Either way, and Kinleo is going to get cleared here. So big plays from Ruli combining those cards. I think that Cryoblast might have been a side deck card. So really good strategies there.
That order doesn't matter.
And I mean, even as Zero, you just force
the aggro rabbit.
Use a lot of valuable cards, the disenchanting one from Zeus and the Cryoblast, to get rid of one Elestral, which obviously the loss is pretty big.
Oh, the unbelievable aggro rabbit.
Yeah, but when you follow up with Astrabit, that's feeling pretty good too, because you're able to regenerate any of those resources you might have just that card generating such incredible advantage here. He's a little lower on spirits, so Zero's feeling pretty good there, but I'm not quite sure on Zero's hand size, and that's going to be a big factor here, because if he doesn't have a hand, which I don't see it.
Yeah, I think we're top decking at this point.
Yeah, that's really rough.
That's not good.
In a situation where you're going to be forced to expend the draw. Bunny's going to poke you for 1 here, but if you're Zero, Lavalit's not even live yet, so I'm not quite sure what he's going to be fishing for, but a Necref might be pretty nice, just to go on the offensive.
Necref is always good, and we still have that Forge enchanted, so that would be an immediate huge threat that Ruli would have to deal with, and depending on what that back row is.
This is going to be an expend to draw way, so he's going to be fishing for some resources here. He's got to find an Elestral. This is where things get scary. He does find Ambrosia. That's going to keep him in the game a little bit longer. There's still a lot of spirits to be had. Either player can take this one.
Yeah, we still have a good amount.
Is now really going to be able to potentially establish a second Elestral, or even better, re-enchant the rabbit is what I would do, honestly. Because this is a game that's going to come down to who finds their counter runes, I think.
Yeah, we have not seen a lot of counter rune action between the hurricanes and the thunderstorm, and here we are.
Oh,
oh wow, he's pulling. Mechanic Forge to be able to play resting
on a rabbit.
But that's. I don't think that's a play.
I think it still technically counts as on the field. Yeah, unfortunately.
So we've got the judges discussing this play here. So the current situation is there's 2 spirits on Ruli's board, and there's 1 on Zero's board. Zero's trying to pull the spirit off the Volcanic Forge to play the Resting on Your Laurels, but that is not something he can do. So he's going to put that spirit back. Unfortunately, it does not quite work that way. Telegraphing that, setting another back row here, but now at least if Ruli does end up casting another Elestral, then you have that play for the next turn.
That's very true, and this is a lesson that I also learned the hard way in a tournament where I tried to do the same thing. So Zero, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, so now actually if you're Ruli, you don't want to re-enchant Rabbit. You actually want to cast another Elestral now that you've been told that, and that's where that misplay could end up being impactful, because that gives Ruli a little bit more insight on what makes sense here. I think there may be a case to be made about re-enchanting just for the card advantage, but now you're a little scared because if you do that, you're losing.
You're losing something.
One Elestral that you have and 2 spirits on it.
Exactly, and this back row has been set on Ruli's side for quite a while, and I think there were turns that if it was, for example, a shield, we would have seen through, like with the Kenleo. But okay, thinking about deliberating a Leviathan here.
I gotta say, I love seeing these Dallas Spirits live today. Incredible.
They're gorgeous.
I'm so proud of the team for those because they are awesome. Those premiere frames are something truly special for the game, and we're gonna see another.
Oh
my God! Are you kidding me?
The back row of Zero. It was a Shield of Achilles.
Actually, it's Gorgon.
He's gonna hit the Astrabit, so at least Zero has some sort of a clap back here. This is very interesting because even though Ruli's gonna clear that resting on your laurels, he's gonna clear that back row. The Gorgon's Gaze force the proc there. You are still in a situation where Zero's still got a good amount of spirits. But he's got no cards. That's the real.
He's got nothing. He's top decking.
The top deck of a lifetime here, and unfortunately, I think that showing that resting is probably the deciding factor of that Hurricane.
I think so. I think so too. 100%. He definitely did that for that. But now it looks like Ruli might just be looking to do an expend to draw here because he can no longer re-enchant that rabbit. Because it's Gorgon's Gaze. So he's going to kind of lose out on that. He will go for an expend to draw. This is Zero's chance. He needs a neck rub.
He needs it. He needs the puppy.
He's starting to
He's reaching for it.
And is my guess. Doing some spirit counts here, maybe providing some intel to his opponent about how many spirits he has. Ruli's been in control of this game. I feel like kind of from the beginning. There is
expend to draw lightning.
Have been so massive.
Yeah, and hopefully it's simply
we fear no third hurricane.
The third hurricane, right?
It's always the third one.
Surely not.
And that's incredible. I gotta believe that Ruli went for a side deck strategy to bring in those hurricanes, and it's proven to be incredibly impactful as he's now gonna hit the field with a water enchanted Elichick. Love that to play around Tsunami. Sure, he's gonna get some damage in here. Rabbit can safely move to attack, I think, at this point, especially when the spirit differential is as big as it is, 10-4. Close that gap a little bit, hit for 2. But if you're Zero, you were thinking in need of an Elestral on this top deck.
Yeah, and we saw Zero sort of contemplate there for a little bit, but I think that we're simply
we're just gonna take the damage.
And yeah, hopefully this top deck can do something for him.
I think the biggest question is if you're Zero, let's assume he finds an Elestral, he's grabbing a spirit. Do you water enchant the Necruff if you actually find that to make sure that you could play around the Tsunami that was so big? But he's got to
expend to draw again.
Wow, 3 turns in a row. Zero has been forced to expend to draw. That's gonna set another.
Where are the guys?
But he can't find an Elestral.
He can't find his guys.
He's gonna draw for his turn, and he is in the driver's seat. I think now you definitely just re-enchant the rabbit.
Now you definitely
give yourself 3 chances to find one.
Oh yeah. And unfortunately, I'm thinking about what could Zero have set here that's really going to save him, and Tsunami doesn't do it. That's really the only thing that if that...
the Nobby comes down!
Oh my goodness.
I think if you're Zero right now, you've got to be feeling pretty bad. I think Nobby puts you in a situation where...
I think you lose instantly.
On the next turn, it's going to be very hard to be able to do a whole lot of anything at this point. I think the only other thing I could really think of is, a Lavalith could hit the field.
Yeah, we haven't seen Lavalith this game.
Play right now if you're Zero. He is going to go
it's GG's.
Gaze. But why?
It's
what are we? Gorgon.
Because...
Why is he Gorgons?
Yeah, there's really not anything.
What is the Gorgons for?
Protecting with not being able to get any Elestrals on board, but...
I'm going to be honest. Oh, you know what? He must be clearing spirits for lava. Like, I'm so confused why you would make that play.
You're exactly right. I think this is... well.
But I'm trying to understand why there's.
Why did we do this?
Gaze there, because you're gonna take 1 spirit of damage, but you're
taking the damage anyway.
And you still can't. I'm not sure.
I kind of saw his hand there a little bit, and I didn't see an Elestral, so I think Zero's gonna be in a position where he's gonna have to expend the draw for the 4th turn in a row.
This is rough.
There's no way.
Oh, he has the Kinleo, but he just used his Forge on the last turn.
That's just a little guy against the world, unfortunately, and not.
And it's not a big enough guy.
Nexus from, there's not much he can do.
And there's
the altar.
He's gonna turn Nobby into attack position, and he's going to be able to crash into the Kinleo, take out the Kinleo, and send it to Doppelganger. Oh, no. What a play. Does he have Doppel in his deck? We're going to find out in a second.
We're about to see if he put it in.
That might be it.
I think that's over, man. No.
I'm not sure I understand the logic of taking the Volcanic Forge.
There's the Doppelganger.
In the first place. I don't think it generated any advantage for you. And now that he found that Kinleo on that top deck, he really could have used that, because he could have popped the Nobby before it did what it's about to do, which is hitting the field with a Doppelganger that is almost certainly about to strike for game.
Oh, yeah. I think that you get to a point with the games, right, where when you're playing on the back foot like this, you can make decisions like that it's like, I don't know anything that I can do here. Ruli had such a commanding,
devastating hurricanes, bro.
Hard ascending into an Arcolith. I think this is game.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that is a water enchanted Doppelganger. There is nothing that Zero can do here to stop this offensive pressure. Got to give some. It's still a close game. It's 3-1, but got to give some props to Ruli here. He navigated that very elegantly. He was able to.
It was insane.
Yeah, there's a tsunami and an altar. Not going to be enough.
It's not enough.
The handshake there, and ultimately Ruli's going to take this one. That was a very
brutal, dude.
He's going to move to 6-0 in the tournament.
Wow.
That's crazy. At this point, being 6-0 almost guarantees, I think it actually does guarantee top cut for tomorrow, because even if you lose out the rest of the way, you're losing out to other people who are 6-0.
True.
Right? So your tiebreakers are going to be really strong.
Brutal.
So Ruli's going to have a chance to get that top 16 Pentair in that playmat, it looks like.
Oh, my goodness. And we might have a chance to see Ruli on stream again. And, I mean, with that game.
Brutal, chat.
Ruli played, both casters honestly played masterfully, but Ruli was just able to control the entire time, and unfortunately having to expend, what was that, 4 turns in a row?
Yeah, basic functionally 4.
So when we talk about playing this late in a tournament, I talked a little bit with it about Joseph, there's a lot of nerves, there's a lot of pressure. This whole day they've been playing, they're kind of in the comfort level of being in the seats in kind of the arena, but then they get pulled on stage, and that's a different ball game, because you got a lot of people watching, there's a little extra pressure, your heart's beating a little faster, your hands are shaking just a little bit more.
Yeah, all the time.
Everything moving a little quicker, and those decisions that you're making become a little bit tougher, right? And we saw, some tough plays, some interesting decisions there, where otherwise, I mean, he's 5-0, then nothing to scoff at coming into this round. Obviously, Zero's played out of his mind today, but Ruli was locked in.
Yeah, well, and as you mentioned, this isn't really a bad time to lose, because it doesn't mean the Zero isn't going to top cut.
That's totally true, right? So this Fire Nexus deck can most certainly still come through. He's really got to win probably 1. You win 2, you're definitely in, right? So he's got 2 rounds to go. There's still plenty of tournament left. There's still an opportunity.
Oh yeah,
for him
they
to
have
bounce
plenty
back.
of time.
Losing to someone who probably is going to end up finishing pretty high there in Ruli. So
which is going to help him as well.
Yeah, it's only going to help, right, when we look at those tiebreakers. So if you're Zero, I think you brush this one off. You maybe blame being on the stream as the issue, right? And you kind of go back into your comfort zone where you've done so well the rest of this tournament.
Yeah.
And if you're Ruli, that
I don't even think you even worry about it, to be honest.
There's a lot to be said about being able to get those on-stage jitters out on day 1. So that way, when you get to day 2, if you get pulled up on stream, which inevitably, if you're playing far enough, you will, it's not your first time up there, because those lights are pretty bright, and, you got a judge next to you, and there's a little extra pressure,
I mean, Zero might have come up with the tech. You're right. Get the nerves out now when it's like, it's not the highest stakes, as long as he plays out the rest of the day well and doesn't let it get to him. I have to say, it was so exciting to see opening with Rumicole, getting the Volcanic Forge out, and how powerful that Forge just sticking there was that first game. And then obviously Zero learning from that in the second game and valuing it a little bit more.
Oh, yeah.
With the misenchant of the Zeus, being able to keep that around. So there were a lot of really cool plays to see from both of these casters.
Yeah, I love that. I think that this is a really good kind of indicator or reminder to casters as they go to construct their decks is stadiums are real, right? We saw in the last round, artifacts are real. Stadiums are real too, and they can really change the dynamic of a game. That +1/+1 to your attack and defense may not seem like a lot, but when
it does save you.
Stats that are very close to each other, it could be all the difference. We saw forcing that cryoblast.
And when you're talking zeros,
with a Kinleo that was in defense position after a Nexus, we saw the Lavalith in defense position almost unoutable.
Oh my gosh.
Until a Zeus was found. So that stadium played a big kind of role in that game, which is kind of why I was so surprised that he was so willing to get rid of it at the end of that game there, especially top decking into the Kinleo. But ultimately, when you have to
but like, what do you do?
In a row, it's really hard to.
It's just like, what do you do from that?
You can do. And especially with right now, we were talking about these good stuff pile lists, and like, oh, if Ruli did have in the side deck a stadium to be able to say, okay, well, it was a big problem in game one. Oftentimes, what stadium do you even run that's going to be able to work with your entire deck? So yeah, stadiums are in fact very real, and I loved that game.
That
was incredible.
Really and talking about side deck kind of strategies, I think we really have to commend Ruli there, because I believe that he sided in the Hurricanes, and I do believe he sided in the Navi strategy as well. I don't think that was in his main. So the fact that he identified, okay, this is an opportunity where if I can get these attack drops off, I know my opponent is not playing anything related to Lunar, so I'm free to go into this side.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas in a tournament where you think, okay, there's a good chance that 30% of the playing field is going to run Lunar today, Navi is such a powerful card, but not against Lunar. So let me tuck it into the side. Let me throw some specs in there so they can deal with the Galaxies and the Foamies and the other things I might run into today. And then if I need it later, I only need a few Lunar to activate that strategy, and it worked wonderfully there in that game too.
I think that that's one of the strategies that has probably evolved because we've been in Moonrise for a while, and we saw so many games where for a while everyone was playing Navi main deck and everyone's doing Doppelganger main deck, and then even on stream we saw the game against Solar with the Draco Ray and, and all that.
Solar too, rising in usage, it makes Navi less useful, but I think Ruli may have stumbled, or not stumbled, I'm sure he tested a ton. Right?
Oh, I'm sure.
He may have come across something really, really viable here, if that is indeed his side deck strategy, where he kind of smoke screens into that Navi Doppelganger for game 2, when he knows, okay, it's safe, this is the time to do it. It only needs to connect once, and it becomes a big problem. But again, highlighting those Hurricanes, that turn 1 Hurricane on a PTA and a Shield of Achilles, that was brutal.
That, I think, I mean, it's hard to say turn 1 really sealed it, but I mean, when you get rid of those 2 of the most powerful counter runes in the game, and then you can't get a guy, there's nothing that you can do.
Yeah, that's really tough. And we talk about the mental, which I really do think is a big part of these types of events. The momentum shifts so heavily in your favor after taking a really close game 1, or actually a pretty solid game 1, but then just hurricaning away the background game 2. And we saw Zero struggle to find resources the rest of the game.
Yeah, I was like, then like,
while he got off to
that
such a
was
restart with the
unbelievable.
Rumble, because he lost his back row there, he wasn't able to ever accumulate enough. Whereas on the flip side, Ruli was just like, my rabbit's just going to keep finding me stuff this whole game. And those Altar of Stars were really big.
Oh,
Cool stuff. I got a lot of questions for Ruli. I see him standing back there. We're going to get him on the mic here in just a moment. I'm going to take this interview so you can take a little break, and we'll see you back here soon. And Joseph will be back as well soon.
Good Lord. That was just unreal. What? Chat, you know, what is happening?
And we are back here at the Dallas Open 2025 event with our round 6 winner, 6-0 now, Ruli. How was that match for you? That was insane.
Oh, it was so nerve-wracking. I wasn't prepared for the feature match. I didn't know how that would affect me, but honestly, having the headset and just being up there like allowed me just to tune in and then just like enjoy it like it was any other match. So it was just
That's good
really
to hear.
good.
We spent a good amount of time talking about kind of the mentality going into a game like that and kind of the extra nerves added on of going onto the stage and kind of being taken out of the element that you were so comfortable in all day. It's interesting to hear that you felt it wasn't too bad for you.
No, something about the headset, just like allowing to tune everything out, just allowed me to be like, it's another game. I was trying not to think about the camera, you know, like people watching. I kind of forgot that people were watching because it just like the headset. I don't know. It did me wonders. It was really
sensory,
nice.
man.
I got to talk to you about kind of some of the things that happened in that game, specifically your side deck pattern, because I think that that was very interesting. If I'm not mistaken, you made quite a transformative change into game 2. I think I saw kind of a Nobby Doppelganger smokescreen. Is that accurate?
Yep, 100%. Yeah, Nobby is the card that I bring it in against anything that's not solar and lunar, and it just it wins me games.
Yeah,
it just does win games.
I think you really are onto something there in terms of shifting the format in a way, because I think that that is so brilliant, such a powerful card that does nothing against what
anything
40% of the field.
Right.
But once you know what your opponent's on, it's very easy to slide that back in.
Right.
I saw you running kind of the main deck Spectrus, so you're already running some native lunar spirits.
Right.
Very cool stuff. Were those Hurricanes also sided in for game 2, or are those naturally in the?
They were naturally in there. Yeah.
That was big. That turn 1 Hurricane. And
Well, fuck you too, buddy. Goddamn.
That was absolutely
some
insane.
crazy ass.
What did you think when you saw Zero throw down
motorcycle truck? I don't know what the fuck that was.
And you have to deal with an 8-6.
So I was thankful that I had Tsunami, but I actually forgot that it was an 8-6. I felt like I might have made like a quick misplay there, where I got Tsunami, then I was just like, oh, I'll bring out the Water Swordlet. It has 4 defense, and I was like, I'll just attack over. But luckily I had Zeus in hand, so my deck just really revolves around, like, I always have answers to like a lot of situations that Elestrals presents.
Yeah,
and
it's like pseudo 5s.
Some answers made me feel like, okay, let me see if these answers work before I get nervous about it, because I know I'm chaining that Tsunami to it. So that's like, he's not getting the advantage off of popping the room. I'm switching it to defense. The misplay kind of stunk, but you know, we figured it out and got there in the end because I had other answers too.
Yeah, it would have had worked out.
The answers, that's when I go, oh no, I don't know. I don't know what to do.
I noticed that there was kind of an interesting play there where you went to go play the Cryoblast and you stopped yourself. You're like, wait a minute, I got to use Zeus. The order, I think there wasn't going to make a difference, but
the order does not matter.
There was a little bit of a pause there, and you were kind of like,
100%.
let me make sure I get this right.
Yeah, I was lucky. I said I'll put down a Flutter Mine instead of I'll cast Cryoblast. And I looked at the judge. I was like, please, I was like, am I allowed to take this back? Because I didn't know.
It would have resolved though, because Cryoblast works until the end phase.
Oh, it does work until the end.
Yes.
phase?
Cryoblast them, and then
the order of operations literally does not matter.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I know I wrote it, but I'm pretty sure Cryoblast says if they hit 0.
Yes, at any point during the turn, its effect will resolve to destroy it at 0.
That's a really cool back and forth.
That's why you could cryoblast something, and even if it doesn't reach 0 and you set it to 0 with more frost,
have you seen a lot
still
of
works.
Have you seen a lot of the same stuff? Has it been what you expected coming into the tournament?
So what I expected during the last Premier tournament, I went 5-2 with this. It was very similar deck. I kind of revitalized it a little bit, but my 2 losses were to Blitztrix.
Okay.
So like I've been like, that's been my. Like, I'm so scared.
Boogeyman,
yeah, the Boogeyman. Yeah, I've been so scared of it. And I played it once, and I won because of the changes that I've made. But after that, I've actually been playing a lot of Solar.
Okay.
I've had 3 Solar matches. People have just been wanting to Fortell and Windjin and Tornadian, which I'm a big fan of. But my deck has a lot of natural outs to these decks that have been coming up to me. Like, 5, Fire Nexus, all these decks. When you play 5 guys, and my deck really takes advantage of the fact that a lot of Elestrals have a high attack stat or a high defense stat, and then it's low on the other side.
Yes.
So all my cards are taking advantage of
One or the other.
Like that, and like outing them
Sorlets,
that
the
way.
eddies, the opportunity
Sorlets,
to change positions and really manipulate the board state in a unique way to gain advantage. And you did it eloquently across those two games. A very dominant performance, man. Congratulations on your round 6 win. Great to meet you, by the way, in person.
Too. Yeah,
cool,
right?
You've been a kind of an anchor of the community for a really long time. So pleasure having you on the stream and the feature, and good luck the rest of the way, man.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just have to say, you guys have been doing great. The
Thank
team,
you, man. I
the team is
appreciate
killing
that.
it. This is amazing. You guys
Awesome
are
stuff. We got a couple more rounds coming up.
Incredible.
We got MBT and K Craig going to be back on the mic for you guys in the next round. We're going to see Ruli keep chugging along here. Now 6-0, heading in round 7. I don't want to say you guarantee top cut, but I think the numbers are looking good for you.
Right.
Go win out anyway, so you can get that good seed. And
that's what
we'll be back here after a short break, heading into the next
Hell
round.
yeah, brother.
Again, MBT and K Craig will be back. Thank you so much for allowing me to join, guys. I hope you enjoyed my commentary. And for myself and Ruli,
Good to hear from Dan. Always good to hear from Dan. Always good to hear from our guy Dan. Alright, let's check back in with everybody. Man, those were some funky sounds coming off of a mute. Man. Are we sure? Are we sure this game? Are we sure this is safe for work? What are you all doing over there? That's not what it sounds like. This sure is not what it sounds like. All right, Link. I think it's a lot funnier for my Twitch chat that's not seeing it. Chat, close your eyes, but also don't close your eyes. Is it more concerning if you don't close your eye? That's so funny. He also sucks. Oh my god. Nerds. Playing on controller. But what do you think, we're all not nerds? No, actually, I haven't played a game on controller since... Actually, I don't know what. Since 1912. Actually, what was the last thing? Chat, what was the last thing we played on controller? Oh, it was, Steam yelled at me to try Hollow Cure on controller, and then I said, I hate this. I'm going back to mouse and keyboard. What do you mean not hollow cure? Yeah. And? Because I can aim. Yes. Oh, I don't know. Steam yelled at me and said, try it. I'm like, no, shut up. And then I did, and then I'm like, I hate this. This sucks. And unplugged it. I could not play. I could not play Star Rail on controller. I'm not gonna click my alts at the right time. Don't be such a prude. Alright, chat. Alright, chat. Alright, chat. Burn out the back of your toilets. Piss hard. Or the front of your toilets, depending on how you piss. Yeah. That's another thing. I can't play half of those. Just because I have to undo microphones. I can't really do it. It doesn't work. Beep, bobby, bobby. I was gonna say didn't Eno say he's taking a break at Among Us, not this. Yeah, that's what I said. What? Okay. Oh, hey. So, one of the things I'm getting for my, stuffs is I will be eventually getting uncut sheets from Elestrals. I'm trying to figure out which poster I replace. I don't know how big they are, so I don't know if I need to replace 2 posters or multiple posters or just one. But I need to know what poster I should replace. I have a Star Wars one. I could replace that. Or do I replace my MHA poster? Oh, I could replace my red versus blue poster too. Maybe it's the Star Wars one. Twitch chat, weigh in. What poster should I replace? Press 1 for Star Wars, press 2 for MHA, press 3 for red versus blue. Wow. What a hater. Replace. Although I might want to move the red versus blue one though, because if I do get the because that's a good spot for the Elestrals one. I'll just move it. Oh, bear. They're gonna clone 7. No. My God. Well, I guess I could. Oh, I guess I could try and move that stuff. I still need. They sure are. They sure are. I need a third monitor. Problem. I have nowhere to put it. I need a third monitor and I have nowhere to put it. Yeah, my mom let me have 2 PCs. Oh, wow. Debatable. You want to throw it out your window? I'll catch it. I assume Aka. If everyone's dead, then no one saw. That's pretty funny. I just lie. Just lie. You know, there are so many problems where you could just solve them by just lying. Yes, I've been making a phone call. Yeah, chat. We're still in between rounds. Round 6 has ended now. We are just chilling. The Elestrals Dallas Open. Honestly, chat, I gotta tell you, everything about this has just been incredible. I know we've been, you know, interjecting to say hi to the homies and everything, but the rounds have been absolutely incredible. Oh, you know what? Actually, we can just play the Elestrals music. Such a vibe. Dog, Danny's undefeated still. We may still get to see a Luke Von Karma feature match. We may still get it. Come on. We need a Luke Von Karma W. Get us into Top Cut. I want that. I want that for the boy. We can just spend the entire time. We get to the whole time to just gas up Danny. It'll be great.
My opponent goes Blizz. They whiff. My second round, my opponent goes
Blizz. They whiff.
My third round, my opponent
goes Blizz.
Blizz, Blizz. And then I go whiff, whiff, whiff.
Whiff, whiff, whiff.
You're really good at this game.
What can I say?
Let me know when you start playing it.
you know me, bro. Nobby.
Nobby. God Lord. Just absolutely killing it. Just unbelievable amounts of everything.
New Airhead Sour Bars. They start sour.
Hi, I'm Carol.
Stay sour.
Here, I'm gonna mute the music for a moment here, chat. We'll replace. Thank you for the hydrate. Hell yeah. But yeah, chat, we're gonna have We're gonna have tons of stuff to open, chat. I actually don't know even how much it's gonna take. We might not even be able to open it all in one stream. I'm thinking about it. We might not be able to open it in one stream. Like, that is how many stuffs and things we're getting. Like, we genuinely might not be able to open it all in one stream. Like, genuinely. Like, yeah, like, I'm thinking about it. We genuinely might not be able to open it all in one stream. Like, we are not... I don't know if we're gonna be able to open it all. Like, we might have to do separate streams. Like, maybe that's what I record as a video. Maybe that's what I record as a video. Like, we genuinely might have to do the, like, we might have to just do separate openings. If so, or otherwise, or else it might have to just be a really long one. Like, it might have to be a whole long stream. Like, we might actually have to do separate streams. Alright, main cast is back. We're doing it.
Incredible news. We are getting our first round of 4 top cut individuals who are undefeated from this position. Can expect to be in the top 16 tomorrow. And the guy at the top of the slot is Danny Guadalupe.
What a Cinderella story.
It really is. He learned the deck last night. Today we are not going to be watching him, however, because there's no joy in seeing something that has already been confirmed. Instead, we are going to be watching some individuals who still have a lot to prove and a lot on the line.
Are we watching the bubbles?
One caster who's very near and dear to both of our hearts. I'm talking about Swolax.
I cannot wait.
Our boy!
Swolax has been killing it all day, and as you mentioned, this is a really important game because both of our casters are 5-1. We need one more game from each of them to lock top cut.
Usually all 6-2s will clear. Probably a few will not on breakers, but losing rounds this late in the day is great news for anyone looking to secure that slot. Swolax is in a good position, win or lose, but he will have to win at least one, and it would be so nice to punch that card right now. Any of you who are familiar with Swolax from the Elestriad may be excited to learn that he is playing a similar strategy. In fact, I am shocked to inform you there's almost nothing in Swolax's deck from the last couple of sets.
Yeah, this is his emotional support deck that we're playing right
now. Oh my god.
Clearly it's been serving him well, and
he looks supported.
Oh yeah, I cannot wait to see him pilot this.
Yeah, Goro Babu also playing a deck that many remember from yesteryear, Thunder and Pals. course, how many times have we seen Astrabbit come down on turn 1?
Astrabbit!
Like we never left base set.
We've never left.
Astrabbit counter going for stream today. I know that someone's been doing it. And we are fanning out our hands here. Going to be starting. I personally haven't seen Goro.
Oh, I should have been counting rabbits. Damn, I forgot.
I have a feeling it'll be some usual suspects, but
I do know a couple of cards in there that are unusual, so we'll see. I will say, if anyone is going to be knocked off their blocks by Thunder Nexus, it's not going to be Swole, who took down one of the really early webcam events with the strategy against some really powerful named players. He won 2 on that strategy.
Ooh, Toxion comes down.
Distant Coder and an individual whose name escapes me. Starting with the Toxion here, Swole just going to take that big 1. An Owloon set 1 pass, and look at that grip. Oh, I'm looking at that Astrabbit, and it's taking me back.
Yeah, here. Oh, but we are instead.
Blue Eddy. Wow, that is a deep blue.
That is so blue.
Swolax is quite partial to.
That is the old Edward.
Eddy effect move Toxion into defense. We have the 1 back row set from both of these casters.
And we're just gonna take it.
To set more than 1 in a world of Hurricane.
And Glimbat.
and Aviolithia. We can't forget our unsung back row stoppers.
Yes.
Huge shouts out, by the way, to Swolax for keeping the dream alive. Those unsleeved spirits. Feels bad to play expensive spirits that are, of course, shiny in some capacity without sleeves. So he just plays whatever was in the box that they came in.
And a big Cryoblast coming out, taking down that Eddy to bring out.
Chat, I do want you to know, despite how many cards we are going to be opening, I did only buy 200 sleeves. So we'll have to see how that goes. I might have to count out like 40 and 20.
Very, very common in
or like 60 of each sleeve. We'll see how that goes.
There's no way that he just had the dynamic duo.
Just opened this card naturally?
You know what?
Remind me, this is at 1, right?
Yes, Equilinx is at 1. Demeter, finally unlimited. But
the punish does come through here. The Tsunami is kind of brutal here, unable to attack over the Eddy, and whatever plans Goro Babu had for the Thunder Enchanted Elestral looks like are going to come to fruition. Let's see.
Ooh, the back row sticks.
We did have a second set from Swole, so hopefully something that can kind of protect the castle here, get some value out of this one of Equilinx.
This is an easy Hurricane. Oh,
the fattest Hurricane.
Yeah.
Lips to God's ear. I think
it's the Caster's Curse is what it is.
Yeah, I love this Gorgons here. Proactive Gorgons in response targeting the Eddy says, if you want to ascend over that bad boy, you're going to have to try harder than that. That Eddy is not moving from that spot. We are going to lose the shield, but as we all know, shield, especially in the wake of Equilinx, never resolves.
Never resolves.
As you say, that ascension, the Goro is clearly going for it. Not going to be able to happen. So
it's not happening. Kerbis is not happening unless it's something else.
To stay ahead of this. We see
expended draw.
Wow, great news.
Great news for Swole.
Contest the back row immediately. It has to be something very particular, probably a Gorgon's gaze here.
It's not.
Never resolving, never ever resolving.
Yep, and
the aggro rabbit, I love it.
Yep, the aggro rabbit.
Equilinx not turning into attack before activating the effect in case that was a tsunami.
Yep.
So proper sequencing, of course, what we expect to see at this point in the day.
Checking to see the spirit count real quick. Swole's very lucky insofar as he's playing a mostly mono spirit deck. Doesn't have to do too much boy math. Down comes the pick, and I imagine we'll see this Equilinx switched to attack.
Love to see it.
Leveraged to trade with the Eddy, and 2 points of damage direct at Goro Babu's face. Are we going to see a set as well? We are not. Ooh, that is a little frightening, but could be worse.
Yeah, we do see the disenchant from the Demeter pumping up the Astrabbit, actually.
Yeah, no reason to go in on the Equilinx.
Yep, and gonna go ahead and get 2 spirits of damage with that Equilinx. And another, no, I think that was just taking damage. Okay. Whew, I thought we saw another expended draw, which would have been quite brutal. All right.
I'm actually surprised to see Goro Babu so down in cards. Was that Cryoblast play that inefficient that they are now on a 3-card hand? There's no way. You saw his eyebrows raise for just a moment. So Swole's play was great, but does not play very well around Unk, which is largely fine because very few people are playing this card. However, if there's one deck that is playing it, it is the Thunder Pile.
It sure is this.
Tearing down 7 damage.
Yeah.
says, okay, no. That's
okay, slow down.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're dealing with it, but that's not happening.
Well, Equilinx was able to get some value, pop the shield, never resolves anyways.
Let's see that resting on your laurels?
Yep, this is how it would be.
If there's a resting, it better happen now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Going for the rabbit reenchant here.
Yep.
Still able to find a resting as a potential way to out it, as that Arclith is on 5 spirits.
As Unk likes to do.
The problem is that Swolax is Unk. So trying to field Unk's tools against himself will never prosper.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. If he was able to do something about it.
Oh,
totally resting.
Oh, no, it's Ambro.
I was excited.
I really thought for half a moment.
I mean, I have no doubt that if any would do it, it would be Swole. A worst case scenario, we just move this rabbit to defense, make Goro have to either answer the rabbit or not be able to get all of those spirits of damage in with Arcalith.
We'll say an Arcalith that's spirits are not being used to immediately cast Invoke runes is a pretty nice target for a Shield of Achilles. It just requires your opponent to have pretty poor spatial awareness.
However,
the meter can bring it to 5, and Arcalith has 4 defense. So maybe this works?
Ooh.
No!
This is a really frustrating Gorgons too.
Yep.
You pull it off the Arcalith. Now you've gotten some value out of the recycled spirits. You can immediately threaten the Astrabbit for an attack for 2.
That's brutal.
Terrible position for Swole to find himself in.
I still believe. And we are going to... We're looking at spirits.
I guess we're going to find out what the back row is.
Got that Demeter on board. Cannot.
It's Ambro.
This is when Unk is at his best, when he's able to cast Invoke runes from the spirits.
Arcalith, the freaking bank of banks, bro.
And it's like we never had to play a Lith at all.
Yeah, just a bunch of free instant runes, which, I mean...
I will say the one place where Goro Babu is kind of behind his cards. I believe that might have been their last card in hand.
Okay, so if we're in a situation where they are simply top decking, you know, our boy could still do it. Although going to be putting, the Leviathan.
Oh, there's Gorgon.
Around.
Not enough.
Tsunami, yep. And unless Swole has a guy to play that can hit over this Arcalith with Demeter, I think this is an ascension
into our own Unk. Into
like a void.
6 pumped with the Demeter does get over the attack points of Arcalith, which is also 6. Huge hit here. Goro's on top deck mode. Big swing cards like Arcalith no longer on the table.
Yep.
And we already saw that
expend a draw
over on Goro's side too, so that's not an answer here.
It's basically a hope and a prayer to draw, resting on your laurels. But this isn't a normal board. It's not like you can give Swole a lot of time. This really
there you go.
Down comes the Astrabbit, 3 off the top. I'm actually surprised to see the Like a Void. I thought that Swole wasn't playing this card, but one thing that I know the testing group that he is a part of has been really bullish on is this base Earth deck playing Werepup, enchanting this Like a Void with a Tyratlis and then using it as the nexus for powerful cards like Equilinx. I would imagine that is what he's attempting to do here, but we'll see.
Yeah, I am also surprised. This was news to me, so it's fun to still be surprised even when you think you know what's going on. But, I mean, Spirits tied up. Swole has clear board advantage here.
Oh, yeah.
That one set from Goro is going to have to be something real good. Tsunami doesn't do it because Swole put that Leviathan
the Leviathan's under there.
This is about to be possibly a big,
that's going to hurt. That's going to be at least...
opportunity for a shield here. I think you imagine if this connects, you have to have a read that the set card is not shield.
And we saw one get hit by Equilinx.
Counting the Spirit Math does make me think it might be shield that he's considering not paying out on. He's going to let it go. It could be a Gorgons, and they're just doing Spirit Math to be like, is it worth?
Right.
Oh, there's a Gloombat.
Boombat.
Or the Boom.
Boombat, a nice mechanism to out the Like a Void. And I think Swole is super happy with that.
Yeah, I think you're fine with that when you're when you're up by 3
and draw a card in the process. Oh wow, it really is like we never left base set. This man in particular can stop time.
It's kind of nostalgic. I'm actually really enjoying this. And the re-enchant on the rabbit again. Whoever's doing the rabbit counter in chat, I've got another one for you.
This was Swole's first win of a webcam event was marred by the ongoing community outrage at the strength of Sparkit Astrabbit. And I remember him saying, you know, it's frustrating. I won the entire event, but I really wish people had been less upset about Astrabbit. Shield one turn too late here. Oh, no. Would have been really good on Like a Void here, not great. A Boombat and a Dream getting in for one. We know that trades with the Astrabbit in hand, so all Swolax has to do is get to his main phase, cast the Rabbit, and it is over.
It is over.
Going for the Spect here. Says,
Okay.
you know,
Oh, it's Spectre, so we're just gonna play around everything.
Crash.
And that is gonna be our first game.
That is game one.
Up and Swolax coming away with a dominant performance. With the exception of the Arcolith, I really didn't ever think the outcome of this one was in question.
That is brutal, dude.
Play was very exciting.
It was fun.
Yeah. We haven't seen, I mean, for like one tournament, Arcolith was huge.
I know.
And then
they had to limit him.
My boy fell off. That's okay.
They didn't have to limit him.
Hey, you know what? We could have a constructive conversation about the unlimiting of Equilings and Arcolith.
Whoa. No. Equilings. Whoa.
Fun, sort of the
whoa.
cards being played.
Swole talking his opponent through that game. Total unk behavior. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, not beating the allegations, for sure.
So, Sonny, are you reading any good books lately?
And of course, we're going to be looking at our side decks. I'm not sure what we would see.
I don't even know if Swole rolled up with one, man. Swole might just not have.
Blast from Goro. We didn't see much in the way of that from Swole.
There is a bit you could do with respect to the side deck.
Yeah.
You are definitely concerned if you're Swole about the presence of Boombat in Goro's deck. Not a lot of Elestrals have the capacity to perform a hard removal function. This is one of the ones that does. So if you let Goro get a little off to the races, you can kind of sniff out that the Eddie play from earlier that we were a little befuddled by was a setup for a Boombat that could be protected by a single piece of back row for the rest of the game. So you need to be willing to board into less powerful but available pieces of your own removal. If Cryoblast isn't in main, this is a great time to bring it in. But same with max copies of Gorgon's Gaze. Boombat re-enchanting every turn is a real problem. If you are Gorobabu, you probably have sniffed out that you are going to have to board into a bunch of cards that were really good way back in the good year of 2024. You're facing a Demeter strategy. It's looking to Equilinx. You know, as much as you can, you need to keep Critter off the board, maybe boarding into something like a poison-tipped arrow if they're not in the main. You can see Swole actually making the Cryoblast switch right now. Those are confirmed in the board.
Ooh, okay, there we go.
Unfortunately for Gorobabu, the number one thing that is going to change as a result of this game one is a play pattern modification. Swole is definitely not going to be playing into Arcolith a second time.
Yeah.
Cast that card. Sometimes it behooves you to look at a lost game where Arcolith is unlikely to bring you back into it and just scoop, hoping you can win a close game in maybe a game 3 situation where your opponent is not respecting it. Here, Swole is never going to be making aggro Rabbit again.
Oh, no. Although, I do love to see a fighting bunny.
But Swole will never do that again.
Arcolith is limited, so if it really is a moment, if Swole is feeling like, oh, he doesn't have it, there's no.
If it's not for like game one,
like Lavalith in that they never have it, but they always have it.
They surely never have it, but what if they do?
Of course, as you mentioned, those unsleeved spirits.
That's odd. What would he be boarding into? I guess
Ryo?
there's a possibility it's a Lavalith.
That's possible. I mean, this lunar package that we were kind of surprised by, there's a chance maybe
we're boarding out of some of it.
Yeah, getting out of that.
The Spectress is not particularly relevant in this matchup, I'd imagine. I call it a lunar package, but in reality, it's Werepup and maybe Spectress.
It's just some guys, yeah.
It's just some guys.
But I think package is a very fun word. It's like, oh yes, yes.
The lunar package of 4.
Might I interest you in? Exactly.
I was actually kicked out of the gym for asking people to check out my lunar package.
Gosh, dang it, man.
It was innocuous.
Now, Joseph.
I meant the Werepup.
yeah. I love Like a Void.
Yes. I got a lot of bad responses, but a couple people were really excited. They were like, "Oh, you're enchanting it with a Tyrellis."
I love flipping full moon, and
You know, sometimes we just like flipping full moon.
I don't imagine it would.
This is the incredible incredible casting you can only get at the Elestrals Dallas Open 2025 premiere event.
If you would like to see our show reels, please.
Oh.
All right.
Oh,
it seems like
camera.
we are through our sighting and going to be going into game 2 here.
Camera, come back to us.
Again, it seems like there were some spirit changes over on Swolax's
Oh.
side. Starting
Mulligan.
Out with, a mulligan.
So we've talked a lot today about matchups like Blizztrix where the mulligan doesn't matter. If you go down to 18, you go down to 16. It's not going to be decided by how many spirits are in your spirit deck, but if your play is able to get through. This is not one of those matches. This is a matchup that is about a matter of inches, about fighting over small advantages.
Yeah, this is tempo.
Courtesy of Equilinks, courtesy of
These are tempo games, for sure.
It is probably worth it to mull to a hand that has Astrabbit, but you really wanted to open it.
Yeah, and again, it
Find
goes
the
back
rabbit.
to, this is how it felt, you know, a couple sets ago.
Yeah. It's wild. I mean, theoretically, you can still play this type of slow plotting gameplay in which you Astrabbit and then maybe second turn you like ascend over for a boom bat and you try to pick off Elestrals one
and
by one.
Then
you can also
or,
just get blown straight out of the water by the bluest eddy and the wettest puppy.
Yeah.
You can just sometimes draw at young Edward.
However, there is going to be a defensive tsunami coming out, moving Astrabbit to defense, preventing Eddie from doing anything there. We did have one set on Swolax's side, and going back over to Goro Babu here.
It's always a fun play. You get to activate Tsunami and you go, haha, you fool, this is a water Elestral. And I go, it's me, it's for me.
Yeah.
Ooh, I love this. T-Storm coming down. A lot more likely, thinking about a Gorgons here. Is that what we're doing?
T-Storm?
You would have to assume it's Gorgons.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
And we did see Swole do that last game where it was like, oh, you're clearly trying to ascend.
And it telegraphed like Eddie with a Thunder Spirit under it, but here it just...
Is that the reverse Seller Jolton?
The reverse Seller Jolton. I love him so much.
I love the Mount Olympus too. The full art stadiums are so nice.
Okay, Goro. I respect it.
Yeah.
And that stadium, depending on if Swole went in and got a stadium of his own, that is proven to be a huge problem if it sticks around.
I really like the boarding into the Thunderstorm.
Yeah, the Thunderstorm board's grid.
The way the map on Hurricane works out, resting here, very powerful, able to eat up that Astrabbit with a quickness, I imagine. The funny part about Thunderstorm is that if individuals are respecting Hurricane, which you expect they are in this format, and only setting one, suddenly Thunderstorm is really good. So, to kind of hedge your bets around both individual cards, you can set 2, maybe beat both Thunderstorm and Hurricane, and that opens the door for Glimbat.
Ah, we're gonna make it happen someday.
Yeah, Gloombat's incredible. You can cast it, you can re-enchant it, pop a back row, and he sticks around.
And he's still here.
Body impressive? No, but many of us don't have impressive bodies and stick around long past we're useful anyway.
I think that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was way too real, Joseph.
Can teach you a lot about life.
That was way too real.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you have to cast Eddie into Astrabbit.
Yes, sometimes.
Sometimes you just have to summon Edward.
A little bit different. Eddie into Jolton.
That's true.
That was a little spicy.
We got Eddie into Eddie. We've seen
okay, Eddie on Eddie violence. This is known. This is established. We do have back row over on Swole's side, and that Mount Olympus no longer doing huge work. But I imagine that is...
It's kind of a liability in these matchups. Like, from this position, Swole could cast an Eddie with a Thunder Spirit under it, since he's already on Thunder Spirit for Astrabbit, and eat that Eddie.
Oh, Viscerus comes down.
Viscerus and try and clean up the game here. Go for the big play.
Which is fair
there's
enough.
just no way ever.
Inevitable.
Yeah, it was never resolves. It never resolves.
See that coming. And Swolax, for sure, with Mount Olympus, is going to need to consider that Arcolith.
Yeah.
Possibly in the deck somewhere. Because that could
very
quickly...
few things win the game over, like a 9 million attack Arcolith. Gorbabu here is in the driver's seat for sure. Here able to contest the Viscerus without even having to do anything.
Second Thunderstorm.
That's so unbelievably powerful. The one downside to Gorbabu's play
well,
is that
never mind.
way low on spirits.
And paying off of that stadium.
Beautiful. Really like that.
Okay.
You'll love to see that if you're Swole.
Go really poorly for Swole here. Whoa.
Whoa.
Nectar of the gods. What are we digging for here?
What are...
Base set Fiore. Imagine Ambrose, right? Either we're looking for Ambrose or our hand is only Ambrose and we need action.
I love when I maybe heal one back for turn.
Wow.
Oh no, that's not a good sign.
For sure, we're about to take 2 total and go to 13. We're at 6. We don't have an Elestral with more than 4 attack. A Lumaru cooks us alive.
Swole, do you have it? Do you have the Lumaru?
Swole's down to 3 cards, you know, doesn't have a lot of options.
No. However,
one of them's a rabbit.
That's
in defense.
Never mind, that's pretty good.
You know, we've seen, what is it, 2 eddies, I think, from Goro's side, so...
Yeah, you can't really be concerned about the third, I think.
No.
If they have the third, they have the third.
This is Toxion. It has the potential to get out of control. I don't think it will. We're still at 13. That's pretty healthy. But you really don't want to give your opponent to get you into a stalled board state while they are playing a card like Toxion with the ability to take it over. Hard decision there, you saw. That's a very difficult decision.
Yeah, you see some of these Astrabbits where it's like a quick rip.
Pick.
Yeah, but this one was a deliberation. Hopefully it's because they were just all so good we couldn't choose, but...
Probably not. Yeah, just a pass there.
One can dream.
Goro, are we... We're an altar away from ending this game.
There's the boom.
Well,
already.
That'll get rid of a rabbit.
Boombat here, a beautiful answer to that card. We'll hit for 2. Again, every turn that Toxion lives, it threatens a board state that Swole can't come back from. Down to 5 from Goro Babu. You know who would win here, Zunk?
Very true. However, we see an Eddie come out.
There's Edward.
Immediately thinking about a back row here. And moving Toxion, yep, you're right, into defense. That makes me think that this is going to be answered. Without
a T-Storm? That's unbelievable. We have not seen a T-Storm today. Are you kidding me?
It was
Shield.
Oh, it never resolves.
Never resolving, you should know by now.
Yeah. Okay.
That's unreal.
0 thunderstorms, and then both players decided they
bored
wanted to
into thunderstorm.
You know what?
That was such a fortuitous T-Storm, too. That was the easiest shield in the universe.
Yeah. I mean, Goro immediately said, oh, yeah, I got something for this. And Swolax was able to take the 50-50 and choose.
And there's back 3.
If you're playing Thunderstorm, I'm not respecting Hurricane. Show me the Hurricane, Swole.
Show me Thunderstorm into Hurricane.
Yeah, I don't think it would fit, for sure.
We're expending to draw here. And why shouldn't we? We're so far ahead in Spirit count.
Although into 3 back row.
That's another story.
Yeah. Of course,
show us the Hurricane. It's there.
So an expend is a pretty safe bet there.
Oh, it's an Earthquake.
A Demeter.
It's a Demeter.
Oh.
On the Eddie. Says, I'm going to make you pay through the nose here, buddy. Show me that shield. See an Ambro in Swolax's hand. A little insight into why he feels fine.
Then to do that.
That he is.
Pretty confident here. And I think he's maybe going to...
I think you can greet it out a turn.
Yeah, yeah. And
it's Gorgon.
Immediately met by a Gorgon's Gaze,
That's about as good as you could hope for.
Yeah,
yeah, like what are you gonna?
That's basically a shield, but you don't have to cast your Eddie again.
Exactly.
Oh, a Quackle coming out. God, I love Quackle.
I think probably we could have seen that coming.
Yeah.
I didn't. So 3 Thunder Spirits back to the Spirit deck. 4 to Swolax's 5.
There's the Quackle.
Zeus coming down to contest the Demeter. Wild Zeus, so much better here in terms of its ability to clean up board states than Demeter is.
Yeah, unfortunately, Zeus is the king of the gods for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Disenchant there, depending on. I mean, I don't think Swole has anything to answer.
Yeah, no.
The way you rise to the occasion here.
No.
All right, 1 card in hand. I mean, we're just fishing for any guy.
I mean,
Equilings, perhaps?
And Equilings, Demeter's on board, but it's another expend to draw, unfortunately.
You have a turn to do this because of the Ambro.
Yep.
Ooh, is that an Ambro from the hand?
Yep.
I thought he set the other one. Is it 2 Ambros?
Oh, that's
brutal. I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah, rough stuff for sure. You'd prefer action, but you also are not too happy about not dying.
No. It's never bad to buy yourself more turns, more life. And, okay, Earth, Water, Thunder. Right. Preparing for any possible top deck, I imagine.
Pass his turn here. Gorbo drawn for turn.
That is...
Kind of in a locked up board state. Can't really express how much something like a Toxion could break this mirror.
Yeah, the Toxion could break.
One already.
Yeah.
Thunder is just full of these mirror breakers, by the way. Astrabbit, Toxion. It's actually impressive Guru wasn't able to spike one there. You're attacking for 2, refusing to expend to draw. What are you going to draw? You only really have the capacity to resolve exactly 1 counter rune for the rest of the game anyway.
Right. And that does maybe tell us that whatever is set there is set for a reason.
Swole to 3. Oh, expending draw
goodness.
again.
No.
Scoops it up.
Yep, scoops that one.
To find
oh my god, brutal, dude.
Cards of his deck. Oh wow, that did not seem like a losable game.
It didn't, but it just goes to show that
where was Werepup? Where was Like a Void?
Where were they?
Werepup, literally.
Werepup.
But we're gonna be going
saying that, by the way.
We're gonna be going to game 3 here, and
I can't resist chatting him up.
No.
This is a man who loves Elestrals. It's impressive. Like, he just wants to talk about it, about playing it. Our time together on the Elestriad was mostly characterized by him being like, let's talk about X strategy, and me going, I don't really think we have to. Like, he just wanted to anyway.
I have to say, most of the things I know about Elestrals, I can attribute to either Bean Soldier or Swolex, and those are 2 of the best to learn it from. I really should be a lot better at this game. It's a
no, okay.
So looking through our sideboards here, thinking about what on earth.
Alright, chat, real quick. I'm gonna use the restroom, but I'm gonna leave you the game on.
For Swolex. Personally, I did not see the Quackle coming. I should have. We've seen nothing but Thunder, and it is a pretty valuable Elestral in a deck that can get really low really fast. We watched Goru Babu go to like 10 turn 3. So you might consider something like a Spoiled Fruit out of the board to potentially contest Ambrosia, Quackle. Maybe you have some other targets as well.
I think when you have more than just Ambrosia, that's when Spoiled Fruit starts to feel justifiable, starts to feel good.
Yeah. It's not bad into just Ambrosia either. The one thing that is going to screw up Swolex is now you have to make a decision. Are you going to play around Hurricane or are you going to play around Thunderstorm? Gorobabu's deck is so wholly Thunder that it is pretty likely they have the space in the Spirit deck to throw in a random Lycoris and occasionally Hurricane their way out of the game. So Gorobabu's going to have to decide if those are coming in. Swolex is going to decide if he's playing around them.
And of course, Gorobabu now knows that Swole has the Thunderstorm. Possibly. We don't know if those are going to get sided out.
So excited to see how the play patterns change as a result of that game.
I mean, we did see Swole play differently, trying to avoid that Arcolith. And
he got next leveled. He attempted to avoid Arcolith and lost out on pressure. He attempted to avoid Hurricane and got Thunderstormed twice.
Which, you know, good on Gorobabu. I think that those are one of those mental games that you watch happening, and it's like they're playing on a different level, clearly, because being able to fake that kind of thing out. Immediate turn 1 Werepup, more like their pup, you know?
Their pup, yeah. Beautiful Werepup here. It's like Elechick in that it's not a fantastic turn 1 play, but you are kind of happy to get it down in a position where it can't be Gorgon's Gaze. The difference with Werepup is there's still a really valuable Gorgon's Gaze if you do have it, which is you can Gorgon's Gaze in response to the Lunar Phase to prevent the additional spirits. You can do it to prevent the linked effect of the Werepup. There's so many great positions to prevent your opponent from doing what they want to do here. And setting 2, it's Aviolith time.
Okay.
Show me the Gloombat.
One day. Gorobabu thinking here.
We've got tons of time, yeah.
Yeah, it does make me wonder, have we seen Cryoblast from Goro? Is that something that you can even fit into a list like this?
Oh, certainly. You also want to play it. Its synergy with Zeus is just so unbelievable. I expect if Gorobabu has one, this is a great time to deploy it. You do have to worry about Like a Void later on in the game if your opponent finds it, but there isn't an elegant way to Werepup in a way that matters. This is rough.
That is a
wonder
Hurricane.
if you go for the Lunar
we
Phase.
do it.
And you have to Frost Enchant it. You do not have an option. Oh god, he didn't board out of the Frost Spirit, did he? I saw him touching his Spirit deck. He's checking. Okay, he's not going to actually perform the Nexus. You don't have to. It can still trigger the Werepup here. I'm going to go for the Like a Void. Says, I'm doing this to hedge around an Earthquake, a Laurels, or Cryoblast, depending on if there's a Frost Spirit in there or not.
Right.
There's so much that eats this Like a Void for lunch. Eddie, of course, though we've already seen the expended draw. But every removal spell in the game. And we are going to Water Enchant it.
Playing around Tsunami.
It looks like we actually did not... Oh, yeah.
And then immediate Earthquake.
Swole, that back row is also destroyed. Please send that back row to the graveyard. You can't...
Yep, there was a hurricane.
Yeah, Swole has the Unk memory.
Oh, Swole.
I think he also might have the playing live on stream memory, which, to be fair...
guys?
I guess they have not figured it out. I'm sure the judge will correct once it becomes clear.
That's an easy enough thing to correct. It's not like we'll have to go back in the game. You just have to get rid of the card, obviously. Hopefully, we catch it quickly here.
Hello?
The 3-mana Thunderstorm. Gorobabu already down to 14, by the way. I mean, this deck just goes so low so quick.
Although we do have those Quackle, so it might not be that big of a deal. Going to be just taking that damage from the Astrabbit and looking at their hand.
This is wild. I think both players have just missed it. It is up to both players to maintain a wholly legal game state.
So if you accepted game state,
if they are both asleep at the wheel, a little nervous, then stuff like this can happen.
Yep. And we have Zeus. Zeus has been retrieved. And here comes a Mount Olympus.
Well, don't you know that Astrabbit is also Thunder Enchanted?
It doesn't really...
The most valuable art of all time.
My
oh no.
Listen.
Gorobabu was just like, yeah,
Yeah, this tracks. This checks out.
Wait a minute. How do you have that card?
No one...
Maybe getting Scythe, maybe getting Necklace.
I think telegraphing, unfortunately, there, a Gorgon's Gaze, checking to see if it prevents you from putting artifacts upon a card. Unfortunately, it does not.
It doesn't.
It's like the one thing that is permitted under Gorgon's Gaze. You can give your rabbit a necklace.
Aw.
I think he deserves it.
I think so too.
It's been a rough year for Rabbit.
Rabbit has been through so much and has really been putting in a lot of work.
Scary stuff seeing that Tyratlas going on that Necklace of Harmonia.
Yeah, that means maybe it's Equilink's time. Come on, Swole.
See him thumbing over.
Show it to us.
Oh! No, additional Rabbit.
I mean...
Into a Gorgon's Gaze, yeah, as expected.
Yeah, but also... It does not feel too bad with that Mount Olympus chilling out there.
Doesn't, yeah. You've got an unkillable Rabbit. You do want to get rid of the necklace, though.
He is kind of unkillable.
Having to burn after every turn. Let's see. We're going to set one and pass, not moving this Astrabbit into defense.
It could be literally anything set, honestly. Is this going to be the most bedazzled Astrabbit of all time?
And he is incredibly strong. Unless you have exactly Laurels or Earthquake, Quackle.
It's a good one.
Yep.
And then it's got Gorgons.
The necklace here, just because now you know what the cast action is. Your Rabbit is not in any danger.
And you still have that Mount Olympus around.
Looks like he does have Equilinks.
Oh,
that's weird.
Very interesting. And again, the bluest Eddie that anyone's ever seen coming out, moving that Quackle into a tackle.
Ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know what that set card is, but it better contest Unk.
We will have to see that.
Because if it's Unk,
going to go down, which I mean, he served his purpose, but then shielding the Rabbit, that makes sense.
It never resolves.
Yeah, unfortunately, a very valuable shield at the end of the day.
If you're Swole, that's also like mana from heaven. Oh, thank goodness, I don't have to worry about Unk next turn.
Very true.
All right, Gorobabu, leading with an Ambro.
Do we see that spoiled fruit coming in? No.
I think we would would have seen it on the Quackle.
Well, one can dream.
Yeah. It was to lure him into a false sense of security.
Mm-hmm.
It was all bait.
More targets than Gorgon's case.
Surely. Oh.
Okay, putting the Lycoris back is kind of interesting.
Ooh, yeah.
The follow-up Hurricane.
Surely he doesn't do it twice.
This one will destroy 2.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like we haven't cast anything this
Yeah,
turn.
we haven't done it.
I don't think we've expended. We might be about to expend though.
Yeah, Goru's not under like a ton of pressure.
No.
Eddie's big. You would expect the Rabbit to come down next turn. Because you've given, or Swole has given you a couple of good times to Arcolith and you decline to, he'll probably attack you with it. You go down to 6, 5 after the expend.
Okay, instead we
One
are
of
going
Zeus.
to see, a Zeus come out.
What are we following it up with?
Who is our champion of Zeus right now?
Boom.
Oh,
The boom.
Here's pretty nice, I'm not going to lie. Zeusing down the Eddie to try and get over it with the Boombat, then we'll play Protect the Castle on the Boombat to contest the Rabbit
Easy
next turn.
Tsunami. It's not going to happen.
No, it's not. Gorobabu thinking here. Yeah, you know what? I will let that happen.
Yep, Eddie going to be going down here. And like
4
you said.
cards in hand.
Yep. Oh.
Wow, that's a killer resting. That
Yep.
Mount Olympus
Really
really
hurting now.
It has done nothing but hurt Goro this
Yes,
entire game.
very painful stuff.
Swole has taken full
Oh,
advantage
no.
of this Mount Olympus, coming back out with that Rabbit, which feels pretty free.
With the Boombat gone, we can now deploy the Funny Bunny.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a snap pick. We were talking earlier about hard choices. That one was not particularly difficult.
No, it was not. And at this point in the game, this is when you need to be getting those critical little pieces. And it is an Ambrosia.
Yeah. I imagine that's probably the best possible thing it could be.
Yep.
You're in this super simplified game state. Both you and your opponent are functionally top decking. Putting yourself at 8 to their 5 is a really great position to be in. Putting back Zaptors to threaten additional copies of Astrabbit on future turns feels good. Shocked to see the Owloon come in as well. Do we have a Werepup developing? Maybe a Lyca Void in hand? Who knows?
Yeah, maybe Specteris. We did, who's
We have
to
not
say?
seen the Specteris. Gorobabu down to 5.
Truly,
here.
who is to say?
This looks like a hard decision in terms of Spirit Math. You never
I-
like to be on the receiving end of Boy Math.
No, you do not. And I feel like we've got to expend to draw, apparently. If I were Goro, I would be trying to pay for something using that Mount Olympus with expediency. Gonna be setting 2 and passing.
Oh my.
Just re-enchant the Rabbit here. He
Yep.
loves doing this play.
Yeah.
He's like, I will not ever.
And
A great opportunity to get rid of the Mount Olympus and keep
There you go.
There we go.
live for the rest of the game, but really rough stuff to be on the receiving end of this bunny. Ooh, we're pulling one off for another
Ambrosia.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Good
Just
lord.
denying any possible resting from Goros.
Yeah. The Taratlas.
Back. Let's see. Earth, Thunder, and one more thing.
Water here.
You did say that you saw Equilinx (?) in hand
I
at
thought
some
so.
point?
I may have been
Yeah.
completely wrong because we definitely would have developed it by now.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
It says go ahead. Gorobabu 3 to Swole's 10.
It's just, we're not doing so good.
Pulling their own.
This is a really difficult spot to come back from for Goro.
Even an
Yeah.
Astrabbit just races the other Astrabbit. Setting 1 doesn't want to expend a draw and go.
And
down
that
one
still isn't going to feel good, right? Because you're so much farther down.
It's like, is it Tsunami? What are we working with here? Swole is not in any hurry. Going to be re-enchanting the Rabbit again.
Taking another card, switch it to attack. Best possible option for Gorobabu is Shield of Achilles, which puts him at 1.
Which Swole is feeling pretty good about. We are entering the end of this game for sure.
He's really
I
thinking
think
about
maybe
Tsunami. Tsunami is 1 fewer, yeah. But really doesn't resolve the outstanding problem. We need
And
like
unless,
a Boombat.
exactly, Boombat
Does
again,
not solve the
what do
problem.
you do next turn?
Yeah, and then any normal summon. Yep, that'll that'll be it. Nog off.
Oh
Yep.
my gosh.
Oh, no, Rabbit 1 card too late.
And that means that Svolax has secured his slot.
Yeah, I don't want to, speak too soon because I don't know how math works, but I am pretty sure this locks Swole for top cut.
I am.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Based on the boy math that I was doing here,
Yeah,
but you know. Sometimes girl math doesn't always translate to boy math.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've never looked into it personally.
But incredible games. Being able to see Goro in that
Yeah,
game
the boy math and girl math are very different.
Neither of us expected to see, even though, obviously.
But again, if there's one person who knows the weaknesses of Thunder Nexus, how to play Thunder Nexus, what you can expect from Thunder Nexus, it's going to be Swole, who's played Thunder Nexus to not one but 2 wins in Elestrals events, both webcam events, I believe. He's played a great deal of the casual events at EXO as well, but regardless, super, super excited to see such an amazing caster make such a deep run. Swole's the GOAT. I do appreciate it. I think the only thing that kind of leaves a sour taste in my mouth is that hurricane play, but tensions are high. You get up there under the lights, you've played 7 rounds already, no one at the table catches it. Don't I know about misplaying on feature? Sometimes it can happen to anyone, no matter the situation.
It happens to everybody.
Absolutely, and specifically from Goro, it was really cool to see those mind games we were talking about in game 2.
Yeah, the play pattern next level.
Yeah, I know that you're going to be playing around Arcolith. I know you're going to be playing around Hurricane. So
the play pattern changes were incredible.
Just really well played. It's
just more honest, good gaming.
Are currently contenders, if not securing top cut.
And I do want to say, the play from Goro Babu is still fantastic, and they still do have a really good shot at top cut. Went out this last round, and one of your losses is to an individual who's also in top 16, likely. So great position to be in if you're them. You just got to win your winning in.
You know what, I believe, and I think it would be really nice to see these comfort decks, these
these are classics.
Your Lunars, your Windjins, your Water Reanimators, we'll take it. Sometimes you got to come home to a nice plate of Ass Rabbit.
Exactly.
Eat up.
Exactly, a nice apple pie kind of deck, for
it's
sure.
All fundamentals. It's meat and potatoes.
That's
Sometimes you want
the
a
meat and
Michelin
potatoes.
star meal, spiking a Shield of Achilles off the top of the deck with a Windjin to go into a Tornadjin to heal for 9. Sometimes you just want to Equilinx. You want a Demeter. You want to pop a Shield of Achilles. You want to fail to get over a rabbit because it's only got 4 attack.
Yep.
You know.
The good old days.
The good old days. Speaking of the most valuable stadium I have ever seen, for the person
amount
who did
Olympus.
not play the stadium in the first place.
Yeah, wow.
That was
that was brutal.
That was unbelievable.
I know. Yeah, it was paid off for sure by Big Swole.
Check your bank account, Zeus.
Zeus.
I will say, however, if you want to pick up a Zeus of your own, or you want to explore some of the newer decks that are going to be available in the upcoming set Firestorm, boy, do we have great news for you. One of the innovations that Elestrals has undergone is that new sets will include code cards that you can redeem using your Play Elestrals accounts for
Heck
caster
yeah,
coins.
brother.
Caster coins are earned by playing in events, going to your locals, webcam events, and they can be redeemed for anything from blisters to plushies to boxes. And we're going to give you one right now.
Ooh, so get your captures ready there.
In order to redeem this, you're going to have to be the first person that types in this code or scans this QR code. So you ready? Here we go.
Building the suspense.
Okay, it's also got to focus on it.
Yeah,
so
don't forget the beauty influencer text sometimes.
There we go. Beautiful.
There is your code. Be sure to redeem that as soon as possible.
All right, we are waiting on Swolax to go ahead and get here for a winner's interview. If there's anything you'd like us to ask him, please let us know in chat. No guarantee that we'll read it, but we're super excited to hear regardless.
We love that you have opinions one way or another. For sure.
See you momentarily.
Joseph could not care less about someone's opinion. Oh, we all know this. We all know this.
No one ever says that legitimately.
I didn't say it legitimately. Like, I get I was the bad guy this round, and yeah, that was maybe a little fucked up of me. But
Oh, they turned the music way down. They turned the music way down on stream. But yeah, chat, how have we been enjoying the video games? Hopefully we all been having a little bit of fun just chilling. I know everybody's a little split because we're doing hanging out with the gamers a little bit as well. I'm having a lot of fun. It's a very nice back and forth, funny little card game. Swole question, how'd he get so swole? Oh my god.
And I am here with the winner of our round 7 match. I'm here with Swolex. How are you feeling right now?
Honestly, I'm feeling really nervous. That was
nervous?
Yeah, a little bit. Like the feature match got me on it. They dropped Unkelith. That was crazy. I was living for it.
We saw that. We saw you trying to kind of play
Uncle
around
Swole.
in game 2, the mind games there. It was really fun to watch.
No, honestly, what's so crazy, I was talking to Felcaster after the match, and I'm like, what are you on? And it's like this Thunder, baby? I'm like,
Yeah.
that's insane. I love it. I absolutely love it. So that was
And
cool.
that's what Joseph and I were talking about, was like, oh, these feel like such comforting, old, familiar decks.
Yeah.
What made you land on that versus sort of these new flashier lists that we've been seeing?
So without giving away, I'm sure one specific caster's advice on this one, I was actually going to play Blizztrix today. That was my go-to, and I didn't feel that lucky. My luck isn't that great. However, in the testing, my testing partner did decide to go Blizz. We tested it, felt great, it was awesome. But I chose to pick this deck just because also in that testing, I found that it was a nice comfort pick. And it's back to those old school type decks. It's a very low to the ground strategy.
Yeah.
Something that is like really easy for me to feel like I have all the outs to everything I need.
Sure.
Yeah. And that's pretty much the pick for that.
Yep.
I mean, it shows that clearly it's something that you're comfortable with. You know all your outs. You know the ways that you
Everything
can roll
is
different
completely
game states,
within
and clearly
control.
You've been doing incredible today.
Well, okay. Honestly, one of the craziest matches I've had all day was against Josh, Bean Soldier TV. My heart pumping. I almost had a heart attack. It was absolutely insane.
Yeah.
And making it over that hurdle, I'm happy to have made it at least this far into the rounds as well.
I mean, what a day. We've had Friendly Fire.
Yeah.
You've had your old friends and the Thunder, good stuff that we got to see just now.
Absolutely.
And of course, here we have your friend, Lil Snow Otto, joining us, harkening back to
Love our
season
guy.
2 of the Illustriad.
Yeah, wait a minute. We're not supposed to.
Yeah,
on this
we're
one.
actually.
I replaced my co-captain on this cast, and I'm sitting here with the enemy. We can't do that. Who's in charge here? Someone
Who
get
did
in.
this?
I have been playing the long game, to be honest, to get to this exact point. I knew that it would happen.
I knew this setup was poison. That's ridiculous. When, no, it's great. Honestly, this is my luck charm. I've had it all day, and it seems like it's been all right, except for one round. I got demolished, but you know what?
Hey, well, you know what? It's been serving you well, and I can't wait to see what you do moving on from here.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to our cast and crew. Everyone's doing great today.
Everyone's doing
go
incredible.
Scorch.
And thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thanks so much, guy.
My lordy. Everything's going so good.
We were just kidding.
That's so funny. God, they got yolks, chat. Hmm. Chat, I'm telling you, whatever's going on these days, it's just, man, they got stuff going on outside and I'm not happy about it. What are they doing? All right. Well, I mean, hey, we're doing pretty good still. I don't know how many rounds of Swiss there are, actually. That was round 6. I think there's 8. Not too bad, chat. Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad, I would say, chat. Huh. Chat, I'm still playing Emerald Imperium on my phone here. We got some really weird, funky mons. We're doing weird things out here. But believe it or not, slacking is really good. I don't know if I could have told you all that. So chat, just a reference, we did get slacking for our official run that's actually on the channel. That's not me just like funny goofing off playing the playing on my phone here. So for that second run on our actual thing, so I'm hoping, we're big hoping that slacking does good work for us. Because I finally deserve to have a slacking this good, right? I deserve it. We definitely deserve to have it. You know, I'm so glad that I decided to do just a nice chill comfy stream instead of just like stressing about stuff. Just nice chill, get to do whatever we want. Oh hey, the audio's back. Here, let me mute my stuff then. It's now that audio's back. Such a cool event. Oh, interesting. let's see. Stalwart, toxic chain. Nah, dang. Oh, it's always pays to check these things, huh? Yo, the Clash music. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my god, parental bond Delibird. Rengar Greninja, huh? Interesting, certainly. Let's see. You know, I'm glad that a lot of games have taken to using this, like, method where they actually have the Pokedex be useful for these kinds of fan games. Like, there is never any information that's worth it in the Pokedex for me to actually do anything in the actual games, but all the fan games, oh yeah, sure. There's like all the information in the world. There's every piece of information you could ever need. Ooh, that would be really good for later. Hell yeah, though. Let's go. But yeah, chat, so I've ordered a new camera, so hopefully that will make the experience of streaming hand cam a little bit easier and a little bit better. I actually don't think the old one was necessarily that bad camera quality wise, but the way I had to have it, terrible. The way I had it set up, awful. It was god awful. It was terrible. Like, it was real bad. So hopefully this new one should be pretty good. Our friend Misa recommended it for us, or just in general recommended it, not necessarily for us, but recommended. Yippee! So yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Should be some pretty good stuff.
Oh, you went out last night? Where did you go?
Tic Tac. How could you be so loud? My phone charger cable. Hey chat, tell me how so many of my Pokemon are like weak to fighting. That's pretty awkward. How did that happen? How did that happen? Good stuff here, chat. Oh. Yep, we're back, baby.
Round 8
Audio cues, man.
Elestrals Open 2025 Premier Event. I am one of your co-commentators, Joseph Rothschild. You may know me better as MBT, and I'm here for the 8th and final time with K-Crate.
Oh, this is round 8?
We are, as you can hear, part of an incredibly exciting event here today. The first Premier event for Elestrals, which has been going unbelievably. I've been shocked for a game this young, for an event to be this smooth. To my understanding, there has yet
This
to
is
be
incredibly smooth.
any major mishaps, a sentence that upon escaping my lips
Will cause immediately.
following round.
Oh boy.
And what a round it will be.
And what a big round it will be going into round 8. We just heard the announcement that the pairings have been posted, so anytime now we will be getting our casters set up, we will be finding out where we're going, and getting that information for you.
You can see the crowd has thinned out as a lot of individuals who thought they would be going XO didn't. Those individuals includes a number of people we thought might be winning the tournament. In this incredibly pivotal round, top casters like Bean Soldier TV, Trishula, and Distant Coder are all X2 fighting for their tournament life.
No! How are they X2? What the heck happened, guys?
However, the X1 bracket is very precocious.
We have been informed that it is becoming, there are a lot of X2s, and depending on how this round goes, it could make or break. So
there's a possibility both of these individuals make it into Top Cut. There's a possibility that only the winner survives, which is terrible news because one of the individuals within it is Danny Guadalupe.
No, Danny!
Just an incredible run today.
Undefeated into round 7 after having picked up the deck what, like maybe 3 hours before the event?
It's something like that.
No, Danny.
Myself and K-Cray were doing like last-minute testing right before the event, and Danny comes down and says, "I don't know how to play this deck at all." He learned how to activate Full Moon.
What does this do?
Undefeated until playing against a very lucky Blizztrix player.
Oh.
That's just the way that this tournament has gone for everyone, I've heard. Blizztrix is a deck that can win or lose based on 0 inputs from either player, and as a result, someone running hot might be able to take down someone who feels like they are running hotter. We will see who is hottest in this match. We have got 2 really exciting decks, one of which I've been playing for about 3 months as I handed it to Danny.
These are your cards, actually, that will be on stream. So
please don't check how they've pringled. I live in a very humid state. And
that is true.
I mean, I don't want to spoil too much of it, but it's similarly exciting.
Okay.
It's playing a card that was incredibly powerful during base set, and unlike Swolax, it is not an Earth Elestral.
Let's go! We finally get Danny on the feature!
Because they are going to be flying
Luke Von Karm! Luke Van Karm! Oh my god, he's Luke Van Karm! He's not even Luke Von Karm!
We're getting our 2 individuals set up now, shuffling up, checking everything, and we'll have to see if they are able to make it happen.
And this is going to be.
I literally unrolled just to see if
into the last round where it's like,
if the YouTube chat's going crazy.
And the entire time, I mean, we were talking about it between rounds. Swole was chatting him up in between, talking about whatever it was. And that's really been the spirit here today. Is that even on these games that have been tough, people have been.
Let's go! Let's go! Danny!
I honestly could not tell you how.
That's our Oshi.
It's amazing. I certainly hope this becomes a regular occurrence because I will be coming to as many as I can. The energy here is electric. People are so excited to play Elestrals. They're so excited to have fun. They ran so many side events, they ran out of spirits. Can you believe that? They were opening product just to get the spirits to run side events.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. These 2 individuals now shuffling up, being instructed as to how they will play. And the round is beginning as we speak.
Okay.
So much.
Let's go.
So many of this community's top talent. I hope against hope that the top 16 is going to reflect.
Let us have this.
Players that I know are invested in this game. And also Danny. I hope Danny gets in too.
There is a little bit of personal bias here. And this will be our final round of today. So I'm excited to see how it goes. It feels like a celebration of this first day that we've had, this historic, monumental day. And this is the conclusion for now.
Super excited, and I'm excited for anyone at Dallas to participate in Trade Night, which I believe is happening after this. We're all
everyone's hopping on a bus.
An OTS store that holds Elestrals to.
This is the last game of the day, apparently. I feel like I missed round 7.
Big thinning of the crowd going on as they've all left.
I guess the Swolax game went that fast.
They provided boxcars.
Oh,
they provided tickets to this trade night. Can you believe that? They said we have a bus that will take you from the convention center to this OTS.
Of course, we're sitting here and we heard them make the announcement. The bus is leaving in 3 minutes.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see you at a different time.
I guess we're not getting on the bus.
All right, 5 apiece. I have nothing to say about the consistency of Danny's cards. They are totally legal.
I'm minding my own business. I pretend I do not see it.
I do not see.
And we have hands moving away from the table here.
I do not see.
Pointing to each other, trying to get it centered for our camera, which I really appreciate.
I appreciate that.
You know what? A little bit of setup in the beginning makes all the difference in the end. And
hey chat, I just realized I walked into this gym battle without fixing my items or anything like that. But you know, I just kind of been it on a vibes. So surely this is fine, right?
Yeah. I really.
Danny move. So despite the fact that Danny is green with respect to this deck, he has played a significant amount of Elestrals. He was a competitor in Elestriad Season 3. Importantly, he also just kind of has a head for card games. Has played a number of them over the years to varying degrees of success. It's his full-time job, so
that's what he does.
If he's bad at it, he'll get fired.
So no pressure, Danny. But
so don't die.
We're all watching you right now.
I will say, I hope he does. He's not a great pressure guy.
I'm sure.
little does he know. Well, yeah, Asimov and Mia Bauer just absolutely in chat, just killing it.
A name too long
I love Luke Van Karm.
All right.
The fist bump of friendship here. And
Any check in the grip. I think we can probably read the whole thing here. That's a Nabi and a couple of back row. We probably keep that. Ari is playing, I mean, really a proto-Navi strategy. We'll see it as it emerges.
Yeah, I'm excited because I don't know anything about this list. So we will see here. Going to be starting out.
Spectrus.
Yeah.
How many times have we seen this open today? Not frequently. Usually this card is used more reactively against cards like Galaxy. All right. Drawing for turn. That's a Zeus. That's a really great card to pair with a Nabi.
Especially looking at possibly a lunar matchup here because Nabi obviously relying on hitting into non-lunar, non-solar enchanted Elestrals to be able to get that effect.
Looks like we are going to try and go for it here. You have to expect.
There's the Zeus. Oh, okay. Chad, I did it. Wow. I completely disrespected Brawley this time. Wow. You know, sometimes I have doubts, and apparently I was my doubts were completely unwarranted.
Copy of Hurricane, for instance. Sinking that Spectrus by 3, and this is kind of frustrating. While the Nabi can get over, it will still be suppressed, and therefore won't be able to perform an Ascension. Again, very green with this deck, so I wonder if he knows this.
Well, I mean, a Specterus is a threat either way, and
that is true.
Depending on if we're going to see any back row set here, Danny might just be confident. Yep, there we go. That next turn, he's going to be able to crash into something a little bit more advantageous.
Yep.
And it looks like he knew exactly what was going on. I shouldn't doubt the boy. He said, of course, the suppression. Just wanted to get rid of the Spectre.
Yes.
All right.
But of course.
That is coming an Elestral that I think should give most
simply too good. Our guy, Luke Von Karma.
Ooh, I'm excited.
Or maybe not. It's a tough play to make.
Will they, won't they?
No, just going for Eddie now.
Yeah, this doesn't tell us too much.
Eddie's a little scary to develop onto this board. A Gorgon's or a shield could make things particularly gnarly. Kind of trying to hedge against maybe Tsunami.
Sure.
Any scenario in which you can potentially prevent a Nabi from triggering is, of course, very welcome.
Yeah, had to see that one of those was coming after that deliberation there.
The shield here is not even fantastic, of course. Just recasting the Eddie puts you in a position where you can potentially get rid of the Nabi next turn. That's the cost on the shield, thinking about the expending here as well.
Yep.
Hard call to make.
And unfortunately, because that was a shield, and therefore there is no Elestral on board, this Nabi still can't get that effect.
It's really not going to happen.
Nabi that couldn't.
We could have a doppelganger in hand. This could be one of those situations.
This just could be the way.
Understanding of this deck is that the doppelgator's always in the hand.
Yeah.
If not him, then the Leica Void. Going for Galaxy is a really great development on an empty board state, and also, notably, an incredibly good development into a known copy of Eddie. Really explains the shield. It means that the Eddie coming down will only be a 1/4 and won't be able to trade with anything on field. Set 1, try and get in as best as possible. The Edward will have to be paired with something like a Gorgon's Gaze if Ari wants to be able to stave off the Nabi onslaught.
The Nabi slot.
I mean, we could see those kinds of very offensive Gorgon's plays. I always get very excited.
Another Eddie off the top too. That's a really, really rough position to be in
with the Galaxy on hitting the board.
Sans something like an Earthquake or a
I do love Galaxy.
To chew this board.
This is a very tasty Laurels if it's coming.
If that's what it had.
Yeah. We do instead see a Sorlet.
Okay, so that's sort of Eddie. So Danny says, I gotta see the Sorlet. He does know this card. We actually played an episode of Broke Boy Yu-Gi-Oh! During the Kickstarter release, including cards like this. The Sorlet here is interesting, to say the least. But it also does telegraph that a lot in this deck is not as it seems. Danny kind of scratching his head. One thing he's very good at is understanding when something's up. So here, suddenly we've seen a lot of Lycris is expended for some reason. We've got a Sorlet on field.
Properly enchanted.
Going for the PTA here. That's a really nice PTA.
Yeah.
Forces Ari to make a really poor decision. You know, do I want to use the Sorlet to switch maybe the Galaxy into defense and get over it just for it to die in the end phase? Not particularly spirit efficient.
It seems like
that. For the,
that is the decision here.
Yeah, going for the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, there he goes, which makes sense. I mean, with those 2 eddies in hand, you really have to clear the way.
You gotta try to get rid of him.
What are you gonna do? So even though it's expensive, unfortunately, you are locked in this game until you do get rid of it.
And we'll pay it out during the phase.
Makes sense.
All right, so Danny way up on board, but pretty far down on spirit count.
Yeah, we're pretty far down the ways.
14 to 12. They're throwing it
God, and Joseph gets to lord this over. Joseph's gonna get to lord this over Leah and Miwa forever.
So rough.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Probably ripped off the top. Just looking for action. Eddie's a great card, but can only stave off Nabi for so long.
And we see 1 set, hopefully something that can deal with these 2 eddies, this parade of eddies that's going to be coming in.
Ari, despite the fact that they're in a super advantage position thanks to the eddies, is really just drawing Elestral after Elestral. Doesn't really have anything to contest.
Yeah, sometimes you do just want to be drawing guys. Like, if you've ever seen our other games playing this, like, sometimes you really do. It's just the guys. Sometimes. Like, just getting to go guy after guy after guy really does it.
Pulling them out, but not making any movement on the board.
Yeah, no forward progress. Poor Nabi doesn't get to do what he wants to do. And going to be just constantly paying out the cost of these counter runes, which really shows in the spirit differential right now.
Love to see it though.
Money's big.
Yep.
He's huge.
That is very good. Of course.
Go aggro rabbit.
I was going to say 2 primo Eddie targets that we got right here. So I think you're right. There really isn't any downside to getting damage while we can at this point, and card advantage with the rabbit.
Oh, Danny, don't try and cast the rabbit off of the Zeus. No. I don't think that's what he was doing.
Yeah. But what's nice about Elestrals is that you're able to ask these questions. It is a game that wants you to be able to learn it. And
we want you to know what's going on.
Ask some questions.
I've never made a mistake.
Yeah, well,
I have never. We would never.
We wanted action and we got it. That looks like Earthquake, Nabi, 1 other card. I have to imagine it's the Nabi pickup here. You can finally let your opponent...
Chat, there's a lot going on outside.
Slam down the Nabi and doppelgater them for their life savings.
I've heard cars going crazy. I've heard now sirens.
Really deliberating here, though. I
don't know that 3rd card. It could be like
Truly.
Tsunami, which would be similarly strong.
And I think that Earthquake is one of those cards that because it's limited, anytime you see it, yeah, there's...
We did not take the Nabi. We took something else.
Okay. There's always that moment of like, yeah, but... So, you know... Understandable deliberation here.
All right, handing it back to Ari here. Nabi to attack. See if we can't get in for just a little bit of damage here.
And we do have the rabbit defensive here, which, you know, fair enough.
Yeah.
Never a bad play. Rabbit wall has been an incredibly effective strategy. Did you see 1
It really has. Like, the rabbit has really truly been.
I mean, we are running very quickly.
A completely so important card.
7 for Danny.
Yeah, we are counting them out and seeing where we're at.
Looks like we finally picked up a back row rune that appears to be a shield. I mean, can we go for Eddie? Do we still have water in the spirit deck? We do.
Okay. Because you did hint at this deck is seeming one way, but actually, if you look at these wind spirits that
Killer
are coming
Gorgons
out,
this time pulling off of the Zeus.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we're developing board state really well, so I think he's got a shot. We're just falling on spirits a little quickly for my liking. It's a little sketchy.
Which, of course, the turn that finally we have Nabi may be able to do something.
It'd be so funny after all this time.
And that has been a bluff set Ambrosia this entire time.
Wow, if Ari wins this game after finding 0 back row, it's going to be quite frustrating for Danny. Danny has found 0 Elestrals.
Yeah, I think you were right about maybe starting to run low on waters, considering the fact that we just healed back.
Threw back all the waters.
Yeah, 2 of them in and 1 wind.
Interesting.
Noted.
Just furthering that spirit advantage over on Ari's side and because of that, Gorgon's not going to be able to attack with Eddie. I'm going to simply pass back over to Danny.
So a lot you can do from this position. If you want to re-enchant the Nobby, you don't even necessarily have to use the Zeus. The Werepup here is so killer. Wow, that's an unbelievable hit. Grabbing the Full Moon here. Full Moon has so much play on a board where Nobby's already developed. Not only can it, of course, ascend the Werepup into the Leica Void, but you don't have to Nexus to the Werepup. Can theoretically Nexus to the Nobby. This will cause the Nobby to trigger. I think here just checking how many Lunars are still in the Spirit deck. I mean, the boy math has got to be getting pretty bad. You have to imagine there's like maybe an Ambro in hand.
Yeah, they can't have that many things left.
Yeah, I did not quite catch it. I think that was the Full Moon that was just set there. And it's interesting after...
What if we go aggro Rabbit? Just go aggro Rabbit, man. He has it in his head that Rabbit has to be in defense.
And you know what? Oh!
Let's go. Oh, he's thinking about it.
Reach for it.
Come on!
It's interesting where after how many turns of no movement, but now we're looking at within a turn, possibly a Doppelganger and
yeah! Aggro Rabbit!
Huge turn.
Huge!
Tsunami is the worst case scenario, but I think we know as casters it's not Tsunami. Obviously, if it was Tsunami, they would just slam it. Shield here feels bad because Nobby feels so good to come back down and threaten it again.
Yeah.
You almost want to let the Doppelganger happen and then shield the Doppelganger, but...
Yeah, but like even if you do that, you don't feel good about having the Doppelganger because then, oh god.
Have Werepup sitting there.
Moreover, Zeus is a really good card. It's not like Demeter where one individual Elestral is damaged. Instead, that Elestral is permanently down the remainder of the turn, which means even if we shield, we can get over with Werepup. Danny deciding on this Nobby. I mean, is there a world where we're so down in spirits we don't want a Doppelganger?
I think we're counting things out. Yep.
I think he's realizing he may not be able to keep both the Full Moon and the Nobby live.
I think that was like a Void in hand that I just saw.
Oh no.
Oh, it's Doppelganger.
It was a Doppelganger. Maybe it was both.
Oh, please don't be both.
Please don't be both.
That would make a lot of sense.
Enchanted correctly or not? We are going with the water enchanted Doppelganger.
Okay.
I like it, especially when you've seen so much Edward, you might expect them to be on a water deck. So
a Tsunami of
4 should already take it.
A Tsunami of 2.
Danny is way down in terms of the count. He is way up in terms of board presence. It's going to be really hard to get back into this.
I mean,
again, if Danny's bluffing with respect to Full Moon, can Full Moon to turn on the Doppelganger and force a terrible attack. Shielding the Werepup here.
Okay. I guess not wanting to get to the point where we have then also a Leica Void on board. Which...
I mean, if you're Danny, you're so happy about that. You're like, oh,
yeah. I mean,
no way I have enough to get a Leica Void on board.
Yeah.
Down to 4. Argo's down to 8 here, I think. And then 7. That's still a lot to Danny's 4, but the remaining 3 are represented on the Elestrals that are already on board. So we know that there is an Eddie in his hand, but it doesn't really have a good activation here. You could play the bunny and attempt to just stall for a little bit. Seems like a decent move.
Seems okay.
Doing a quick spirit check.
And we do see a Galaxy come out, which
this is the downside.
Yeah, because that Doppelganger is water enchanted. That means we are switching that attack and defense stat.
And just confirming that real quick, that's the case. That's true.
Yeah.
If it becomes enchanted by an additional Lunar Spirit, but the additional Lunar Spirit will sink.
Ooh, it's Earthquake.
Oh no.
Oh wait, no, that's PTA.
Learn the hard way. I think he is.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
So sorry, dog.
This is a classic Elestrals
There's no way he knows this
ruling. Yeah, and this is why we were just talking
about. Oh no.
Pretty much new to this deck. Was just learning it. What does this card do? What does this card do? Hours before the tournament started.
Oh, wow, I'm so sorry, buddy.
Yeah, and
you can see his face. He's like, okay, sure, that's how it works.
Yeah.
He is going to lose the Doppelganger here.
Yeah.
And then he'll pass turn. Danny will pay it out. The thing about PTA Galaxy is it feels terrible, but sometimes you do have to do it. Like, you do actually need to contest that.
Yes, at least Galaxy is gone.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a complete net negative.
Yeah.
But obviously,
sure feels bad.
Really does. Ari probably feeling pretty good about that.
Sure does feel bad though.
But definitely makes Danny feel terrible about the Galaxy. An elegant out to it that we just didn't have. Kind of weird scenario we're in here as well. It's really impossible to overstate how much something like an Ambrosia would change the math on this. Right, giving up on 2 more Lycaris, and the boy math is going to start getting pretty bad for Ari as well.
Oh my god, that would have been so good.
But I also, with having that other Eddie in hand, you're really not sad to see that Galaxy go.
Oh, certainly not. It's a weird nombo.
Yeah, that's a problem that Ari would have had to deal with. Oh, and here comes a resting. Yep.
Yeah, now we've equalized the board state. Resting downs the Spectress. You can cast an Eddie and not use the effect to get it on the copy of Astra.
That's not too bad though. We've done pretty okay.
There is a way to play around it by after target enchanting on the full moon, but I think at this point we know that Danny doesn't have the spirits to do that.
Fortunately.
Yeah.
And here comes that Eddie that we were just talking about.
Properly enchanted. Are we activating the effect? No.
I don't think he wants to do that. And there goes Rabbit, going to be going back over to Danny. Could have just the answer.
It would have to be Ambro off the top.
Yeah.
And it would have to. It would have.
Doesn't look like we have it.
No.
Nobby.
No, it's just Nobby.
Galaxy. I mean, Galaxy's really good, but.
Oh man.
On this are unbelievable.
So tough, dog. Nah.
The spirit is a Nobby could go hard here, but we know that Ari has a Rabbit in hand.
Just an unbelievable grip.
Really deliberating here.
This is the hardest turn of the game for sure.
Yeah, I mean we are down 2-1 in spirit count, so this is this is a very close game. By no means is this lost. It really just depends on what Danny does right now.
The defense position Galaxy misenchanted with an Earth. That's painful.
Yeah.
Just holding out hope for an Ambrosia off the top, and I think that Zeus is going to steal it.
That's
Zeus down the Galaxy. Do we have another critter to develop? We know that we do. But there's no reason to. You can just wait on it. Get over the Galaxy. Danny's at 0. And going to scoop him up. Yeah.
And that was a full moon off the top.
Yeah, perfect. That was a rough one. I think there was probably a way that he could have played it to potentially be in that game and win it. These games that are really close really highlight that like really small skill differentials can play a big role in the outcome of a game like this. But that doesn't mean, I don't want to be too defeatist. I think that Danny does have a lot he can do into this position. He doesn't know too much about what his opponent's doing. It looks just like kind of like a 5s deck that he failed to have an adequate answer for a repeatable Eddie with. But still, against cards like Eddie, you expect cards like Galaxy, maybe you board into Dense Fogs. Against cards like Astrabbit, you feel comfortable with the PTAs going first. I don't know how many changes he's going to make, but he might make a couple.
And we talk about things that we learned in this last match. We did learn one of the classic Elestrals rulings, which is what happens when you PTA
what happens.
Galaxy. And it's not what you would think.
No, it's not. No, it is not.
No.
And I'm curious to see what Ari is actually playing. This sort of hinted at, there were some wind spirits. Not sure what's going on there. Very curious to see more about this list, because as you said, we saw Eddie, we saw, we did see Sorlet that was properly enchanted, which, that was a little bit suspicious, but other than that,
a little bit suspicious.
Just a little suspicious.
Like that's a card that theoretically people could play.
I love Sorlet.
It's quite good. It's just a really, it's wild that Eddie is as popular as it is, and Sorlet, which is sort of Eddie, is not popular at all.
It's Eddie with a 5 on it. But you just have to expend something. So
yeah.
I guess that's where people really start to have issue with it. And it's vulnerable to Tsunami, which is, of course, one of the things that makes Eddie so good, is it just invalidates one of the strongest counter runes in the game.
Yep. All right, we'll see what Danny's boarding out. It looks like not a lot. If you are in the other seat playing the deck that we don't want to spoil too much about, you have a lot to board in. I mean, you are expecting Lunar Aggro. This is
this is a known quantity.
Most represented deck in testing. It's something that you are not surprised to see at an event of this caliber. You are going to execute a game plan that you have probably already executed at least a dozen times over the last couple of days.
Yeah.
So feels in their element for sure, whereas Danny is definitely grasping against like a deck that hasn't really done anything yet.
It does feel like going into game 2 with the loss being on Danny's side is really tough.
Yeah, it's
but
brutal.
not impossible. I mean, this is someone who went on a 6-0 rampage this entire tournament, and there is obviously a reason for that.
There's a reason.
And we're about to find out as we're finishing siding and going to be going into the next game here in just a minute.
All right, they are shuffling up.
Yeah.
What is the play?
What's the play?
Sure, we're playing first. We didn't have an opportunity to do that last time, and games of inches, that can be really important.
Yep, and it looks like we are getting ready to go. I think that this pile of cards on the side, I think that's maybe the side.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the classic Joseph deck building philosophy. You have this big pile of cards, and the pile of cards is your side deck.
And this pile.
We have the fist bump, and then going to be going into game 2 here.
All right, I imagine Danny is going to be going first. Let's see what we're up to.
Yep, we are getting our hands here, going to be looking, deciding whether or not we're going to keep, whether we're going to mulligan. And again, as you mentioned, for a long time we were watching these games where it's like, at the end of the day, 2 spirits at the beginning aren't going to matter. But now we're watching games where...
Well,
they do.
It kind of does matter. It kind of matters a lot.
It's, you know, pretty immaterial. But in these 5s matchups, these lunar aggro matchups, it's a really hard call, and I think Danny's really hurting over here thinking about what he's doing or not. It looks very threat heavy, very back row light, and he's going to actually make the decision to perform a mulligan, I think.
Looks like, yep.
No, just one. We are going to keep it and expend a draw.
Nope. Oh, okay.
Sometimes it saves the hand, I will say.
And we are going to have back row to set. So
one time.
I mean, this is a turn 1 that we have seen from many people today. Many people who have gone on to win the games that they did this in. So
yeah.
2 here. What if Ari slams down that hurricane?
We have seen just a lot of set 2s and expended draws.
He has it. Elechick coming down into known back row is really frustrating because not only does it necessitate a Gorgons, if you don't have a Gorgons, because you don't activate it here, your opponent is going to know that they don't have to play around it for the remainder of the game. Until you start setting new cards. There's the Zeus. What an incredibly powerful card.
Yep.
To this day. Probably the greatest rune printed. Sorry to Demeter fans.
That's okay. We know what this
We're used to it, but...
Yeah, we're aware.
Elechick getting in for 1.
We've lost audio.
And going back over to Danny here. Gonna be...
Okay. We back, I guess.
What we're going to do next, and it looks like we have
read a little of this hand. I think there's an Elechick.
That's what it looked like. The same Elechick art that we're looking at. There it is.
That's the optimal Elechick art. If you're not Stellar Christopher, who has, of course, the Stellar Elechick.
Oh my gosh, yeah, an impossible card to actually get your hands on. The amount of people that I've heard.
Only ever seen 1 move, and it moved to Stellar Christoph. So who knows? Grabbing that Zeus. Afterwards, we are just going to...
Yeah, I mean, like, what do we do, man?
Well...
I guess we could try and develop the Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in a game where they get their Zeus, as long as you get your Zeus too, it's who uses their Zeus better. And we will see. Danny also having the 2 additional back row, probably not Gorgons, but, you know, maybe Tsunami, maybe PDA. Going to be able to sort of protect the castle a little bit better than Ari.
Let's hope so. Oh, they haven't... Can we fix the spirit counts? Oh, they're backwards. The spirit counts and game wins are backwards. What a crazy game. Chat, they're 19 and 18.
possibility he's doing something similar here, or at least isn't willing to waste it on an Elechick that's already cashed in. Drawing for turn here, there's just so much in the deck that could go right for him, and I think, are we finally going to see it? We are. Is the Celebration Hydrake Danny's reading it?
Hydrake.
Oh, he has no idea what he's doing.
And you know, how fitting for two people who I think could likely go to possibly see that Stellar Pantera stuff.
I know Ari has their sights set on that Stellar Pantera. They are playing the package. So if you're unfamiliar with Pantera, it's basically a poor man's doppelganger.
It is a poor man's doppelganger.
Hydrake in a position where necessary shield, by the way.
Yeah.
Crashing here would convert the Hydrake into a Twindra, and the Twindra could then convert into a Pantera, which is almost impossible to get rid of. I struggle to think of, as the person who made Danny's deck, a single thing in it that could deal with it outside of exactly Earthquake.
Yeah, Pantera, I believe, has the highest attack stat in the entirety of Elestrals, which is 15.
15.
Wild stuff.
It's a wild card.
Just, Zeus up to it, unless you're doing some crazy stuff of your own. As we know, Lunar Aggro, while it has...
I wonder when they'll realize. No one's gonna realize this on the stream. There's our one mix-up, chat.
No.
But Specteris is great.
It is good.
Specifically into Hydrake.
Does also beat Twindra.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of the cards that Ari is definitely concerned about when it comes to this deck. I think it's very possible that this turn, instead of trying to develop the Hydrake again, they develop like an Eddy.
Sure, really need to deal with the Specteris.
Cryoblast, a great way to do that.
That is one way to do it, for sure.
Way to do that.
So I think we're going to see Hydrake come back out again.
Try it again. First you don't succeed.
Run it back. There he is.
Sometimes it is all it takes.
And he's thinking here. This is a hard one. I wonder if you would ever consider Damage Step Gorgonsing here. You kind of expect your opponent's entire play is to do this silly Hydrake thing.
Right.
Depends on how much action you're caught on. It looks like we've got 2 Ambros.
Pantera, Hydrake, and Hydrake is really difficult to deal with even in Clash, where we have 3 Earthquake.
We know exactly what we're in for going into this interaction.
He's got the play. He knows the play. He's just a little concerned about executing it.
Yep.
Gorgon's Gaze here does cause a crash, which is frustrating. But at the same time, it does also prevent the Hydrake from resolving.
And as we mentioned before with Ari letting their chick go down. All right.
Down comes Twindra.
Okay. It is going to happen.
No one can read it in terms of the correct enchantment. If you stop at Twindra, usually you see this with like a Lycoris and a Leviathan under it. Here it could actually convert into a Pantera.
It could actually be Pantera.
It does feel a bit imminent. And a poison-tipped arrow.
A rough PTA because we're about to take 5, but it sure beats taking 12.
Yeah.
It's like Danny going down to about 9 spirits. We'll take 2 and then go down to 7.
It is.
But, you know, he will also go up to 12 because we know he has 3 Ambro.
Yeah, I mean, while we're saying, oh yeah, this is going to be really expensive, we know that he's going to be able to refund
we know he's fine.
Yeah. And here comes the cost of that PTA, but also now there's a Twindra gone, and oftentimes you only run 1 Twindra.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what Ari is running, but oftentimes if you've dealt with this threat, you aren't going to have to deal with it again.
Going for the aggro Eddie here, just trying
Not
to
often.
Wants to get them to a position where they can't potentially go into a Twindra. I will say, if you see Hydrake Twindra and you've seen nothing else, you may consider they're on 2.
Yeah.
Like, I need to get them off of being able to do 3. Put him in a weird position here because that resting is on, but the Galaxy is a much more answer.
Oh.
Simplified games, more or less simplified game states, but you're just like, oh.
But the Galaxy with the Zeus on field is in a weird position in that it actually does die to Cryoblast.
Okay. We have seen that.
We've seen it.
Ambro, Cryoblast.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, go ahead. Pay all this stuff because you
Oh no, he hasn't figured it out yet. Yeah.
Galaxy rulings are one of those things that
you just gotta figure it out.
You just gotta find out.
And then we can sync it with the Zeus and bring it down. I wonder if he knows.
And
I'm gonna hope so.
Here. one of those Ambro coming out. Interested to see what ends up being healed back.
Danny, you can use the Zeus.
Through the power.
Don't coach him, Joseph. He doesn't need it.
Use the Zeus, Luke.
Wrong one.
Use the Zeus. The galaxy.
And if
is in danger.
If that does happen, it's a pretty good spot to be in, but
spending the draw.
Okay. I believe that was an earthquake that we saw off of that expended draw.
I think so.
Use the Zeus. Oh no.
No.
Pain.
Yeah.
Pain.
Ceasing pain.
Well, for those of you who might not have known that before, you can use Zeus and Cryoblast to get rid of a galaxy.
Pain.
It's just one of those things. As the galaxy effect applies last, and that is why you have all of these funky rulings like that.
Yeah. For those of you who are familiar with the concept of layers, it's kind of similar.
Big slow whale.
I always remember the acronym SAFE, but with no E. We're going for the shield here.
Okay, probably shielding the galaxy.
When it comes to determining the outcome of pluses and minuses on an Elestral, you go SAF first. You apply the effects that set an Elestral's attack to a certain value, like those on Peakling.
Yep.
Then you apply the additions from cards like Necklace of Harmonia. Then you apply flips, that's the F, cards like Galaxy. And
it's just no.
Unfortunately, those applying last really screws up a lot of math.
It really does.
Yeah. And Cryoblast.
It looks like we have potentially found ourselves in a situation where we are comfortable. God, I just can't stop looking at Ari's like 9-card hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Surely one of those is another Hydrake if they've got it. And we're bringing back 2 Lunar and a Water, which makes sense.
Makes sense.
That seems pretty standard.
Expect that.
Yeah, as I think Danny is pretty much counting on these top decks.
No. Yeah.
Of course, we know. We did get that earthquake. So
this is so tough, man. I hate to see it. We hate to see it. We want our man to win.
Galaxy. That's a pretty good one to develop, to be honest. But also puts you in a weird position against Gorgon's Gaze. You do crash with a Sorlet, but if you're Ari, you definitely take that. You're so far up in cards and spirits, you just want this game over.
Yep. Although, I don't know. 9-4, not the end of the world.
Anything could happen. Anything could happen. What?
Except Cockatoodle.
I have the same reaction as Danny. What is... What? Huh?
What?
Cockatoodle happened.
I'm Googling Cockatoodle furiously.
Yeah, we...
What?
Getting back to you with this information. Immediately, it is a 4-2. And somehow, some way, is able to hit over this galaxy. And I imagine that information is incoming.
Oh no.
Wow.
That's an expended draw on 4. Feels really bad.
That feels terrible. That might be the end of the game.
Who knew that it all came down to a Cockatoodle?
Suppresses an opponent's Celestial as long as it's enchanted.
Well, then that would make sense. That's why we're able to get over the galaxy. Danny's saying, I don't want to deal with this thing. I'm going to Earthquake it. It's gone.
No need to Ambro, dog.
Yeah.
He's on 1 spirit.
Oh, man.
No. The spirit count here?
Man, that is...
That's okay. Sometimes you lose track.
Well. There's the beautiful Hydrake again.
Yep. There's a second, which means there's probably a second Twindra.
That is brutal, dog.
Just checking his options. Nothing to do here. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just nothing.
Unfortunately, I think that is game.
No.
Ari moves on to a confirmed slot in the top 16. Honestly, very well fought. Super excited to see Hydrake getting a top and a shot at that stellar Pen Terror.
Yeah.
I think that was a Waxing Gibbous that was top decked, which is interesting. I wonder if that was a side deck option.
It is, yeah.
That Danny had went into. So
Oh man,
that was the top deck. That last turn, that could have been interesting earlier. But
that would have been so
they're
cool.
talking about the Cryoblast Zeus right now.
Yeah, he's laughing like, there's no way that's the case.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things, Danny. It is one of those things.
Yeah, that's such a hard thing to find out.
This game for a little bit of time, but at the beginning of your Elestrals journey will seem completely incomprehensible. And look at the relief flooding Ari's face. So thrilled to be able to do this, to make it into top 16, come back tomorrow, and wiping his eyes as he imagines a stellar Penterror in his
The stellar Penterror.
And you know what? I have to say, being able to get the Penterror
with the Penterror.
Yeah, that's crazy.
This is incredible.
That's incredible. Being able to play Penterror into maybe getting that Penterror.
Experience whatsoever.
An incredible
45
run.
minutes of K and me yelling at him.
Me just every now and then side-eyeing the situation, seeing what's going on.
Poor Danny, dog.
Does not mean that Danny's run is over. We still,
Yeah, he's still really close.
Defeated, and so his record is pretty incredible in terms of breakers. But we've heard tell from a lot of people that breakers math is not good for anybody.
Yeah.
That you just don't want to be X2.
You just don't want to be there.
Sentence for something like 30% of the people who have that record.
Yes, and so there will be a lot of that information coming to light as we move forward. Excited to see what top 16 is going to look like tomorrow as we come to the close of today. I hope we get that news soon. I don't know if we're going to get it before the end of the stream, but
we definitely will get it soon. And if we don't get it momentarily, then you can all follow along using Play Elestrals and find the Elestrals 2025 Dallas Open on the application, where you will get to know standings for the single elimination portion of the tournament as soon as they are available.
Wow. That, it's so cool to see someone who, and this has happened multiple times, where it's like their first tournament. And they go on.
Justin of Cards and Coffee TV.
Yeah, and Adrian B is also another person who, both I think Justin and Adrian then were able to take multiple in a row. Elestrals is one of those games that if you have the experience with card games and you have the expertise like we saw with Danny today, you're able to pick it up and sort of know your lines, even if you might get mixed up with some possible little rulings. Like
someone did go 8-0.
Really, really impressive.
Rulei's still in from earlier.
Fantastic stuff from
Zero's still in from earlier.
No slouch.
Danny's currently sitting in sixth.
Every new format.
I don't know. I think he's 6-2. So it's gonna be really close.
No one will try Hydrake. It loses to Dense Fog on Attack Declaration.
Oh, that's tough.
And it's about.
Oh, Aurora, let's go. Aurora 13th. Let's go.
Event. The
And Bean Soldier. Oh, so many X2s. Oh.
We have Penterror.
Oh, that's brutal.
I'm excited. We are going to do all we can to grab a winner's interview with the winner of this last match. And after that, we don't have too much left for today.
I hear that there's maybe a closing ceremony for today.
It's possible.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an event before the thing.
We'll be getting Ari in here. I can't wait to hear about the Cockadoodle. Yeah. I need information.
We need to know what the heck happened.
Edition.
Yeah.
A card that both of us are looking at and saying, can we get a Google on that real quick? That's how you know that's a deep pull.
Well, we will be able to ask him momentarily, but until then, stick around.
Oh, no. Yeah, unfortunately, chat, that's just an experience thing that, like, oh. Because Danny really could have gotten there, man. Yeah. That is so brutal. Dimax is here now. Oh, brutal, dog. Yep, fish. I wish I enjoyed those kinds of games. I just really don't. Oh. the records, bro. It's so tough. Oh, Kristoff at 33rd, bro. Tough. Oh, Insane was there too? Oh, Adrian. Adrian won a webcam tournament. Oh, no wonder Ren was in chat then. Yeah, it's tough. Oh, under the radar. No. Tough.
We are back with the winner of the round 8 feature match. How are you doing?
So emotional. I've wanted that Pentair so bad since they revealed it in what, December?
Yeah, it's been several months.
It's been months. I'm here.
I finally have it.
Not only do you have it, you got it
playing
Pentair.
Exactly. It is
that
my
it
deck.
is
I
never
now,
yeah.
You know,
It's
everyone's
real.
Talked bad about it. Put it in tier 2 or not even tiered, just dismissed. But I figured it out.
Well, congratulations. Have you been playing this deck for a long time? You consider it like a one-trick strategy?
Yes, I've been playing it since mid-Daybreak.
Wow.
It's pretty much my second deck. First one was Solar. You know how that goes.
We all have
before Winjin. So yeah, very bad. But
We all believe. We all wanted to believe.
That's amazing. I do want to ask about, you said you'd figured it out. I imagine that includes a card like Cockatoodle, which we were not expecting at all.
Yeah. Dimax pilled me on it. I
God.
said I wasn't pilled on it, but then the more I thought about it, the more it was like,
Gosh
that is
dang it,
the World
Dimax.
Cup and the Galaxy out. So as soon as he dropped that Galaxy, I had the immediate out that he could not do much against.
He is going to be absolutely clipping that sentence and holding it over everyone's head forever.
He'll post the DMs, don't worry.
Oh my goodness. Well, congratulations.
Dimax currently clipping audio. They're not typing in chat, they are currently clipping that audio.
Take it all the way?
Oh, yes. I want that number one of number one Pentair.
Oh, man. Super excited for you. Huge congratulations on this incredible run with the deck playing the Pentair. Best of luck.
Thank you.
I
think he left.
He did. Well, in that case, with my newly christened co-caster, I will wish you all a very exciting break as we tally the results and get you the top 16, including this one right here. Don't go anywhere.
Let's see him. What's top 32 get? Top 32 gets the Stellar Voldusk. They get the Spirit Bundle, base set booster packs, Frostfall, Daybreak, and Moonrise. Top 16 gets the number one or the top 16 serialized Stellar, the Pentair serialized. Or I don't think that's serialized. The 16 playmat, the Stellar Pentair Unlock. Yep, for Clash, the frame 20 or top 16 player frame. Oh hell yeah. Baller. Alright, it's top 8, the serialized Stellar, the Pentair, everything. Oh, and title. Top 4. And they are playing out thirds and fourths because they do have all the trophy serialized, or the trophy bronze statue Stellar Astrabbits. Hell yeah, dude. How's our standings? That one's a bit of a brutal ruling thing. That's tough. But cockatoodle? The heck's a cockatoodle, bro? They just have... Yeah, cockatoodle and cockarray. That's not real. Ooh, okay. We're gonna see. Where's our opponent? Aw, rest in peace, Brewlock. Didn't make it. Oh, do we got it? No. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, man. Oh, it's Marble's dinner time. Yeah, that's actually a surprising amount of people still here for like past round 8. YouTube chat's got jokes. But yeah, what a great event. That's just been incredible. What an incredible run. Worked out insanely smoothly. Like the in between rounds was really swift. Like that was really fast, all things considered, between all rounds. Like everything just went really smooth. That was unbelievable. Aside from a couple stream hiccups, but like that's not unsurprising. That is genuinely not unsurprising. I didn't even have time to do games. That's crazy. But we're just here. That's nuts. hey chat. So you know, one thing I was considering. So one of the things I'm considering for YouTube things is let's just do bring back tier lists, but bring them back for YouTube. Bring them back for a YouTube video. A little bit of a YouTube. Now I don't know what kind of tier list, whether or not I want to do like tier lists that have like an actual purpose, or do I just want to do funny tier lists? Maybe just do both, right? You just do both. That's the fun part. We could just do both. I kind of want to make like a YouTube intro thing, but at the same time, right, people don't, there's like not really YouTube intros anymore. There's just the yo what is going on? That's fair though. Oh, homies, we do love a cold open. People do love a cold open. We do love a good cold open. Jack, do you realize though? Our stream was like already like crazy long. Stream is crazy long. But no, like we really got, I cannot believe it. We got absolutely womboed. The stream caster, like the streamer, like the feature match curse is completely real. And the feature match curse is so real. Was that guy in Leon cosplay? I'm just realizing that. I think that's his Leon cosplay. The snapback, the shirt. I think it's Leon. Hell yeah. Can't believe Leon from Pokemon showed up. Let's go PK. Dimax, it's there, in there instantly. Yeah, but that one don't count. That's so funny. But Matt, look at this. $200 some odd people, and then even more playing side events. Incredible. Chat, you know the only other thing I forgot? I haven't ordered anything to like store them in, so I'm kind of hoping the storage box, like the crate that it comes in, is like kind of good for it, because I didn't order anything to hold all of the cards. I didn't think about that part. I got a bunch of top loaders though, and sleeves and stuff, so that should help, right? Yo, true, we can't confirm that they're real. Is the Play Network updated? Does not look like it. Oh, no. Not the breakers. Our breakers are gonna be tough. Oh, we're just gonna hope the breakers are good enough. We want to see Luke Von Karma in there. We need to see Danny tomorrow, baby. That is rough. I just can't believe Cockadoodle reads, yeah, suppress a guy until Cockadoodle's not existing. Like, that's tough. Like, ow. It's a 4-1 too. Who knew Joseph owned a suit? Crazy. Long-standing viewers of MBT. But even then, not even. That man probably owns a suit for this. But then again, who knows? Who even knows? I think our tallies are locked in. I'm not sure though. These the 6-2s are gunning for a lot here, so 73. I think that's good. So we're gonna hopefully find out who, because I want to know who's up for tomorrow. Not that it matters, because we'll be live tomorrow watching. But it'll be a lot of fun. It'll be a lot of fun. Oh, there we go.
An incredible day of Elestrals action here in Dallas. I am Joseph Rothschild. You may know me as MBT, and I've got K Cray here with me one final time as we wave you goodbye to day one of coverage of the Elestrals.
Let's go. Let's go.
Premiere event.
Little Zaptor.
This has been not only an incredible day, but a historic day, as this is the first ever in-person event for Elestrals.
First premiere event, baby.
What are your thoughts? How have you been feeling today?
Honestly, I'm shocked.
I'm shocked
at
at
growing pains that so many card games go through in their youth. It's incredible to me that an event
Bro looks expended.
happened so quickly and so smoothly. Of course, of today, we were a bit delayed as any card game tournament has ever been, but never went more
Not that
than
bad.
a couple of minutes over time.
We're not by
We were
bad.
able to have a ton of really fantastic matches right here on camera for you for the entirety of the day, while
That was
hundreds of
great.
people played side events for really fantastic prizes. Everyone I talked to here had the same refrain, which was that they loved the event. They were so happy they had come, and they could not wait to play more Elestrals. I got to tell you, I'm feeling
Hell
the same way. I'm
yeah.
over here building decks on the side during breaks.
Welcome, welcome.
This has been an incredible event.
We're actually getting
Huge
close to the
shout out
endings.
to all of
Round
the
8
staff
just
who
ended. We're
really
waiting to
done
hear about
something
top
magical here.
16 in the
And
closing
thank
ceremony.
you,
They probably got
honestly, for what has
announcements.
been an
But
incredible
yeah,
day. It is
hello, hello.
going to be an even more incredible day tomorrow.
So none of this
Yeah, Top Cut is tomorrow, and we'll be live again tomorrow talking about Top Cut.
rounds are completed for the main event, but the single elimination portion will start early tomorrow morning. Additionally, there will still be side events to play tomorrow for anyone who is no longer in the tournament but still has a spectator pass.
Yeah.
There will be Gunslinger to try and win A-Drive's super chocolatey secret rare card, and there will be a win-a-sheet, this time a much
Joseph cannot saying super chocolatey secret rares. This man has not stopped saying it. Where did he pull this from?
Day, and we are just gearing up for the closing
Unbelievable.
ceremony, where not only when I was on here with Dan earlier, who is just always so excited and accidentally starts leaking things, hinted that there may be some fun news at the closing ceremony today.
Maybe. That's what we're waiting on, chat. We're waiting to hear what other news he wants to leak about set 5 and 6 or even later. Who knows?
I am so thrilled.
It's been a day full of incredible play. It's been a day full of Cinderella stories, and it's also been a day full of heartbreak. I think one of the biggest stories of
there's
this
some
event
tough
is not
losses.
only who has made it into top 16, but who hasn't. A lot of the people that we expected to perform.
There's a lot of top players who didn't make it.
A combination of growing pains relative to the first tournament in real life. Completely different than anything that's happened prior, and as a result, you're going to see a lot of different faces.
Yeah, and not only have we seen a lot of different faces today,
We
seen a
saw
lot of different
basic
decks,
every
a
deck in
huge
the
amount of
format.
variety, which has been, I think, both of our biggest takeaway through a lot of these
Wide
rounds
open.
is like,
We've seen like 3 lunar aggro, and everything else has been like 1-1-1-1.
and not only are these just at the beginning of the tournament when it's like, these people,
The entire time.
we saw fire aggro in one
Fire
of the
aggro,
last
fire
rounds,
early. Saw Fire Nexus. We saw like a pseudo water reanimator deck. We saw
being able to
just
see all of these
lightning
varieties
earth
of
turbos.
decks, and
Like
a
we
huge
saw
shout
it
out to the
so
casters
much.
who have
It's
played out of their
unbelievable,
minds
like
today.
diversity in
And
deck
more
formats.
importantly, as you said, the general consensus has been this has been a really fun event.
Unbelievably good stuff.
Luke Von Karma going 6-0 on his first ever premier Elestrals event, to the individual we just interviewed, making the Pen Terror dream happen with Pen
Terror itself. Let's go. Shout out to that guy. Actually getting Pen Terror. Pen Terror hasn't seen so much until like, oh my god, it's
10-ish, yes.
it hasn't seen success like this since base set.
Very last of the top 16. All of the scores are tallied. All that's left to do is for the players to potentially contest scores that were reported wrong and would have an impact on tiebreakers. I can tell you this, the tiebreakers are going to matter a great deal.
Yeah, we have a lot of tiebreakers though.
Casters at 6-2
There is like so many.
Shot at the top 16, but only if the math works their way.
Yeah, and I think that this is going to be one of those top 16 announcements. That
Oh, true. That's right.
People who are just thrilled beyond belief, but there's also going to
Dang.
be some heartbreak.
That's a bummer. All right. But have a good vacation, homie. Have a good vacation.
See the outcome of these tournaments as they happen in real time. It's a fantastic way both to track your own entry to
Or
these events.
good time off, because if I recall correctly, it wasn't necessarily a vacation, but
pretty much all day today.
not a good thing. So good luck to you, homie. I appreciate it.
When a cockadoodle shows up,
Hopefully you have
ready to go.
a
The Play
at
Network
least can at least get some rest in from not working.
What it had to, by the way. I spoke with him in the interview, and he was like, "Yeah, it's in there to beat Galaxy," and it beat Galaxy. And
It did.
What can ask for than that?
I love that Ari read that and said, "That's a
Galaxy."
encounter," and it was.
It worked. Man said, "This is the occasion."
But scoreboard.
It was supposed to. Oh,
momentarily. We're gonna have a
what a bummer.
By Dan that's going to not only name
That's sorry. Condolences, homie.
tomorrow, but also will reveal
That is a giga bummer.
about the future of Elestrals and Elestrals products. That said, that will also be the last you see of us for today.
Yes.
Pivot over to Dan. That's it.
Let's go.
Signing off
Closing ceremony time, baby.
Reason, you better get cozy.
I'm cozy.
See you bright and
John,
early
I've been
tomorrow
cozy
morning
for
at 10,
8 hours.
as we have established.
Longer, actually. We started the stream earlier, then we split it up to go say hi, go be pog for a friend's birthday, and now we're still technically there. But the closing ceremony, and then we'll pivot back over there, and I'm gonna raid into them. So
that is what I'm talking about. I've got a few minutes of your time.
let's
here
go.
for our closing ceremony. I'm gonna cover a couple things, of course. We've got our trade night tonight. We got a lot of exciting things. We've got some exciting stuff coming tomorrow during the opening ceremony. Some new surprises for you.
I might have to try and wake up earlier for that. I didn't realize it started at 10.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. But I want to break down our top 16 today because at Elestrals we recognize our players. We recognize the fact that you just
We're gonna rip off the top 16.
across the world to be here. So I want to take a second and shout out every single one of our top 16 players. Coming in at our 8 seed, taking on the number 9 seed tomorrow, we've got Luke Von Karma against Smolax.
Let's go! Let's go!
See, that's for sure. Our number 7 seed, taking on the number 10 seed, is San Sally versus Bo.
Let's go! Danny and Soul made it. Let's go!
Our number 6 seed, taking on number 11, is going to be Adumadam versus Akshar P.
Oh, so good, dude. Oh, that feels good.
Our number 5 seed, against number 12, is going to be Zero versus Purple Snorlax.
Oh, let's go. Zero still made it. Let's go. I get to see Fire Aggro tomorrow. Hopefully. Big hope. I need to see Fire Aggro.
Our 13 seed is going to be Ruli versus Julian.
Let's go.
Our number 3 seed, taking on the 14 seed, is Ari versus Rybot.
Let's go.
Our number 2 seed, taking on the number 15 seed, is the Architects versus Big Kahuna TCG.
Let's go. Gamers. Who made top 16? Who's the 16th?
Entire player field today, our number 1 seed is none other than 6.
Let's go.
They'll be taking on Aurora YGO.
Aurora.
16 seed.
Oh, let's go.
Y'all are incredible. Those games were nuts today. What an epic day of Clash.
That's tough, dog.
Everyone who made top 16 and everyone who
R.I.P. Distant Coder.
everything else in between. We've got our schedule here. You guys can take a look at what's going to be going on.
R.I.P. Distant Coder and the homies.
We're going to talk with the top 16.
Oh, rest in peace, Bean Soldier, bro.
I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you guys can.
And Trish, no.
And then I got this little logo here.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
May or may not be revealing tomorrow.
Oh?
We got some big news.
Set 6?
Some big things to reveal. So
Set 6 logo?
On the live stream and in person for both our opening ceremony
Oh?
and our final
Set
words
6?
tomorrow. And of course, we're all headed to trade night, right? We just bust over 50 people to trade night. We're expecting over 100 Elestrals players at trade night tonight. And
Everyone's just running.
as soon as I'm done with this. And heading my way over there too. We've got Firestorm starter decks ready to rock with the play mats. You guys
Is that
can try
sick?
out the new
Is that
starter
set
decks
6?
At Lone Star Pack Breaks tonight, our partner for trade night. Very excited to be working with them. An awesome
Swolver, yeah, Swole versus Danny is kind of fucked up though.
starter decks last night to players there, and now we're gonna roll up there and show them what Elestrals is all about. That's it. I have no more slides.
Yeah,
Thank you guys
Swole
so
X.
much. I know you guys worked so hard, came so far to make today happen. You guys were wonderful. Big shout outs to the team today. Can we get a round of applause for our judges?
Oh yeah. Let's go. That's our guy Skyhawk. Skyhawk's over there somewhere. Let's go.
I'll see y'all trade night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. You guys are awesome.
Let's go, dude. So we're getting our crazy announcements tomorrow. We're gonna get set 6 announced. Unless there's like a next... Actually, that might be the next premiere event. That solo logo. Set 6 or the next premiere event. So honestly, crazy stuff. So excited for that. Oh god, we did so well today. Hell yeah. GG's gamers, GG's. Good stuff. Incredible stuff. Alright, chat. Let's see where they cut the stream. I don't think they're gonna have anything else, so we are just going... Yep, there it is. I was like, it's gonna cut like any second now. I had a feeling. Alright, chat, we're gonna go right into the homie's birthday, and I'm gonna go get my food and then join them for birthday stuff. So, I'm gonna get my raid messages in there. Thank you so much for sticking around, hanging out with me all a day today. Tomorrow, I will probably try to be earlier because I didn't realize the time frame. So if I want to see opening ceremonies and stuff, I might start earlier tomorrow. But yeah. But chat, we're gonna go raid our besties' birthdays. So go say hi, go be Paul, go be cool. Have a wonderful rest of your day, chat. I will be over there as well, so hopefully y'all stick around. Say hello. Alright. I get to raid them twice in one day. Ain't that funny? That's crazy. Alright, chat. Go say hi. Go be Paul. Go be cool. Have a wonderful rest of your days. Remember to be great, do great. I'll see y'all next time. Take care of yourselves because you deserve it. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.